This boy froze in place when he heard a familiar voice. This child is Yu Yu's kid. But what about Yu Yu? What happened to her, dear master? When we found her. Unfortunately, Yu Yu was already. Li Xian realized that voice belonged to the head of the Lai Xingmu family, along with the butler from the Lai household. But wait, Lai Tixin was supposed to be dead by now. As Li Xian looked closely at what was in front of him, he confirmed that this person was indeed his father. But he looked so young, and it was not just him. The butler Choi was there too. Instinctively, Li Xian reached out towards them, only to shockingly discover that his hand was tiny, just like a child's. This is absolutely absurd. But it is true. Li Xian has been reborn as a child. His first reaction was pure panic. He had no idea what was happening, especially since he clearly thought he had died. At first, Li Xian thought this was just a flashback, or maybe the afterlife. Then, he heard Lai Tixin instructing butler Choi. It is great that the child's name is Xian, just like the other kids. Arrange for a nurse to take care of him, and also send part of the Spirit Sword Brigade for protection. Plus, let this child participate in the selection ceremony alongside the 8th young lady. Butler Choi seemed very surprised because Li Xian was just a child, unprepared, and the age gap between him and the 8th young lady was quite significant. However, Lai Tixin had made up his mind. After discussing this, he and butler Choi left. Li Xian lay in the wooden crib, taking a deep breath. Just like before, his father's presence was still as intimidating as ever after all this time. But more importantly, what the heck is going on here? If this really is a flashback before his death, then this feels way too real. Besides, the conversation he just heard between Li Tixin and butler Choi was definitely something that had happened. Although it felt hard to believe, it seemed like he really had gone back to the past. It is tough to accept this ridiculous situation. But just like that, months have passed since the first time he traveled back in time, and the special day for the Lai Xingmu family has arrived, the selection ceremony. During this event, the children of the clan will reveal their talents through the choice of weapons. Li Xian's father, who was chosen by dozens of swords as a child, became the greatest swordsman of his time. His older brother, chosen by sword, spellbooks, and staves, gained fame for his exceptional skills in both swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the one participating in the selection ceremony is Li Xian. Just like in his previous life, he had to wear an uncomfortable ceremonial outfit, sitting on a velvet chair. Waiting, Li's nurse, a cheerful woman, kept complimenting how adorable he looked in this fancy outfit. She encouraged him not to worry, assuring that everything would turn out just fine. The path of the young master will surely be full of opportunities. I am certain of it, the cheerful lady said. Li Xian could not help but feel happy. To him, this nurse was like a real mother, since he had lost his own mother when he was very young, but due to the pressures from his siblings. Eventually, the cheerful lady was expelled from the family with him. She was the only one standing by Li Xian, even shedding tears out of worry for him until the very last moment. Looking at the serene face of Ho Chicken, Li Xian made a vow this time. He would not let any more heartbreak happen, and so, he stretched out his tiny hands, embracing Ho Chicken and pressing their faces together. I will protect you in this lifetime. Ho Chicken, Li Xian thought to himself at that moment. The servant arrived to announce that everything was ready. Meanwhile, butler Choi had come to report to Tixin that all preparations for the selection ceremony were complete. He nodded and led the group outside. The selection ceremony truly gathered a massive crowd compared to the 8th young lady. The illegitimate child who had just been brought home, like Li Xian, attracted even more attention. He recognized a few familiar faces, like Lady Baek Ho Xian, the official wife of Lai Tixin, the head of the Lai family, Lai Ti, who was also Lai Tixin's younger brother, along with the eldest son Lai Mayang Zhong and the third son Lai Gun Xiang. Lai Ti Hyong stared at him, then sighed. He is still so young. Mayang Zhong nodded in agreement, saying he had never seen anyone participate in a selection ceremony at such a young age. Meanwhile, Lai Gun Xiang looked visibly annoyed, and who could blame him? Suddenly having another child out of nowhere would make anyone uncomfortable. In light of Lai Tixin's bold declaration, the selection ceremony officially began. The 8th young lady, Lai Ho, was the first to go. Tixin picked her up and placed her on a stone chair in the center of the ceremony, then used a dagger to make a decisive cut on her fingertip. She immediately burst into tears, blood dripping from her fingertip onto the stone, creating an invisible bond. The weapon that connected to the other end of that bond was the prestigious sword of their lineage, the house sword. The house sword had not chosen any child from the Lai family in a long time, yet now it had selected Lai Ho. Tixin extended his hand, and the house sword flew towards them. He raised the sword high, declaring in front of everyone that this weapon now belonged to Lai Ho. The crowd immediately flocked to congratulate Baek Ho Xian for yet another genius being born into the family. Ho Xian politely thanked them, but her gaze remained fixated on Lai Xian. His ceremony was about to begin right after Lai Ho's. At that moment, many people above were whispering about his identity, doubting how an illegitimate child could possibly be worthy of participating in the selection ceremony. But Tixin held on to him, then placed him down on that chair. Unlike his sister, Lai Xian did not cry when the blood was drawn. This pleased Tixin immensely. Tixin patted his head right in front of everyone, then praised him for doing well. But having lived a full life before, Lai Xian did not feel joy or satisfaction from his father's praise. On the contrary, Lai Xian felt incredibly tense because this moment had finally arrived. In his previous life, the Celestial Sword had chosen him the Celestial Sword. Than, who knows if they have been reborn? Will you and it still have a fate together in this life? The blood of Lai Xian drips onto the stone bench, just like Lai Ho, quickly forming an invisible thread on the high stands. Tihiang silently observes the person beside him and sees Lai Xian's face is ashen. Are you blind not to notice she is not happy at all? It is no wonder. After all, Lai Xian is the hidden bloodline of Tisheng, and she is the official wife. So seeing her happy is what really matters. Tiang sighs, feeling that Lai Xian has a truly harsh fate. Carrying the title of a second son while trying to survive in the Lai Sung Mu family is no easy feat. This little thought of Tihang was spotted by an elder in the family. The old man with the silver hair stepped forward a few paces, stroking his beard as he spoke. The Sen family patriarch seems to take quite an interest in this second son. Tihang remains silent, only internally grinding his teeth, feeling that it is likely those old, conservative men stuck in the pureblood ideology are why things have gotten so tangled. But after all, the other party is the esteemed elder Lai Xian Sung, a highly respected figure in the family. So Tihang hesitates to be disrespectful and broadens his response. Meeting the elder's gaze, Tihang's eyes are as cold as ice. He knows Xian Sung never reveals his true thoughts, so he can afford to lose focus when talking to him. Just like most, Xian Sung shows a disdainful attitude when seeing a second son whose origins are unclear, questioning how he could even participate in the selection ceremony. But what he says next is truly outrageous. The selection ceremony has no significance for a second son. This has been clearly proven through the experiences of the steward. As not, Tihang clenches his fists tightly. He really wants to throw down with this old man. But of course, he can't do that. So Lai Xian Sung continues to act all high and mighty. I apologize if I have spoken disrespectfully. It is just that the steward is someone from outside, and has not been chosen in the selection ceremony before, which is just too famous. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. The words Lai Xian Sung uttered are enough to send Tihang into a rage. In his eye, the second son is merely a second son, worth nothing at all. So it is best for him to know his place. But Tihang finally can't hold back any longer. He shouts out, "Enough is enough. I won't endure such insulting words any longer." Lai Xian Sung's eyes widen in shock. Not from Tihang's defiance, but from the blinding light radiating from down below the stands. Tihang immediately jumps to his feet. The blue light is growing more and more dazzling, and the two of them, Lai Xian and Yi, are filled with completely different emotions. No way. How can this happen? Lai Xian Sung clings tightly to the railing, nearly losing his balance. Haha. Even witnessing it firsthand, I still feel like I am dreaming. Lai Tihang seems excited, quietly hoping that the child sharing his origins will have a bright future. The luminous thread connecting them radiates from Lai Xian so brilliantly that people can barely make out him and the family head standing at the center of the stands anymore. The results were nothing like what had happened in the past life, where every weapon present in the ceremony had chosen Lai Xian. What is even more terrifying is that even the weapons already owned reacted to him, as if they wanted to abandon their masters to embrace Lai Xian as their new home. My young Rong's sword was not an exception either. It glowed in his hands. But instead of being annoyed, my young Rong seemed excited, turning to his side to ask his associate, Guan Song, "Do you believe what you are seeing? Our Senja's potential is far beyond what we ever imagined. Is not that is right?" Lai Guansong replied, his gaze sharp as a knife, wishing he could deal with Lai Xian right then and there. Everyone witnessing this was buzzing with chatter. Most of them thought this outcome was absurd and could not possibly occur with someone from an outside family. Lai Tae-sin took a deep breath and signaled for everyone to quiet down, and just like that, the entire arena fell silent as a tomb. He stated that according to family rules, all weapons that chose Lai Xian must belong to him. However, resolving this issue simply would not be easy. Tae-sin wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Tae-hying was the first to speak up. He felt that no matter how the family rules went, giving all these weapons to Lai Xian would still contradict the meaning of the selection ceremony, because this ritual is a tradition that must be upheld for future generations. Therefore, The fairest thing would be to let the young master of the Lei family choose an item from all the weapons that selected him. Lei Tae-sin found his brother's suggestion reasonable and immediately accepted it. He snapped his fingers, and all the weapons soared up, neatly forming a circle. Then, Lei Xian floated up and was placed right in the center of that circle. Now, my son, choose what you desire, Tae-sin said firmly, unsure if a kid like Lei Xian could grasp his words. Of course. He understood, and Lei Xian knew this choice was crucial for him. Even though he did not know why things were different from his past life, this was still a golden opportunity. So he had to seize it. Lei Xian clenched his fists and began to move. He had passed over many precious items, like the sword infused with the bloodline of the true dragon, Braha, meant to slay powerful demonic creatures, white spears, forged by combining part of a human's body, or the Van Hen staff made from branches of the world tree, where spirits dwell, and the spirit sword that was forged at the time when the moon and stars aligned. These magnificent weapons were all waiting for Lei Xian to choose. But he did not hesitate at all. He crawled straight to the ancestral sword of the Lei family, found deep in the wild, untamed lands. For generations, no one has been able to unlock its hidden power, leaving it quietly in the shadows, covered in the dust of time. This sword was named Hefakiri, and Lei Xian reached out to touch it. Master Lei Ti gazed intently at him, and based on what was known, this sword did not quite meet the standards for being classified as divine grade. However, due to its connection to the ancestor of the clan, it was still preserved alongside the other divine grade weapons. So far, no immortal had ever been chosen by the Dark Blade. But Lei Xian was different. Master Tian was not sure if this was merely a meaningless selection from a newborn, or a great destiny that fate had just woven. But then, he picked up his youngest son and declared before everyone that Lei Xian had chosen the Dark Blade, closing the ritual for the day. In the high seats, the face of the noblewoman Xian was now as cold as ice. She kept muttering under her breath, Lei Xian, yet another troublemaker stepping into the family. If he has become a witness, then all I can do is eliminate him. 9 years slipped by in silence, and today was just like any other day. Lei Xian said goodbye to his wet nurse to go train. But the noblewoman insisted on seeing him off for a bit. She was puzzled, as all the other training areas were mostly empty. Yet Lei Xian stubbornly chose the number 1 area, which was already worn out. Before he could explain, they heard a loud shout coming from training area number 7. That is not how you do it. Holding the sword too tightly will injure your hands. Come on, swing it again. Turned out to be Lei Ho training with her master. Even though this girl was 1 rank above Lei Xian, he never called her sister. Instead, he always referred to her as Miss 8, even though that was not very polite. For him, calling someone only 5 months older than him sister felt too awkward. Lei Ho seemed to be struggling with her swordsmanship, to the point where she got frustrated with her master, and threw the sword down to the ground. The 9-year-old girl's face was full of indignation, and then she shouted, Master, why do you keep nagging? Holding a sword should not be that hard. Just grip it tightly and you are good to go. Young lady, all of this is for your sake. First, calm down and try again. This time you will definitely do better. The master softened a bit and picked up the sword from the ground, handing it back to Lei Ho. This person was Bichai Hian, the captain of the Dark Guild. Upon learning his identity, Lei Xian was taken aback. A 9-year-old child with such a formidable master. That is just too much. While lost in thought, he unconsciously voiced his inner musings. Hearing this, Lei Ho felt a pang of sadness. She thought her young master was feeling left out because he did not have a master. So she tried to comfort him. Young master, soon a great master will appear who will recognize your true talent. After that, Lei Ho began to feel down, blaming herself for not being able to serve the young master properly. While the child of the same age, Lei Ho, grew up with all the privileges, Lei Xian had to make do with very little. Looking at the young wet nurse's expression, Lei Xian could hardly stand it and snapped back, not again. The wet nurse is someone we should be very grateful to. You know. And people like that we just do not need. They are definitely only here because of the Lei family's status. Besides, I already have good masters. Looking at Lei Xian's confident and mature demeanor, the gentle chicken finally felt a bit more reassured. After seeing him off at the entrance of the training area specifically for the direct descendants of the Lei Sung Mu clan, she finally left. Lei Xian stepped inside, where this place symbolized the long history of this prestigious family. But right now, it felt more like a relic than a true dojo. However, there was only one reason Lei Xian came here, and that was to access the treasure trove of ancient weapons older than any arms found in the dojos. In a corner, he discovered an old sword, its blade marked with numerous scars. But to him, this was a treasure, because 9 years ago, when he returned for his second life. Some extraordinary changes occurred within him. Among those changes, the most astonishing was his ability to read the memories trapped within various weapons. The moment he held that old sword in his hands, Lezion felt like he had traveled back in time hundreds of years, standing in a classroom, and because of this, he received the teachings of countless masters from generations past. Those memories were deeply engraved in this weapon. The more ancient and exquisite the weapon, or the longer it had been cherished by its owner, the clearer the memories became, like a steadfast guardian that would never waver. Thanks to the memories of the past being more vivid than ever, Lezion had been studying diligently, and today, he had completed his training with the 7-star sword. Since he started coming here at the age of 7, he had absorbed almost all the memories of the weapons in the clan's arsenal. For someone with a past life as miserable as Lezion, this was quite an achievement to be proud of. It was fantastic. It had been ages since he had seen a perfect 7-star sword like this. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him. He thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be T, the steward of the Lisungmu clan. He was also a level 4 fighter. Though he was the second son, his strength had earned him recognition and elevated him to his current position from his past life to this one. Hang was the only one in the clan who genuinely cared for Lezion, perhaps because they both shared the same status as second sons. Respectfully greeting uncle, Lezion obediently bowed his head to speak. Hyung chuckled and ruffled his hair. You can just call me uncle. You train hard every day, and that is commendable. Every time I come home from work, I see your shadow. Hyung seemed very proud of his nephew, and more than anyone else, he understood how hard it must be to face discrimination from other siblings. Still, Hung hoped that Lezion could stand strong and overcome it all. Uncle, no matter what, I carry the blood of the Lisungmu clan, Lezion replied resolutely. To wield a sword is to prove one's worth. That is the meaning behind our clan's name, and I have been taught that I will prove myself by my own strength. Lezion's answer caught off guard. Hang was stunned for a few seconds. He felt a pang of regret that such a perfect child was born as a second son. Hyung sighed deeply. Thinking back, it won't be long before the child is old enough to have a naming ceremony. It may be a bit late, but before the naming ceremony, I want to be your master. How does that sound? Light, Hyung suddenly proposed. His smile was infectious, clearly indicating he was thrilled. However, Lezion had to splash some cold water on this uncle's proposal with a swift rejection. Hyun was left frozen, thinking that Lezion was not happy with a master like him. But Lezion quickly waved his hand and explained. Before the naming ceremony, one should not take on a master. That is the family rule, and I do not want to put my uncle in an awkward position. This answer only surprised. Hyun was even more astonished, because Lezion's siblings had blatantly broken family rules, the most recent being Ho, who had a master at the same age as him. Moreover, aside from being taught by renowned masters, they were also nurtured with all sorts of magical elixirs. Yet, Lezion insisted that even if it was a rule no one followed anymore, it did not mean he should not uphold it. And as mentioned earlier, Lezion wanted to prove his strength on his own. Hearing this from a 9-year-old made T feel it was almost unbelievable. Looking into the boy's eyes, he felt he was gazing into the eyes of his own brother. Lighty, seems like you are not giving up on this stubbornness. Hyung sighed again, then began to ruffle his nephew's hair. You are just like your father, a real stubborn one. However, even though Lezion turned down his offer to be his master, Hung still wanted to help his nephew with something, because if he did not do anything for him, he could not find peace in his heart. Hyung asked again. Is there anything else you need? I can help you. Lezion's eyes lit up like car headlights. This was the line he had been waiting for. Lezion scratched his head, starting to channel his inner actor, showing both awkwardness and a burning desire to have it. Actually, I have a request. Uncle, I want to tour the family vault. It was easy to see the shock in T Hung's eyes after hearing this proposal, but in the end, he agreed, and soon after, the two of them got in the car and headed to the Lisungmu family vault. At the entrance, 2 high-ranking martial artists were on guard, and their vehicle was stopped. As the head of the family, Light Hyung just needed to show his credentials for a quick pass through the gate. Sitting in the back seat, Lezion was introduced as the youngest son of the family visiting for a tour, so the guards had no reason to stop them. After the car passed through the main gate, Lezion reacted in a way that matched his age. Still, it is a bit off for a kid to be too calm on their first visit to the vault. He definitely did not want his uncle to suspect anything. Through the rearview mirror, seeing his nephew's excited expression, Hung could not help but feel delighted. You really like it that much? He asked. Of course. Like Sun was practically buzzing with excitement. This was the vault. the place that held the most precious treasures of the family. Naturally, he did not tell Hang about his true purpose, which was to find a weapon he could not get in his past life. The family vault contained legendary weapons, ancient artifacts, some of which no one was even sure existed. Those who sought such mythical items usually got the same response, that everything could be found within the vault of the Lai Sung-mu family. Hyung guided Lai Xian inside the vault and started pressing the elevator button. He mentioned that the basement of the vault was where sealed weapons were kept for various reasons. Among them were the monstrous weapons that had devoured their own masters. If you casually touched those weapons, both your body and mind would get consumed. Hyung flashed a sly smile. He wanted to scare the kid, but little did he know, the kid in front of him had already lived 2 lives. Nevertheless, like some played along, putting on a scared expression to please his uncle. Then, it was him who reassured the boy. Don't worry. You won't be entering any dangerous places. I have some things to take care of upstairs, so you can explore at your own pace. Like Sun happily nodded, then hopped into the elevator. Once the doors closed, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The toughest part of this game for him seemed to be keeping up the act of being an innocent child. Like Sun pressed the button for the basement, also known as the weapon graveyard, a place sealed with countless weapons and artifacts. The only reason Like Sun came all the way here was to search for a special weapon called Infinity. Originally, Infinity took the form of a long sword, but once infused with magic, it could change its length, shape, weight, and even properties at will. In his previous life, Like Sun had accidentally discovered it in the vault. Thanks to this sword's limitless transformation and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title of Master of Change, which pushed his older brother out of the top heir position and made him the head of the family. And then he found Layan, who had always lurked in the shadows and was eliminated without mercy. That was all he knew at this point, and to prevent that scenario from happening, he had to find Infinity first. It would take time, but Like Sun had no choice but to check each item one by one. Magic power surged in his hands, along with the determination that this time around, he would definitely obtain that sword. Napsun. Like Sun patiently infused magic into each weapon, but after an hour had passed, he had checked all the swords that seemed suitable with no results at all. Yet, Like Sun remained undeterred, firmly believing that the weapon had to be here. He decided to check the display cabinet over there. However, as he moved, Like Sun accidentally dropped a rusty weapon. It was older than any other weapon in this vault, and as Like Sun reached out to pick it up, he suddenly felt the magic slip from his palm. Even though he had not intended for that to happen, the magic swirled and flowed into the rusty sword. This strange phenomenon suddenly clouded Like Xian's vision, leaving him disoriented. When he was finally able to see again, he found himself transported to another realm, a mountain of blood instead of the tidy vault of his clan. Like Sun felt a wave of panic, but he guessed that this was the memory hidden within the rusty sword. However, this sensation was unlike any memories from weapons he had previously encountered. It felt as if Like Sun was truly present in this place. The clarity of the experience was astonishing. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Like Sun panicked and turned around. What he saw was so terrifying that even nature seemed to cower in fear. He held a pair of gigantic eyes glaring down at him from above. It was the apocalyptic monster that had risen from the ancient blue hole, devouring countless civilization. Like Sun's legs turned to jelly, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt such fear. Like Sun knew there was no way he could defeat that ancient monster, and if he wanted to survive, he had to run. But somehow, an invisible entity had silently appeared behind him. Though the image was somewhat hazy, he could still make out the figure of a man wielding a rusty sword. Then, this man suddenly charged forward, heroically confronting the monstrous creature. With just a single swing of his sword, he pierced through the enemy. Like Sun was so scared that he crouched down in shock. The power of that strike was truly terrifying. With just one blow, he had dispatched his foe. After the battle ended, the blood-soaked man turned to him, giving him an icy glare, and then asked, "Who are you?" Like Sun was even more astonished. He had thought this was merely a memory from the rusty sword, just a bit more vivid than the others. Who would have guessed this man could actually see him? Moreover, the look in his eyes was clearly not hostile. In fact, moments later, he stepped closer and raised his sword. "Out of mercy? I will send you off without pain." Like Xian's eyes widened, but he had no way to stop the blade that was descending upon him. The painful memories of his past life seemed to replay in that instant. He gasped in terror. And then, in a blink, the space warped again, and Like Xian found himself back in his clan's vault. The time-worn sword slipped from his grasp, making a sound that pulled him back to reality. Even so, he could not stop trembling. What had just happened could not simply be a memory. If it truly was a memory, then why did the figure in the memory attack him? The sensation of being pursued by that entity lingered, as if it was real. Then, like Sung glanced at the rusty sword again and was shocked to see the layers of grime slowly vanishing. A thought flickered in his mind. Could this truly be endless despair? Try picking it up and taking a closer look. That is right. This is exactly what you have been searching for. Without hesitation, like Song cuts the tip of his finger and lets his blood drip onto that sword. In this lifetime, he must become the master of Van Bun. The moment the fresh blood touches the blade, a blinding light erupts in this secret chamber. Like Sun channels a bit of his magic and swings the sword, and indeed, that sword transforms into a longsword in the blink of an eye. Time quietly passes. A week has gone by since that fateful moment. Today, Song continues his training as usual, but his face reveals his frustration. Another failure. It has been a week since I got this endless sword from the underground armory. Right now, I am keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid being discovered. He sits down, wipes the sweat from his forehead, and recalls what happened in the basement that day. But what was that event all about? Oh right. The man. His sword swing seemed to remind me that I am still not worthy. Images of that bloody scene flash in Xian's mind, where the man executed a single strike that obliterated the monster, not to mention his power. Just the movement of that man had an elegant beauty to it. But no matter how hard I try to imitate him, I just can't pull it off. Yet, I do not feel impatient. In my past life, I was just a nobody. My family's basic martial arts were never even taught to me. It is just a simple technique. But it is my first time encountering such advanced martial arts. I can do this. I remember his movements so clearly in my mind. Clearer than anyone. As I think about that, my gaze freezes, and my face reflects realization. Wait a second. That man. I am not a grown adult like him. I am just a 9-year-old kid. If I try to mimic the movements of an adult completely, of course I won't be able to unleash my full strength. That thought flashes through Xian's mind, illuminating the path ahead. I need to accept this body, take my time, and naturally swing the sword in a way that suits me. With a fresh determination, Xian closes his eyes, relaxes his entire body, and takes a deep breath. He raises the sword above his head, tightens his grip, and brings it down with all his might. The moment the blade hits the ground, an explosive shockwave erupts, powerful enough to make the earth tremble. Rocks and dirt fly everywhere, as if a storm just hit. Looking at his achievement, Xian nods slightly. Good. It seems like I have grasped the feeling. Now it is just a matter of channeling my magic. But right after that, a thoughtful expression returns to his face. No matter how many times I try to channel it from memory, it still feels like I am missing a crucial part. I just can't replicate it. Ultimately, I can only continue experimenting. All right, let us start again. He sighs, tightening his grip on the sword and preparing his stance. But just then, a soft yet firm hand unexpectedly grips his sword. A strange voice rings in his ear. Hey kid. Where did you learn that technique? Xian hesitated. The newcomer was a young girl, with silky black hair and deep brown eyes. No doubt about it. This girl belonged to the Sung Mulan lineage. He furrowed his brow, cautious, and asked directly, Who are you? Contrary to his wariness, the girl burst into a carefree laugh, her tone laced with surprise. You do not know me. Well, that makes sense. You probably would not, since I do not really show my face around much without needing an invitation. She cheerfully continued. What is your name? Faced with her strangely friendly demeanor, Xian hesitated, then replied. The moment his name left his lips, the girl lit up. She grabbed his hand, shaking it enthusiastically like she was handling a doll. What a special name. That is right. I am Lai Gong Ho. Nice to meet you. As she said her name, Xian instantly recognized her identity. She was the youngest. Lai Gong Ho. He recalled what his uncle had told him in his past life, that she was someone so unique, even their grandfather could not accept her. But what truly shocked Xian was not her identity. It was the question he silently screamed inside. Why did not she mention her outrageous power, while playing around with her nephew like that? Xian squinted, and although Lai Gai Ho looked suspicious, she said nothing. As for the youngest, she seemed unfazed by his gaze, just took a quick glance and casually remarked, You seem a bit weak there. Without beating around the bush, she stepped right up to Xian, stopping just in front of him and asked, Where did you learn that technique? Xian was not one to be easily fooled. Of course. He would not reveal anything. He tilted his head, responding cautiously. Why do you ask? Guang Ho simply laughed, answering with a proud expression as if bragging that his ancient martial arts. You see, I absolutely love the old fighting styles. It was a time when monsters roamed free. Right, after saying that, she pulled an old book from her sleeve and handed it to Xian as if it were a treasured gift. Here's the scoop. Xian raised an eyebrow in curiosity at the book. She nodded encouragingly. Yeah. Go ahead and open it. Without hesitation, Xian flipped through the pages. And the more he read, the more he frowned. The handwriting is terrible, making it hard to read. But is this really magic? A thought flickered in his mind, not only magic but also records of martial arts. The level was so high he could not grasp it all. Maybe the rumors about her were not accurate at all. Contemplating, Xian hesitated to ask again. What is this? Understanding that her little nephew was still trying to figure it out, Gyung-ho stepped closer, pointing at the book and explaining, her voice gentle yet filled with excitement. These are ancient spells based on exposed mana. Back in the day, magic could only use the mana within the body without needing mana cores. Modern magic, on the other hand, relies on storing mana in the heart. But can we really call ancient magic outdated? The techniques of controlling mana back then might even surpass what we have now. She paused for a moment, then continued with an uncommon seriousness. That is why I am also researching amplification spells and transformation techniques. But the remaining records are just too few. Her words pulled Xian's mind into a whole new world. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. This was a perspective he had never imagined. A glimpse into the magic of the infinite. Instantly, he turned around. Wait a Missut. Hold on. Before Ho could grasp what was happening, Xian dashed away. Somehow, he pulled out a sword, gripping it tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, and started to channel his magical energy. The energy from the magic core in his heart radiated throughout his body. But then he hesitated. Wait a minute. That nameless warrior had unleashed it with visible magic. A technique he could not comprehend from his memories. But now, he could do it. A glimmer of realization sparked in Xian's eyes as he gathered his strength and swung the sword down hard. Instantly, a massive wave of water erupted from the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying like an explosion. Seeing the result, Xian could not contain his thrill. He had succeeded. But before he could take a full breath, Ho rushed in. Panic etched across his face. She grabbed Xian's shoulders, shook him vigorously, and yelled, "What was that? Was that the grand amplification technique?" Xian felt a flicker of guilt, glanced away, and replied reluctantly, "Yeah, it is the grand amplification technique."
Well,
Ho seemed frozen for a second, then erupted with a shout. "How did you do that?" Meanwhile, Xian maintained his usual air of mystery. He shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Okay. Of course. Ho was not satisfied with that answer. She thought to herself. What she meant was, how could he even do something like that? But Xian was not one to be easily pressured. He retorted with a serious face. Why should I tell you? At this moment, Ho lost her composure, her voice almost pleading, her eyes sincere like a lost child. She said, It is because of that notebook you gave me that I know any of this. You see, I have lived my whole life for this. I have been searching for it for over 10 years. Even after being disowned from my family. I am asking you. She grasped Xian's hands tightly. Trembling, a moment of silence hung between them. Xian looked at the desperate woman before him and sighed softly. All right then, but you have to promise me 3 things. First, you can't tell anyone about me unless I give you the green light. Of course. That goes for both my brother and my dad as well. Why is that? Ho blinked in confusion. But Xian replied immediately without hesitation. Because I do not like others talking about me without my permission. Hearing that, Ho's expression softened. It was unclear what she was thinking, but her face suddenly turned somber. I see. I feel the same way. Watching her suddenly go quiet, Xian felt a pang of surprise. Why did she look so down? But instead of asking, he continued to lay out his next condition. The second is that you can't lie to me. Because we need to trust each other. I will also be honest with you as much as I can. Ho paused for a moment. Then nodded, but more urgently. All right. So what is the final condition? About the last one, he said, and after a brief pause, a year later, in the early morning, the mist still lingered on the training ground stones in the tranquil atmosphere. Only the sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed as Xian continued to practice diligently as he did every day. Come on. Come on, a voice called out. Cutting through the silence, Xian turned around, catching sight of Kawa rushing toward him, clutching a letter with a panicked expression. What is going on that you had to run all the way here? Even though Kawa was out of breath, he still struggled to hold the letter out in front of him, as if this piece of paper was more important than his own life. Here. Take a look at this. Xian took the letter, his eyes scanning the familiar handwriting. Just one glance, and he knew exactly what was going on. A smirk tugged at his lips as he thought to himself, finally. It is. The letter contained a short, clear message. No fluff. Just a summons for the target. The former Herr Xian. Date scheduled. September 10th at 10 am. Content. Participants of the naming ceremony must gather at the central arena before 10 am on September 10th. Note. Anyone bringing items not on the list will face severe punishment. Representative of the family Mai Wang Trong. As soon as he read the name Mai Wang Trong, Xian's expression froze. And he muttered to himself. The representative is the head of Mai Wang Trong. He can't be home. I have not heard anything about him presenting at all. Before he could ponder further, the naming ceremony. Gi Wang Ho beside him suddenly burst out as if someone had thrown a bucket of fire on her. Xian turned in surprise, seeing her wide-eyed, face flushed like she was about to explode. What has got her so worked up all of a sudden? Gi Wang Ho stuttered as if she was trying to hold back a storm inside her. Everything's just starting to unfold. This is the most crucial moment. If you participate in the naming ceremony, you will be stuck there. You can join. Looking at her expression, which was just like a kid who had their favorite toy snatched away, Xian could only sigh. It has been a year since the deal with her. Since then, we have been studying magic together, merging raw mana with revealed mana. A completely new magic system is her lifelong dream. Raw mana extracts symbols and alters properties. Revealed mana allows for control and operation. Thanks to that, my magical abilities have surpassed any kid my age. Gyung Ho kept mumbling, full of regret. Are you really not going to participate? Studying magic is way more exciting. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, Xian firmly concluded with a sentence. You know you can right? Don't worry. Even if I cut back on a bit of time, I will still practice magic and restore ancient magic. That statement made Gai Gong Ho's eyes go wide with astonishment. How can you pull that off? The training schedule for the naming ceremony will be intense. But Xian did not falter, his eyes shining with unwavering faith. I will manage to do both at the same time. And later, in a stark white room filled with artificial light, surrounding Xian and Ho was a magical glass cage. Dense like a prison of light, the two sat calmly inside, ready for what was to come. From the opposite side, a deep voice echoed. Today, we will begin training. First, endure a magical attack for 30 minutes. That is Zheng Git, the captain of the Blood Tiger team, directly in charge of the training for the naming ceremony. Right after those words, a low rumble echoed, and the entire glass cage erupted with chaotic electric sparks. The blue flashes flickered wildly, shining like hundreds of lightning snakes. But just as the lightning bolt was about to strike Xian, everything suddenly halted. An invisible barrier surrounded him, deflecting every attack like a breeze brushing past a bronze wall. Zhang Gu, who had witnessed countless geniuses, was momentarily taken aback. Normally, a former nobleman without basic training would have been fried to a crisp by now. Yet, he effortlessly pushed back everything with magic. His gaze involuntarily turned towards Xian. In that instant, Xian's eyes met his. Calm, cold, and profoundly deep. Is that kid actually watching me? Jiang Gu's heart raced as he suddenly realized that the boy was not just passive. He was testing, evaluating, forcing others to elevate themselves to a whole new level. Damn. That is not just a kid. With skills like that, calling him a genius is an understatement. This is not just a naming ceremony anymore. It is time for me to pour all my energy into teaching him every drop of my experience. Contemplating the immense potential before him, Jiang Gu's hand instinctively clenched. A surge of indescribable emotion rose within him. Not just surprise, but excitement. That passion, which seemed to have cooled long ago, was igniting back to life. Time flew, not waiting for anyone. After a grueling training session, Xian sighed, stretching while mumbling to himself. Phew. Finally done. This family is crazy. Did they really just toss me into a magic generator to toughen me up? But I did not expect the other side to apologize first. Xian shrugged, noticing the way everyone's eyes were starting to shift towards him. Either way, it is time to take a breather. And just as he was about to turn away, fate seemed to play a trick. A shadow darted out from the side. In that split second, Xian reacted like a machine programmed for this. His arm shot up, decisively blocking the surprise attack. The attacker was none other than Eva, the little girl. Nice try. But you missed, she said coldly. Wait. You little brat. Come here for a sec. Of course. Was not the type to play along with someone else's script. He took a step back, raising an eyebrow. What are you up to? Ha could not keep her cool and yelled. Watch your words. I am the legitimate child. And you are just the sidekick. Plus, I am a year older than you. Xian did not bother arguing. Wasting time squabbling with a kid like her was worse than training in a snowstorm. He simply waved his hand dismissively. I do not have time to bicker with you. With that, the young man turned and walked away decisively. But Hana's anger was far from extinguished. The girl channeled her magic into her fist, shouting at the top of her lungs. Hey, do not ignore me. Sensing the surge of magic from behind, Xian instantly turned around, his expression darkening. She is even using level of magic. I was going to let this slide, but I guess I have to teach her a lesson. The punch came close, but before it could land, Xian smoothly sidestepped it. At that moment, his hand shot out, and Tom grabbed Ho by the collar, lifting her into the air with a chilling warning. If you want to complain, go whine to your mommy. Don't you dare bother me. I am super busy right now. With that, Xian let, and Ho tumbled to the ground. But instead of backing down, she started spilling all her frustrations. This is all your fault. Because of you causing that huge scandal at the selection ceremony, I keep getting compared to you. Seriously. Know your place as a second child and just shut it. It is so unfair. I have been losing sleep, training hard every day, while you were just born with talent. I did not ask for this, but my mom wait. Ho realized she would just slipped up. She immediately covered her mouth. Xian raised an eyebrow, a faint smile creeping across his face, dripping with sarcasm. Blaming others is so easy. Is not, as you said, I am a second child. This status does not give me the luxury of that kind of attitude. Can't he sleep? Ah. Well, then do not sleep at all. If you can keep up while skipping snacks, you might as well skip the main course too. If I am making you mad, then just find every way to beat me down, and make me apologize to you. Because that is how the Sung Mulan family rolls. Without waiting for Ho's reaction, Xian turned and walked away, stride steady and not looking back. Behind him, she clenched her fists and yelled out, "You little brat. Talking tough. Ah. Come the naming ceremony. I will show off my skills and outshine you. You better call me sister and kneel down to beg." Remember that Xian did not turn back, just calmly replied, "Sure. I will be waiting." That afternoon, in the training area reserved for direct family members. Zone 7. A woman in formal attire approached. No announcement was needed. Her icy presence made all the servants bow down. The lady has arrived. One of them spoke respectfully. Lady Biko. Xian nodded coldly. Step aside. I need to talk to my daughter. With that, she walked into the training room, where Ho was focused on her training, sweat dripping onto the cold tiled floor. Just one question rang out. What are you doing? Ho jumped and turned around, her hands frozen mid-air, recognizing the familiar voice. She stammered. I am practicing. Ho's gaze dropped to the ground, unable to meet her mother's sharp, knife-like stare. And just as she feared, Lady Big Ho Xian was not there to praise her. She was there to dissect all her failures with words colder than ice. I have heard about what happened. You let it overpower you. The frigid voice echoed from behind the door as it swung open. Beach Ho Xian stood there like an impending storm, her eyes filled with disappointment and pressure. I told you. If you can control it, then just keep your eyes on it. I am really disappointed. If you are just training hard out of fear of punishment, then stop. Her words cut deep, leaving Ho silent for a few seconds. Then, something inside her stirred. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze determined as she faced her mother. I know what you think about my training, but I am doing this because I want to. I will defeat that guy. Not because you want me to, but because I want to, and I am making my own choices. The answer made Baek Ho Xian narrow her eyes slightly, although her face remained unchanged. A feeling of discomfort began to stir within her. She muttered under her breath. How could an unknown person provoke her? After all, she was a direct descendant of the Sung Mulan clan. She and that boy were never on the same level from the start. It is obvious he is inferior, yet he lets himself get provoked. With that, she pulled a small glass vial from her sleeve and handed it to her daughter with a stern reminder. This is a dream essence. It acts as a stimulant. If you can overcome it, then crush it. That is the way of the Sung Mulan clan. Without saying another word, Baek Ho Xian turned and left the room. At the same moment, in another room, a shocked whisper broke the silence. No way. This can't be. The maid Kawa stared wide-eyed at the computer screen. On it was the latest result from the internal evaluation system of the Sung Mulan clan. Le Xian. Male. Magic skills. Level 1. Weapon skills. Level 1. Theory. Level 1. Overall ranking. Level 1. Right next to her, Xian grinned like a spring breeze, arms crossed proudly. How's that, Nanny? Feeling less worried now, Kawa could hardly contain her emotions, wrapping her arms around her little master, her voice trembling yet filled with pride. I did not help you at all. And yet you did so well. Xian laughed lightly in response. You have helped me a lot. Do not say that. Just then, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, shattering the warm moment between them as the door swung open. Kiddo, let us go train. What the heck? Grandpa stormed in like a whirlwind. His face lit up with excitement, as if he had just devoured a whole barrel of fire. Xian blinked, barely processing it before blurting out, but I just finished training. What is with you barging in like that? Grandpa announced, flexing his biceps like a superhero. That is why we need to go practice. Training magic will help you feel less tired. Xian looked at her with the gaze of a middle-aged man observing a child rambling nonsense. I have never heard of that benefit before. Grandpa paused, eyes darting to the side, mouth stuttering. Really? Really? It must be like that. Seeing this, Xian shook his head lightly but said nothing more. He remembered something serious and spoke up. Well, okay. But I actually have something I want to show you. This statement caused Grandpa's face to change instantly, from curiosity to shock. Could it be that you have reached the first star level already? Xian did not answer, just gave a gentle smile that confirmed everything. The magic control technique typically has 3 distinct stages: enhancement, body reinforcement, and energy manipulation that transforms magic properties, and Kai release that unleashes extraordinary power. However, Grandpa's magic system categorizes it by special star levels, capable of combining both modern and ancient techniques. At that moment, Grandpa channeled magic into Xian, focusing on sensing it. A moment later, she leaped up as if she had just hit the jackpot. Perfect. You truly are at first star. Did you notice any changes while using magic? I thought it would at least take another year. Xian shivered slightly, unable to shake off memories of the grueling days spent groping in the darkness, flirting with death itself. I realized this when we were just studying theory. Looking back, it is definitely a kind of crazy training. If I fail to control my magic, the balance between my heart and mana flow could completely collapse. But in reality, sometimes you just need to let things unfold naturally. Magic is like water. It flows according to its own laws. In the end, our bodies are merely vessels for magic. Xian's calm and straightforward words fell like a droplet onto a lake, causing Gai Wangho's thoughts to ripple. She hesitated for a moment, then murmured, a vessel. I think I can do that. It might take time, but I can manage it. Unlike before, this time her voice lacked excitement or sarcasm. It was light and cheerful, drenched in the realization of something significant. Seeing this, Xian smiled softly. It was not a big smile, but it held a sense of reassurance, like catching a glimpse of light at the end of a long tunnel. Did she just have an epiphany? Xian wondered, but that moment of clarity did not last long. Just a second later, Gai Wangho lunged at him, hugging him tightly like a teddy bear and screaming with joy. Thank you, my little darling. You are my lucky charm. Before Xian could react, her arms tightened around him like a steel vice, making his bones crack ominously. Let go. You are gonna break my ribs. It was not until she heard a real scream that Gai Wangho finally released him, not looking the slightest bit guilty. On the contrary, she eagerly switched to a new topic. Awesome. Now let us move on to the second phase. From the start, you knew that your first phase was different from the usual first phase. Right, in your opinion. What do you think you are best at? Zun rubbed his chin, pondering his entire journey before responding. I think what I am best at is swordsmanship. But before he could finish, Gai Wangho immediately shook her head, cutting him off. I do not think so. Xian was taken aback. He frowned and asked again. But I have never seen you practice swordsmanship. Gai Wangho shrugged, replying with a mixture of jest and sincerity. I have. Just a few times when I had some spare time. What I mean is, you have a talent that surpasses even swordsmanship. It is hard to explain in words. But your greatest talent is your magical prowess. Your magical talent is so outstanding that everything else pales in comparison. I have tried to teach the magic I created to many people, but no one could do it. Hearing this, Xian's gaze fell. He looked down at his hands, as if searching for something he had lost long ago. Before I went back to the past, I was ridiculed for being unable to use magic. A flood of hazy memories returned the days of being looked down upon. The cold stares, the pitying comments. Seeing Xian beginning to sink into contemplation, Gai Wangho lightly tapped his forehead as if to bring him back to reality. But for him now, reaching the second phase was not really a challenge. And if you succeed with the twin stars, the naming ceremony will be just like for a child. After that, we will teach you the real techniques. Sokusa. Xian nodded slightly, his voice calm yet filled with determination. Yeah, I got it. But hey, what is that thing next to you? He glanced at a wooden box sitting on the table. That thing, the lady said softly. Just then, a sharp gust of wind swept past Xian's face, leaving a thin scratch on his cheek before that strange object slammed into the wall behind, shattering the bricks. That is a ball. You need to learn how to unleash your magic while moving. If you just stand still while using it, then your magic is as good as useless. All right, let us get started. The lady smiled brightly, with no trace of hesitation on her face. Yet Xian could not shake off a really bad feeling about this lethal training. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, cut to a large arena, where Xian and Ho stood facing Lai Zongguan, the captain of the Blood Tiger team. From now on, I will guide you through the techniques of Xung Mui Ga. Choose the weapons you will be using and bring them here. You have 1 minute, so do not dawdle. Without wasting a moment, Xian and Ho dashed towards the racks to pick their weapons. But while choosing, Ho kept sneaking glances at Xian. Finally, unable to hold back, Xian turned around. Seriously? What are you staring at? Want to say something? Ho jolted, stammering. I am not looking at anything. There is nothing to say. Quickly shifting again, she whispered. You are using a sword, right? Xian coldly replied. Not really. Without saying more, he picked up 2 swords and a spear, then turned back to the training ground, leaving Ho wide-eyed. But I saw you clearly learning the sword. Over here. Captain Zhongguan glanced at the pile of weapons in Xian's hands, then frowned and asked, What are you doing? You told us to choose our weapons and bring them. Xian replied nonchalantly. Zhongguan reiterated, I said to choose what you will use. Xian shrugged as if it did not matter. This is what I will be using. At this point, the Blood Tiger captain was completely at a loss. He shook his head and muttered, I thought you were not that stupid. Turns out you are just a blockhead. Remember the words I am about to say. I said I would teach you secret techniques, but not lunch tricks or stances. Here in Zhongguan, there are countless unique skills called the Imperial Intent. To grasp those skills, first, you must awaken the essence that lies dormant within your bloodline. From now on, I will help you unlock it. So do not stress too much about awakening your instincts. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongguan swung his spear with great force. The wind howled with each movement, sharp and relentless, as he swiftly assumed a flawless attack stance. Seeing that tiger-like stance, Ho could not help but shudder, worry spilling out as she exclaimed, What is he planning to do? Meanwhile, Xian had a pretty good idea of what was coming. He turned to warn her, his voice cold and steady. If you do not want to pass out right from the start, you would better get ready. Before the words even finished, Zhongguan's figure crashed down like a bolt of lightning. With a swift move like a flash, he closed the distance to Xian in an instant, launching a powerful strike that sent him reeling. Luckily, in that moment of sheer reflex, Xian managed to counter, using his sword to block the blow and mitigate most of the damage. That reaction made Zhongguan burst into laughter. Utterly surprised. You actually blocked that. On the other side, Xian landed lightly, gritting his teeth as a flood of thoughts raced through his mind. Damn it. I can't believe I have to go through this crazy stuff again. I did not even complete this training in my past life. But this time will be different. Time slipped away amidst the relentless drills. Under the special care of Captain Zhongguan, both Xian and Ho were constantly pushed to their limits. It is no exaggeration to say they were being literally beaten to a pulp. It has been a month since Xian started this hellish training. He thought to himself, a 10-year-old should not have to endure this kind of training that feels like it is crushing bones and causing internal injuries. But I am not planning to complain. I can slowly feel that sensation creeping in. Xian muttered to himself, a vague smile tugging at the corners of his lips. In another corner, Ho jolted awake, her face still in shock. Did I pass out again? Her voice rang out, filled with confusion. Xian shrugged, replying nonchalantly, Yep. That is your 22nd time. I have only passed out 16 times. His teasing tone was like poking a fluffy cat. Ho immediately fumed, wiping away her tears of regret. I should have been better prepared on the first day. At this moment, the view shifted to Captain Dongguan. Standing not far away, he watched the 2 kids bicker, slowly calculating in his mind, catching this girl. This kid has incredible potential. I might have pushed too hard. Yet somehow, he has not been seriously hurt. And that wild child, from day one, I sensed he was something special. When I saw him bring a bunch of weapons, I thought he was a fool. But surprisingly, he handles each one well. He even exceeded expectations in real combat. Just 1 month in and he is already showing results. This is getting interesting. Then, with a booming voice like thunder, he called out, All right, let us start training. Everyone back to your positions. At the command, both Xian and Ho immediately stopped arguing, tightening their grips on their weapons. their expressions turning serious. It did not take long for Xian to realize a bitter truth. If he kept fighting like before, he would never get a chance to face Dongwon. He subtly slid over to Ho and quickly said, "Wait. I will signal you. Try to block it this time." Ho looked surprised and asked back, "Why should I do that?" Xian shrugged, replying casually, "Well, if you do not want to, that is fine. I just thought I could land a hit on that old man." Hearing this, Ho's face instantly changed. It seemed like she was harboring a deep grudge against Dongwon after the endless tortures. Miss Ningen Jiang asked again, "Are you sure?" Xiu nodded firmly. "Absolutely. No need for further words." Hu immediately tightened her grip on the weapon and charged forward, shouting, "This is personal." Right behind her, Xian followed suit, striking with precision as if it had all been planned. A decisive thought echoed in his mind. With my genius-level strength, I have no chance of winning. So the only option left is to use our numbers to our advantage. On the opposite side, Dongwon observed the pair's coordination, a smirk creeping onto his lips as if he found it entertaining. He did not hesitate to voice his thoughts. Coordinating? Not my choice. But that is if the plan succeeds. Just as he spoke, Dongwon tilted his head slightly, dodging a thrust from Xian. Such a simple move had already anticipated everything. Immediately after, he countered with a lightning-fast spear strike. But Xian had already predicted that move in advance. As soon as he saw his opponent make a move, he quickly pulled back the spear, managing to defend himself just in time. Dongwon's eyes flickered with surprise, but it did not stop there. Just a moment later, he gathered his strength and charged forward at terrifying speed. And at the exact moment both sides prepared to unleash their ultimate moves, Xian suddenly shouted, "Now's the time." With that, he leaped back to create distance. Instantly, Hua surged forward to take his place, her sword striking like a bolt of lightning. However, that determined attack was easily blocked by Dongwon. From the back, Xian silently observed. He knew this would not be easy. They would not be able to take down Dongwon with just a simple strike. At that moment, he decided to change tactics. Xian tossed aside his spear and focused his energy into the special ring, the infinite weapon he possessed. In the blink of an eye, the ring transformed into a shimmering longsword. This was one of the few weapons capable of inflicting real damage. The sword he had acquired from the endless secret vault. Once again, he channeled power into his legs, and with the speed of an arrow, Xian charged forward, the sword in his hand igniting with a fiery aura. At the same time, Ho was knocked back by a powerful blow from the trainer, but Xian seized that chance just in time. He dropped his sword and shifted his weight into a punch, launching it forward with all his might. It seemed like he would hit the mark. But no. Dongwon effortlessly caught his punch with just one hand. That brief moment made Xian let out a strained laugh. "Ha! You managed to block it." Before the question could settle, a thunderous punch from Dongwon sent Xian flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the wall, unable to hold back the blood that spilled from his mouth. Even so, the combined attack was enough to satisfy Dongwon. His calm voice rang out with a hint of appreciation. "It took you 37 days. Congrats on unlocking your sixth sense. But you still have a long way to go, young lady." As he spoke, Dongwon dodged another strike from Hoa, then suddenly swept his leg, sending her crashing into the wall without a chance to fight back. Looking at the two kids sprawled out, Dongwon seemed to think that was enough for today, declaring that they were done for the day. Before long, the argument picked up again, with Hua springing up and turning to Xian, annoyed as she demanded, "Wait. You said you could knock them out. I believed you. You little brat." Ignoring the bickering kids, Dongwon turned to leave. Meanwhile, he discreetly glanced at his palm, which was now slightly swollen. A cold thought flashed through his mind. In the end, even after activating his magic, he only pierced through a tiny bit. Just a small amount. But still, he had broken the taboo of not using magic. Giving up a technique like that, combined with his natural fighting instincts, would turn him into someone the clan leaders would fear. Time flew by like a swift wind. By day 47, after Hua had also unlocked her sixth sense, the training session with Captain Dongwon officially came to an end. For the remaining time, both were allowed to rest and review what they had learned. And it was at that moment that someone appeared in front of Xian. None other than his older brother, Limwai Wangzhang, the eldest son of the family, known by the title of Song Song, instills fear in both the magical and martial arts worlds. He is a master in both fields, a figure that commands both respect and caution. But to Xun, he was not a legend or an idol. He was simply his only brother. And Xun took a deep breath, reminding himself to return to reality. Once they sat down, Mai Wangzhang spoke up, his voice full of regret. He apologized for not being able to look after his brother, even if it was just an excuse. He had been quite busy lately. San simply replied softly, his gaze calm as if he had understood for a long time. "It is all right. Across from him, Mai Wang chuckled at Sun's somewhat shy yet honest demeanor. Is this our first meeting? Yet you recognize me right away. Sun did not beat around the bush. Answering straightforwardly, of course. Even though I am just a love child. As your little brother. How could I not know what my big brother looks like? Upon hearing this, Mai Wang seemed to freeze for a moment. His gaze turned momentarily sad, and in a low voice, he reminded. Love child. Don't ever say that again, even though our mothers asked us to be different. You and I are still siblings. That statement is not just a reminder. It is a bittersweet truth in Mai Wang's heart. He felt a pang for Shan, a child who had not even had a naming ceremony yet, always seeing himself as an outsider in the family. Unaware of his brother's thoughts, San could only awkwardly scratch his head. Feeling lost, he stammered, seeing the expression on his face. Mai Wang sighed deeply, a heavy breath filled with emotion. Next time, you do not have to ask so formally. We are family. After all, what is with all the formalities? Yeah. Get it? San replied with a smile, nodding his head in his memories from a past life. San always remembered his older brother. No matter how talented he was, remained sincere and calm. Not wanting to make things too heavy, Mai Wang changed the subject and pulled out a gift from his pocket. This is a welcome gift. I got this when I enrolled at the Eiffel School of Magic in France. But I think it will be more useful for you. This is a type of elixir called nectar. As he spoke, he gently placed a small glass vial in front of Xian. The crystal clear liquid inside radiating a special energy. The moment Xian saw it, he recognized it immediately. This was a high-grade elixir crafted at the Magic Tower in France. Produced only 500 milliliters every 10 years, a true treasure. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xian reached out to take the vial, his eyes shining with deep appreciation. Big bro gave me something this precious. I am really grateful. However, this reaction seemed to leave Mai Zhang somewhat puzzled. He was a bit taken aback and slowly murmured as if speaking to himself. You are a bit different. San squinted slightly, feeling a hint of suspicion. What do you mean by that? At this moment, Mai Zhang wore a gentle smile and explained. The people I met before always saw me as a rival. So this feeling is both strange and delightful. Sun just chuckled lightly and shared his honest thoughts. I do not see you as someone who is not a rival either. Being born into this family, you are also my opponent, so do not just see me as a cute kid. Who knows? One day I might become your biggest rival. I hope we have an exciting competition ahead. The confidence sparkling in Shan's eyes made Mai Zhang burst into a cheerful laugh. Haha. All right then. I will be waiting for that day. The day you become my strongest rival. With that, he gently ruffled his younger brother's hair, a gesture filled with affection and hope. As for he silently promised himself, my big brother has always loved and protected me sincerely. This time, I will definitely protect him. Time passed, and a few days later, it was the date of the second most important exam. For the Sungmulan family, the official naming ceremony had begun. On the deck of a ship sailing towards the venue, San and Ho stood silently beside each other. They were being taken to a special island, the Crimson Green Island, where the color of the land changes depending on the density of magical energy in the air. This was the ancient site where the Sungmulan family held naming ceremonies for new members. As the ship approached the island, a crew member stepped forward, speaking seriously. Now I will guide you through the naming exam, young lady and young master. You will need to survive on Crimson Green Island for 3 weeks and prove yourselves. The devices given to everyone now are for locating you. Unless it is an emergency, you must keep them on you at all times. The final trial of the exam will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week. Good luck to you all. The moment they stepped onto the island, the atmosphere shifted, as if warning them of a harsh journey about to begin. Cautiously, spoke up, her expression slightly hesitant. I have something to say. But before she could finish, Xian sighed, as if he had guessed what she was about to confess. You have made your decision. What are you talking about? Ho asked wide-eyed. Ever since training, you have been wanting to say something. San spoke plainly, without beating around the bush. His blunt words struck a nerve, causing her to blush deeply. And she immediately shouted loudly as if to hide her embarrassment. How would you know that? Seeing Ho's flustered and pitiful state, Sun could not help but chuckle to himself. How could I not know? Kong tilted his head, his tone resembling that of someone trying to placate an angry child. Go on. I am listening. From Ho's perspective, she swallowed hard, gathering her courage before unpenning the badge from her shirt. Her eyes shifted towards Shan, sparkling with a clear signal. Do it. Understanding her cue, Sun also removed his badge. They quickly stashed away the device known to track and eavesdrop on every conversation. Once everything was secure, San asked, his tone now serious. All set. What is going on? At that moment, Ho no longer held back. She pulled out a glass vial containing a murky liquid from her pocket. She spoke clearly, enunciating each word. This is a poison called dream toxin. It only affects children under 15. If it is exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once it seeps into the body, it blocks the magical veins for a long time. Hearing this, San's expression darkened instantly. His voice dropped. Who did you get it from? A simple question, yet heavy as a boulder. Ho knew well that no matter what, she could not reveal that name. The one who handed this to her was her own mother. She replied defiantly, I am not going to tell you that. With that, she flung the glass vial straight at a nearby rock. The shattering sound echoed, and shards sparkled as they flew out. Ho looked up, decisively continuing, Now there is no evidence left. I will defeat you fair and square. No need for this poison. You better give it your all in the match. That attitude caught Xian off guard for a moment, but then he smiled gently and nodded. I was already planning to do that anyway. Sounds good. After that, both put their badges back on and prepared to leave. But before departing, Ho turned back, reminding him like a concerned elder. You put the tracking device back on. Going into the center of the island without knowing the terrain is really dangerous. From behind, San sighed in boredom, shaking his head. Yeah. I know. Are you worried about me? Instantly, her words hit the right nerve, making Ho fume. What is there to worry about? I am just afraid you will die somewhere before we even get to fight. Just after she shouted, a chilling scream echoed from deep within the dense forest. Both fell silent, turning to look in the direction of the sound, their eyes filled with alertness. In that tense moment of silence, Ho lowered her voice, delivering a short yet weighty line. Then do not die. I am heading out now. With that, she turned and quickly walked towards the left side of the path. Her silhouette gradually shrank amid the dense foliage, leaving Sean standing alone, watching her go. He mumbled to himself, she is gone. But despite saying that, my goal is not the outskirts of the island. In the observation room of the Sungmulan clan, where screens displayed live footage from the island, the elders and high-ranking members were intently watching. One of them spoke up, their gaze fixed on the screen showing Ho. Indeed, she is the 8th child of the Sungmulan clan, and she has already completed her first hunting mission. The number of monsters taken down by Ho is no small feat. After all, this must be her first real battle. But that instinct did not just come out of nowhere. It has been 47 days, if I recall correctly. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Captain Sungmulan quietly leaned against the wall and slowly spoke up. This kid was not always like this. I thought it would take at least 2 months for her to get to this level. Deep down, Sungmulan could not help but think, sure, she is talented. But that is about it. It is simple. Someone has been pushing her a little. Xian. His gaze slowly shifted to another screen, where Xian's image was being displayed. In stark contrast to Ho, who was fighting non-stop, Xian seemed to be quietly exploring, carefully uncovering every nook and cranny of the island. The noticeable difference made the old man furrow his brow, raising a suspicious question. But seriously, what is that kid doing? Sungmulan glanced at the screen and slowly replied, looks like he is searching for a hiding spot. Instantly, a few scornful laughs echoed throughout the room, cold and bitter. Acting like a scared little mouse trying to hide. What a coward. Truly the illegitimate child. On the other side of the observation room, Mehdi was also tracking everything that was happening. Hearing those sharp remarks aimed at his little brother, he could no longer keep his cool. He quickly scanned the faces around him and coldly reminded them. Stop talking. In a dangerous place like this, finding a hiding spot is actually a smart move. There is nothing to criticize. His words made a few of the mockers quickly clear their throats awkwardly, trying to backtrack with some empty banter. Yeah. Exactly. Maybe we have just been watching Lady Ho too much, raising our standards too high. However, not everyone knows how to hold back. The cunning old man, showing no respect for the eldest brother of the clan, continued to jab at them. Let us, in the Sungmulan clan, being average is considered a sin. Right, a Sungmulan by blood acting like a nobody is truly laughable. Those venomous words made my Giwang clench his fists tightly. He did not say anything back, but inside he was seething. All because of someone's background reducing a child to nothing. When did our clan become like this? Or rather, have we always been like this? But more importantly, what on earth is Xian planning to do? Heading straight for the center of the island. The thought made him glance over at Tave Hong, their uncle. At that moment, he was biting his nails anxiously, his eyes full of worry, and a mumble escaped his lips. What the hell is that kid thinking? That statement made my Guyong realize he was not the only one feeling confused. and he let out a soft sigh. What exactly are you planning to do? Meanwhile, Xion had found a deep cave in the forest, a place hidden enough to serve as a hiding spot. He did not act recklessly. Before entering the cave, Xion lit a handful of herbs and threw a firecracker inside. The light and smoke spread out, helping him check for any hidden creatures. After that, he covered the entrance with leaves. Every action was precise, with no wasted movement. A few murmurs of agreement arose from the onlookers. The stealth skills are not half bad. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened in shock. Wait, hold on a second. What is that kid doing? All eyes immediately turned to the screen. The image showed Xion removing the watch and insignia, setting 2 tracking devices aside. Next, he covered both devices with a leaf. Instantly, the monitoring screen went dark. In the background, the captain burst into laughter, unable to hide his delight. Haha, you really can't predict this stuff. Meanwhile, Ti Hong and Mijin could only hold their heads in despair. For Xion, this action was essential. He could not let those prying eyes uncover all his secrets. After hiding all the equipment, he murmured to himself, no need to let anyone see this. Now I can use it endlessly. Once you are on the Isle of Chains, you have to reap as much as you can. Alright, let us get going. As he spoke, he transformed the ring on his hand into a cluster of sharp blades, ready for the next encounter. Time flew. As night approached, Xion sat in front of a clay pot as he stared intently at the liquid inside, a thick blue potion that looked like poison. He even felt as if he could see a screaming face within that liquid, murmuring in doubt, it must be done. But it truly looks horrifying. Is this really a mana potion? Old memories resurfaced back in his previous life. He could not afford even the cheap potions and had to follow herbalists to find mana herbs in a place like the Isle of Chains, where mana was dense in the air. If you did not use it to boost your own mana, that would be such a waste. Auntie once said, a sip of mana tea is better than having nothing at all. Xion took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and lifted the pot to his lips. Moments later, the clay pot was tossed aside, and Xion collapsed, his face pale as if all his life force had been drained. He groaned. Truly a taste that feels like it came straight from hell. And so, the solitary battle that would last 3 weeks officially began. On the 18th day of the naming ceremony, in my Wang Zhang's office, a not-so-large house with a glass design appeared under the clear blue sky. My Wang Zhang was focused on work when suddenly a voice called out, Sir, may we come in? He looked up. Yep. Come in. Just then, a subordinate entered from a distance, apologizing for interrupting while he was working. My Wang Zhang paid no mind, responding with a concerned smile. No problem. Looking at your face, it seems like you have bad news. The man who just entered reported seriously that a large group of wanderers seemed to have crossed into northern Korea. He was Yu Jang-hon, the vice captain of the sword team under my Wang Zhang. He stood straight, seriously upholding the rules, not missing a beat in detailing the situation to my Wang Zhang. At first, I thought they would raid the dangerous wilderness. But they are heading south, towards a magical quarry owned by the my Wang Zhang family, 2 days away. My Wang Zhang furrowed his brow, lost in thought, pondering the wandering criminals scattered across the region. Then he continued to analyze, wanting to get insights from Yu Jang-hon. Those spirit beasts would not invade the family's territory without a reason. Yu Jang-hon also harbored doubts, pointing out several suspicious areas that seemed like mere drifters, but could just be a facade. There is definitely some powerful force lurking behind. My Wang Zhang kept tapping his fingers on the table, feeling uneasy about the situation. There were also reports that the Long Camp had moved troops to the northern border. From the intel he would gathered, it was clear that the colossal force of Zongyuan, the Long Camp, was continuously provoking the Sungmu family by encroaching on the uncharted lands of my Wang Zhang. He squinted as if grasping their intentions. It seemed the news about his father's departure from the family had leaked, and this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for hostile forces. My Wang Zhang wanted to confirm the situation, so he asked, has our intelligence department caught wind of this yet? Yu Jang-hon confidently reported, thanks to your earlier orders for surveillance, we have been able to gather intel faster than the family. He already had a sense of urgency brewing in his mind, and my Wang Zhang stood up to make a decision. All right then. Let us collaborate with the intel department to dig deeper. He pulled the chair in, turning his gaze outside, sure that there was more to uncover. My Wang Zhang clasped his hands behind his back, trying to maintain a calm facade. But inside, he felt a gnawing anxiety, hoping this was just a false alarm. The scene shifted as night fell. Deep in a dark jungle, a red magical circle emerged. Suddenly, it flickered, the energy in the center brightening up. Right after, layers of space burst open, revealing a pitch black hole at the center. Some kind of device began to clatter and slowly emerged into view. Next came a figure with a smirk plastered on their face, a part of their hair obscuring their features. This mysterious person appeared in the forest, and in the darkness, only a silhouette was barely visible, accompanied by a chilling voice that echoed, "2 nights are enough to kill a bastard child." Under the clear blue sky, near the shadowy forest, the distant beach struggled against the waves. Loud, angry cries erupted continuously, along with the powerful footsteps of beasts. The source of those disturbances was a creature resembling a dragon mixed with a crocodile, lumbering and breathing heavily. They were 7th-level dragon monsters. Drago. Iwang suddenly appeared before it, gripping his sword with ragged breaths. Drago raised its head high, taking a deep breath that made its belly swell ominously. Just moments later, it spread its wings wide and unleashed a torrent of fire in a straight line. Nothing could survive its might. He stared wide-eyed, his expression clearly tense and dripping with sweat. Iwang quickly seized the moment. As the flames approached, he deftly leaned back to dodge. The massive flames roared beside him, but he bravely plunged forward, cutting through the chaos with sheer determination. He launched himself high into the air, unleashing the power he had built up, facing Drago head-on without a hint of fear. As he headbanged to the rhythm, lightning bolts erupted around him, fueled by his unwavering resolve. He leaped onto its head without hesitation, striking hard with his sword, channeling the electric energy that lit up the sky. Drago, unable to dodge or defend, was instantly engulfed in flames, collapsing to the ground. He let out a relieved sigh, clenching his fist to wipe the sweat from his brow. His clothes were singed in several spots. He glanced over and muttered in awe, "This lineage is something else. If I were still near the outskirts of the Sich-Than Island, I would have been knocked out with the first blow." He sheathed his sword with a sigh, thinking to himself, "It is only the 19th day, and I am already at the center of Than Island, the territory of my lineage. But staying here is just wasting my time." He was not about to waste any more time here. Turning quickly, he contemplated. "There is a reason I have come this deep." Suddenly, his foot stopped short, freezing him in the middle of the field. His sixth sense kicked in, alerting him, and he immediately dropped into a defensive stance. What now? He crouched down, relying on his instincts. Pressing against a tree, eyes locked ahead, his expression darkened, determination radiating from his gaze as he pieced it all together. Sure enough, another wave of monsters emerged, this time in a pack, looking like a mix of humans and lizard-like creatures. According to the records, they were level 8 monsters. Lizardmen. He did not run. Instead, he stayed hidden in the shadows, observing their every move. Something had been off since yesterday. Lizardmen were supposed to inhabit the outskirts, yet here they were in the center. When he attacked, they fled without putting up a fight. He thought seriously, stroking his chin as he strategized. Lizardmen were low-level creatures, not very smart. They must have been influenced by something. Having devised a plan, he swiftly drew his sword and charged forward. If that is the case, the lizardmen quickly sensed him. One turned its gaze, and with its roar, the others bolted in a panic. He had successfully baited them. Fearlessly charging ahead, just as he had predicted, he unleashed a flurry of sharp sword strikes, each one claiming the life of a lizardman, standing among the carcasses. He thought, once could be a coincidence, but twice, no way. I have to pursue. The sun was setting behind the mountains, casting a golden hue across the sky, the sounds of battle echoing through the trees. From within the forest came ominous voices, accompanied by the glint of purple weapons, signaling impending chaos. No one else was to blame but that mysterious figure. He sat cross-legged, eyes fixed on the sunset, his bloodline bizarrely powerful. This man was so absorbed in his task that he did not notice a lizardman creeping up behind him. How could a kid like him take down so many? But still, it should not be a problem. As it closed in, he remained engrossed in his monologue, thinking, after all, it is just a kid. This man was none other than the monster tamer. Nishizama Sogo, casually smirking as he glanced back. A novice, easily lured by naivety. Sogo shields something in his heart, his gaze steady and piercing, whispering that maybe he would not even need to use the thing he had prepared. Having no idea when, was already perched on a tree, surveying the scene and making judgments. It was so clear that he had begun to doubt. But it turned out this was indeed a trap. Controlling monsters. Is there a tamer among them? Yang furrows his brow, trying to protect himself as much as possible. How could an outsider infiltrate the Sich-Than Isle? He continuously drowned in thoughts of strategies. It was not impossible. What if there was a teleportation spell set up inside Sich-Than Isle? Just minutes later, a sinister smile crept across Aang's face as a perfect plan formed in his mind. There had to be a traitor within the clan. He lowered his head, slowly unzipping his jacket, reporting back to the clan and waiting for reinforcements, and clenched his fist in determination, his gaze sharp and focused ahead. By the time reinforcements arrive, it will be too late, and the mastermind's information will slip through my fingers. He immediately slipped his hand into his pocket. There was only one way forward. Continuing with the plan, Aang activated his skill, the stealth technique. Not missing a beat, Aang rushed down from the branch, ready to erase his traces. He crouched down, someone preparing to attack him, then leaped forward with blinding speed, all on his own. He flew to Sogo's back, ready to strike him down, his heart set on exterminating them. But at that moment, a bird in Sogo's hand suddenly awoke, sensing something dangerous, and in an instant, it let out a piercing scream, warning Sogo of the impending attack from behind. Sogo, hearing the cry, turned around in shock, wondering when Yang had gotten so close. Aang glared at the bird in his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Did he bring a relic that detects danger? But he did not stop. He swung his sword down toward Sogo, who quickly dodged to the side to escape this lethal blow. Sogo stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to speak. The offspring of Dung Mulan is stronger than I thought. Yang stood tall, pointing his sword at him, replying with a scornful tone. Or maybe you are just too weak. Sogo quickly waved his hand and shouted loudly. Shut up. Stop him. At that moment, 3 green monsters appeared from nowhere, rushing at Aang under his command. Aang tightened his grip on the sword, a wave of sword energy quickly enveloping it. The third form of the Thet Tan sword. And then, in the blink of an eye, Yang dashed towards the 3 monsters, so fast that he only left an afterimage behind. He severed the heads of the beasts with a single strike. However, the confident expression on Yang's face vanished when he sensed something was wrong with his body, and he hesitated for a moment. At that moment, dozens of sharp chains ensnared him, leaving Yang stunned, unable to move. Sogo stood by, casting a spell, and when he saw Yang immobilized, he burst into sinister laughter. You fell into the trap. A mysterious magical circle appeared beneath Yang's feet, continuously manifesting chains that wrapped around his body. Aang looked around, speechless in surprise, while Sogo continued to taunt him. That formation is a top-tier magic array capable of sealing the power of martial artists. Without magic, you are just a useless kid, stuck in this immobile body. Accept your tragic fate. Yang stood frozen, watching Sogo slowly fade from view, surrounded by those grotesque green monsters. Gasping, is this a magic seal? His face hardened, determination settling in. In that moment, Aang emitted a powerful aura, as if he could swallow everything whole. He shouted, just channel the magic. Before the monsters could react, Aang shattered the chains, creating a small explosion from his sheer force. Aang leaped towards Sogo, who still had no idea what was going on, casually making his escape. He sprang over Sogo's head in a surprising display of agility. When Aang landed in front of Sogo, the latter stared at him in shock. With a confident grin, Ying pointed his sword at Sogo, saying loudly, planning to run away. Sogo trembled, stepping back to gaze at Yang and ask, how did you break the seal? Aang looked him straight in the eye and replied, there is no reason to tell you anything. Your image has already been sent back through communication devices. Just give up. Sogo lowered his head, lips curling slightly. No big deal. And then, to Wang's astonishment, Sogo confidently declared, I will kill you and regain my freedom. Yang stood there, incredulous, wondering if he was dreaming. Just as he was still processing Sogo's words, a massive shadow loomed over him, ready to attack. A gigantic tail slammed into Wang's small frame, catching him completely off guard. He shot through the air like a cannonball, heading straight for a massive tree in the forest. Upon impact, his body crashed violently into the tree, causing it to splinter, while Wang was left battered, blood spraying from his mouth. He lay there, body trembling, motionless on the ground, his mind racing. Don't even think about it. Aang weakly lifted his head, fear coursing through him. Colossal beast resembling a giant turtle appeared before him, the ruler of this land, the cursed beast of the mountains, cradling his wounds. Aang struggled to stand up, his mind racing. A level 3 monster, a nightmare type. How could an average tamer like me control such a cursed beast? Sogo, seeing him rise despite the odds, could not help but mutter, impressive. Although your taming skills are not perfect, that kill order will definitely be executed flawlessly. His expression was utterly calm as he looked at Yang. Sogo raised his staff, speaking while pulling out something. Stop struggling. He tossed the golden talismans into the air, saying, accept your fate and die quietly. Aang knelt on the ground, quickly brainstorming a way out of this dire situation. He started to get serious, reaching into his pocket, thinking, stay calm. If I can't fully control the cursed beast yet, I just need to capture the tamer. Yang pulled out a simple potion, staring at it and thinking, this is the only way to create an opening against that monster. I can't believe I have to resort to this. Without hesitation, he immediately popped the potion into his mouth, a forbidden drug, its consequences far outweighing the magical power it grants. The moment he swallowed the pill, his body was instantly enhanced by a surge of mystical energy. Bursting forth behind him, a shimmering aura radiated, filled with thoughts and something else. He glanced down at the glowing ring sparkling beneath his fingers. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling powerful energy into it, recalling the secret technique she had taught him for life or death situations. His eyes lit up as he thought. This is the moment. A wave of overwhelming strength surged from his body, causing the ground around him to tremble with his skill. The reverse technique. He leaped off the ground, creating a massive crater right beneath his feet. Then he soared over the monster, delivering a decisive strike to its colossal form. He landed hard, struggling, realizing that while his skin was not burned, it still had an effect. Once again, he infused his sword with a powerful force, thinking, with this, I will bring it down. The monster let out a terrifying scream that shook the very mountains. He froze, recognizing the chilling roar of the mountain-dwelling enemy, staring at the massive creature before him. He could not help but think, immobilized by the monster's aura. What a nightmare. Suddenly, a mysterious dark energy emanated from him. He glanced at the source of the dark energy, marveling at how it seemed to push away the enemy. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward the monster, thinking, now's my chance. He concentrated all his strength, pulling the sword back to gather momentum for a final blow. It raised its head to the sky, letting out a wailing cry filled with immense power, then collapsed to the ground. The sky instantly cleared, and light shone down once more. He clamped his hand over his mouth, trying to suppress the blood that threatened to spill. Exhausted and battered, he knelt down, thinking, there is no more time to waste. The backlash from the reverse technique will leave me unable to move for long. He sprinted forward, worried. Only 10 seconds left. The mountain enemy had attacked the wrong target. He had to find the tamer now. In the forest, he ran frantically searching for Sogo as the countdown ticked away. 8 seconds. 4 seconds. But then he suddenly stopped. Sensing something, looking down at the ground, he saw a red thread appearing, seemingly guiding him. A path. He spotted a narrow way in the woods where the thread pointed, and without hesitation, he plunged forward as the countdown hit 3 seconds. Immediately, at the end of the thread, Sogo appeared, trying to escape through a mountain opening. He turned around in panic, shouting at him. What? How is this possible? While he was racing against the clock. 1 second, he lunged, aiming the sharp tip of his sword at Sogo's neck. But thought, not enough. Just a bit more. If only my body were a little bigger. Then he shouted at the sword. If that is the case, then pull it out. The sword pierced through, stabbing into Sogo's throat, blood spraying everywhere. He barely managed to gasp before succumbing. The bloodied sword finally dropped to the ground. Clattering loudly, the doctor, feeling the chilling presence of Sogo, pondered intensely. First things first, he had to keep his body steady. If he collapsed now, it would really be game over. He quickly popped a pill in his mouth, remembering her warning. If he used reverse magic, he absolutely had to take this. Thank goodness he had brought the flower nectar along. His vision started to blur, and his entire body lost balance, swaying precariously, just before losing consciousness. He thought, before the monsters got too close, he had to completely subdue him. The wariness etched on his face was palpable, as his eyes slowly opened, hazily scanning his surroundings. His body felt like it was being pulled down to the ground, his breath deepening. Whispers filled the air around him. Where was this? What happened to the beast tamer and the mountain demon? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, causing his body to tense up, and the light in his eyes was dimming. The doctor clenched his fists to endure the pain coursing through him, softly muttering about his condition, feeling like he was about to shatter. Moments later, a green eye opened, staring intently at his still body on the floor. A deep voice filled with disappointment echoed. So it has come to this. This voice emanated from the dark mist surrounding him, too dangerous for any human to withstand. How could both exist within the same entity? The black mist wrapped around his hands, and that voice returned, laced with pity, hoping he would not wake up, daring him to do so now. Then it threw a dark purple object in front of him, coldly commanding him to eat it. The doctor woke up at the sound, surprised to exclaim, What is this? He gasped at the sight of a massive purple beehive before him. Could it be? From the ethereal nectar. That voice chimed in again, reminding him. It was not him that needed to eat this. But in that eye, the reflection of an old turtle appeared, whispering, "The era has begun anew. Grow strong, child of humanity." The eye gradually faded, and the turtle's image receded further away. The voice lessened until it vanished entirely, urging him not to let the era swallow him whole. The flower tilted her head, looking innocent as she softly exclaimed, "You are awake." The doctor hazily turned his gaze and muttered, "Flower." She, clearly annoyed, reminded him sharply before lowering her voice to ask, "Did you just call me by my name? Because you are in pain. I will let it slide. How's your body holding up?" The doctor closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy within him. Despite his muscular and skeletal system being severely damaged, his magical power surged alarmingly. He gradually opened his eyes, astonished. Did he really absorb the ethereal nectar? Calmly, the doctor replied to Flower's question. "One of my magic channels is severed. My organs are slightly dislocated. Some muscles are torn. But it is not too serious." Hearing her gasp, "What? That is not serious." The doctor seriously looked at Flower and muttered to himself. The ethereal nectar was originally meant for Liho, an incredible elixir that enhances physical abilities and boosts magical power. You got poisoned from the incantation. Just like I was determined to get it from Ixich-Than Island. But honestly, I feel a bit guilty. Yet, under his scrutinizing gaze, she seemed a little suspicious. "Did you get hit on the head or something?" The doctor shot up to ask. "But wait, why are you here?" From a distance, a loud voice called out, "Little brother." You looked worried as you rushed over, and he replied with a hint of confusion, "Big bro." You anxiously held out the potion, saying, "Let us get you patched up with some magic first. I've got healing water with me too." You waved your hands, forcing a smile, and said, "Thanks, bro. But I do not need the magic for healing. I would love to take that healing water. Though." You quietly watched him drink the healing water, your gaze filled with pity and just a touch of pain. You turned to her and said, "Wait, can you step outside for a bit? I will be fine." After she left, you turned back to him, locking eyes seriously, and said, "If you die, I will wipe every beast tamer organization off the face of this earth, no matter how powerful they are." He chuckled and replied, "Now that is reassuring." However, you immediately shifted back to seriousness, criticizing him. As a member of the Void clan, what you showed was indeed the mark of a true warrior. But as your older brother, I can just see it positively. That was recklessness. You awkwardly scratched your head and added, "I did not foresee the appearance of the mountain demon. Sorry, bro. If I would known it was there, I would have been ready." He gently bowed his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. "You know the difference between recklessness and confidence, so that is good." Suddenly, you blurted out, "Big bro, since I dealt with the beast tamer, the info about him belongs to me." You rubbed your temples and said, "I knew you would say that." Then you looked up at him and revealed that beast tamer was once a 5th-level sorcerer from the Yin-Yang sect in Japan. It seems he was expelled for trying to master forbidden techniques. The one behind this provided high-level talismans and activated them while the mountain demon was asleep, trying to kill you while pretending it was an act of the monster. You fell into deep thought, your eyes drifting as you asked, "You still have not figured out who orchestrated this?" You sighed as you continued revealing shocking information that made him widen his eyes in disbelief. He is in a near-death state, so extracting information right away is tough. You then concluded, to avoid being the main target they aimed for. Were they really after you? You laid out your deductions. They want to tarnish your reputation by making people believe you did not notice the intruder and reacted too slowly. You sighed, lightly rubbing your neck. That is exactly how it is. Moments later, he awkwardly said, "You can just pretend you do not know." You questioned him in a concerned tone. "Are you okay?" He reached out, ruffling your hair to reassure you. "My reputation might take a slight hit, but it is nothing serious." You looked at him with affectionate eyes and said, "You can be missing for long, so you will come back here." Just as he was about to pull his hand away, you grabbed it and called out, "Big bro." His eyes sparkled with confidence as he boldly proposed, "Do you want to negotiate with the underground?" Seeing that you were still a bit shocked, he elaborated, "Let us say you anticipated the beast tamer's intrusion and had already ordered the underground. The underground will testify that way." You murmured, lowering your voice. "This way. It will seem like you were prepared even before the intelligence from the clan got wind of it." You then asked, For the underground, it is best to testify truthfully. Right. You slightly bent down to stand up. Your voice rang out with heartfelt emotion. Everyone thinks they can handle this alone. They will definitely be more cautious and on guard. An quickly corrected himself. This is what we call a deal. He then made a counteroffer, saying a trade is when both sides exchange something they need. What does he want? He stood up straight, excitement bubbling as he stated his request. Grant him access to the secret archives for 3 days. That should be enough. An chuckled lightly, his tone teasing yet affectionate as he replied. Such arrogance. Fine. Thank you. He quickly added. No need to thank me. This is just a deal after all. An patted his shoulder and asked. Even if you disagree, I am sure you have a way to handle this. Right. The old man stuttered, struggling to find his words. Just then, a phone rang from his pocket. An pulled out the vibrating phone and said, Looks like the Sword Guild is calling you. You really have to go now. Before leaving, he turned back to call out and tossed something to An. Oh right. The old man quickly caught the small sword. His face lighting up in surprise at this unexpected gift, he walked away, leaving behind a promise that lingered in An's ears as he admired the shiny little sword. Don't worry. I will keep this a secret for you. He smiled helplessly and said. As expected, you are still no easy opponent. As he was putting on his jacket, Ho approached and asked. Looks like the conversation went well. An responded curtly. Yeah. She stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes challenging him with a hint of frustration. Who are you planning to challenge among the examiners? It has been 3 weeks. It should be open by now. He kept his tone steady, countering her question. And what about you? Where are you planning to test your skills? She snapped back angrily. I asked first. The old man stammered. If you want to know, answer me first. She placed her hand on her chest, a smug look on her face as she replied. Where will I test my skills? What could be tougher than the hardest challenge? The Overseer's trial. After finishing, Ho asked again. What about you? An casually zipped up his jacket and said, the dual trial. Her face went rigid, shocked by the response. Does that even exist? Don't tell me that is one of the exams on the outskirts. Ho raised an eyebrow, her face set with determination as she replied. Yeah. It is in the outer zone. She suddenly lowered her expression, regret seeping in as she said, How disappointing. I must have misjudged you. You chose an outer zone examiner. Then there is nothing more to say. She stood silently beside him, muttering, I thought you were a real contender. To be honest, I once thought you were better than me. An glanced over at her, quietly guessing that everyone assumes the position determines the difficulty of the exam. So they probably think I chose the outer zone because it is easier. Then the two parted ways. An turned away from Ho, sighing as he said, Whatever. Let them think what they want. In a dense forest, where light barely broke through, bringing a dreamy vibe along with strange sounds, An was pushing through the foliage, trying to find his way. I do not remember exactly, but it should be around here. He lifted a branch, squinting against the bright light, muttering. Before returning, this is the cave I stumbled upon, and it is where I will complete the second challenge of the naming ceremony. Ahead of An was a dark cave, and he strained to peer inside, skepticism clouding his thoughts. It is a challenge after all. He searched for a torch, lighting it up to prepare for diving deeper into the cave. You raise the torch and step inside, your face blank as you think that it looks like just an ordinary wall. After studying the contours of the stone closely, you fall deep into thought. But of course, it is not that simple. You set the torch aside, grip the sword at your waist, and draw it out. You start slashing at the stones, blue sparks igniting with each swing of your blade. Moments later, a tall door appears, stone still crumbling and falling around you. With a confident gleam in your eyes, you stare intensely at the clever door, whispering to yourself. Found it. You pull out the small knife you had with you, slowly cutting into your palm to let the blood flow. You grip your hand tightly, watching the blood drip, your gaze fixated on the blue light emanating from the wound. You gesture toward the large door, blood splattering along with the light sticking to it. The door, now marked with blood spots, begins to stir, and a glimmer of light shines from within. The ground starts to tremble, and the door slowly opens, revealing an altar right in the center. You stand, taking in the surroundings of the room, feeling small as you hover at the threshold. Yet to step inside, you cautiously approach the altar, your hand still bleeding, dripping drop by drop. You extend your hand to let the blood flow into the waiting bowl, your tone serious as you declare, Descendant of Sungmu, I seek to face the challenge of my ancestors. You watch as your blood transforms into green smoke, enveloping your body and merging with your prayer. Please grant me permission. A voice echoes from the building. The challenge of the trial is singular. The green smoke reveals an illusion of yourself. And the challenge announced is to defeat your own self. You stand opposite the illusion, quickly preparing your sword while reviewing the rules. Unlimited attempts. But until you win, quitting means you can't leave. You draw your sword from its sheath and get into position, whispering to yourself, "Let us begin." You launch a powerful attack with your legs, your foot crashing into the ground, producing a loud thud. But before you can strike, an illusory blade slices across your head, causing you to freeze and exclaim, "What?" At that moment, it feels like your head is about to come off, and you cry out in horror. Slightly stuttering, what just happened? Alongside your illusion, now halted in the midst of its attack, your panicked voice still echoes. It is happening. You quickly grab your neck, shaking it, your face clearly showing panic. You hesitantly touch your neck, trying to reassure yourself. Just now, my neck was definitely sliced off. Right. The illusion. In this trial, I can teed. You straighten up, wiping the sweat off. The sensation so real it is terrifying. At this level, a regular person would surely lose their mind. Your eyes, a mix of cold sharpness and doubt, look towards the illusion, thinking. Even more. You gaze at your own illusion, mumbling to yourself, "Can I really reach that level?" You take the sword back into your hand, muttering to yourself as you analyze. The illusion of the trial allows me to use my strength perfectly. You recall the moment the blade struck you but did not kill you, leaving only a fleeting feeling that even you recognize. So right now, I still have not fully unlocked my potential. If I could tap into it completely, I would have blocked that attack just now. Without waiting any longer, I reposition myself and shout, "All right, let us try this again." Just as I was about to finish, the illusion struck first, creating my own unique failures. But on the third try, I got stabbed in the gut and died. The next illusion switched tactics to a chokehold. And on the fifth attempt, I blocked the sword but my neck got snapped right after dead again. I kept feeling like I was losing my head over and over. The 10th time. Dead. The first time. The 18th time. The 20th time. This time, I quickly countered the next attack from the illusion, and our blades clashed, sending both our bodies flying backward. I fell, sliding across the ground, but I was fully in control of landing on my own 2 feet. My breath quickened, and I counted in my head, was it the 75th time? Or the 80th? Suddenly, it was like a light bulb went off. My eyes widened, my face darkened, and I muttered to myself, "Now I get it a bit more. I can learn it all." I slowly began to recognize the real rules created by this challenge. My greatest strength is my freedom, an overwhelming metamorphosis. I transformed my initial sword into a spear. Gripping the shaft tightly with determination, I swept the spear in a confident arc. Embodying my thoughts and unpredictable fighting style, I charged again toward my own illusion and declared, "This time, I won't miss." The 2 spears clashed. The illusion quickly blocked my spear thrust. Then, we both transformed our weapons back into swords as I narrated my own story. We kept exchanging sword strikes, gradually shifting back to spears, neither side showing any signs of stopping. After a fierce battle, everything lined up just as I thought. Our stances mirrored each other. My illusion slid backward. Being an illusion, it seemed almost impossible to lose balance. The illusion transformed its spear back into a sword, gazing at me with cold eyes. Next, I intentionally lowered my guard, and as expected, the illusion charged at me again. Its sword lunged toward my stomach, piercing through as if it was about to reach the tip. But not a single drop of blood was shed. My voice dripped with triumph mixed with contempt, leaving the illusion dumbfounded. I grabbed the hilt of its sword, pulling it toward me, while my other hand swung the sword and yelled, "I let you see that opening on purpose. You fool." The strike I unleashed created a burst of green light in the space around us, shattering the ground beneath, as this technique was called, "Return the Demon." At that moment, the illusion of myself was dead, its form gradually disintegrating into tiny green specks. My entire body began to fade away into the void, and just before I vanished completely, the illusion managed a bittersweet smile. I stood in the room, surrounded by floating green lights, murmuring to myself, "If I can overcome the trial of this checkpoint, the awakened bloodline will unleash hidden powers." In my past life, my ability was merely the most common type, enhancement. Now, my body was filled with green energy that began to glow golden. I whispered softly, "And in this life, I feel astonished as I watch the golden light." My eyes seemed to harden at that moment. The old man vaguely extended his hand towards the golden powers, his voice uncertain as he asked, "What is this ability?" Outside the room, there were many people, probably those here to take on the challenge. The little girl was also standing outside the door, her anxiety palpable as she sighed repeatedly, with her arms crossed in front of her chest. The little girl whined, "I thought he would behave this time. referring to that annoying brat. While everyone else was busy with the naming ceremony, he was causing all sorts of trouble. Suddenly, an announcement blared, and the old man jumped. Turning to look at the door as the magical energy began to shift, everyone turned their eyes to the old man as he stepped out with a loud shout. Initiating. His face darkened. Struggling to step out of the room, each movement unsteady, the little girl rushed over, yelling his name. Sir. He anxiously caught the old man's body, shaking him gently, asking, "Are you okay? Wake up." The old man's mouth was so dry that his skin looked ashen. He struggled to call out, "Water." The little girl questioned, "What is it?" The old man's face turned a sickly shade of purple, his hands trembling as he pleaded, "Water. I am so hungry." He supported the pale body, feeling utterly helpless as he gaped in despair. His entire being was trembling with suppressed rage, ready to explode, his voice rising. Damn it! A powerful shout echoed, causing the birds around the cliffs to scatter in panic. That kid. In a grand house. A heartfelt cry rang out. Young master. The old woman was overwhelmed with emotion, her face filled with worry, tears welling in her eyes. She clutched the old man, sobbing, "Do you know how worried I have been? From fighting that master to dealing with those mountain demons and the ancient challenges set by our ancestors too. You have been living like a wild animal for almost a month. I was going to give you a serious talking to, but..." She paused, smiling. "Welcome home, young master." The old man blushed on both cheeks. Muttering, "Thanks," the old woman released him, gently wiping away her tears and saying, "I have prepared a bath for you. After you are clean, I will make you something to eat." The old man rolled the blanket in his hands, asking, "What about my aunt?" I thought she would be the first to rush over. She suddenly hesitated, her voice softening, which made the old man a bit suspicious. "Well, you see. What has she been up to? Is my dear aunt finally here?" At that moment, his aunt was locked away in a cell, and the old man let out a big laugh. "What did she do this time?" She grinned. "Sorry, but seeing you safe and sound is what matters. Even locked up, she still cares about you." "But seriously, what did you do to make your magical power spike like that? You have not even digested all the energy in your body yet." She cheerfully told the old man to sit down to ease his tired legs. "Come on. Sit down. I will be here with you." He interrupted her, saying, "Auntie." Realizing she was getting a bit too excited, she felt a bit embarrassed. It is, I did not expect you to go this far for me." The old woman recalled the reason she was thrown into the jail. The moment she got so worked up that she caused chaos among the elders. 2 people had to restrain her. "You were the ones behind this, right? You caused all this uproar with the elders and the big brother," she screamed, scolding everyone again, just like always. "What is wrong with you? Grandma." My dear." She thought they did something weird to you, so she could not help but lose her temper. "What is wrong with you, Grandma?" Surprised to hear her confess, she felt nothing but pure rage, thinking about never seeing her grandchild again. "What is wrong with you, Grandma?" She clutched her throat, throwing a tantrum with him. Feeling embarrassed, he reminisced about the memories between the 2 of them, deep in thought. "Honestly, I never completely trusted her before. But somehow, I started to see her as part of the family." He smiled softly, embracing this new feeling. "All right, I accept." He turned to leave but not without reminding Grandma, "I will take her out soon. Please wait a little longer." She reached out through the bars, waving him over. "How can you do this? Do not push yourself too hard." He gave her a comforting smile. "You won't have to do anything. You will be free soon enough." He closed the door behind him, saying goodbye to Grandma. "See you next time." At that moment at the airport, a plane was landing in the night. As it safely docked, the stairs were ready, and a whole crowd awaited to greet it. TS stepped out of the plane, and the subordinates greeted him with respect. "Look who is here." He brushed past Xion, who was bowing slightly. "You have made us wait too long." She politely declined. The hot springs are ready. Go take a nice bath and enjoy a meal." He and his brother stood still, listening to the adults talk. Eva replied, "All right." He glanced around. After the naming ceremony, I thought I had matured quite a bit. The eyes of the father and son accidentally met. He had a lot on his mind. But how far was the gap between him and his dad? I still can't measure it. His father's hurried glance made him think more. Had their eyes just crossed, Tifa boldly walked ahead, casually saying, I always say that those who do not fight are unnecessary for the family. But your intentions are to find the meaning behind your words. Among them, there is only one child who carries the desire to win against me. T's words shook him. Who was he talking to? The elder brother. He sighed helplessly. I tried so hard to suppress my emotions. And he still read me like a book. Transitioning to the grand banquet at Sungmulan. The red carpet was rolled out. And everyone around was buzzing with conversation. He chose a small corner in the room, quietly observing, as this was a rare event at Sungmulan. The scale of the party was grander than any naming ceremony before. He observed each person. Thanks to memories from his past life, he could recognize them. That one was the youngest Tower Master ever known. Looking over at another, he recognized the head of the Yin Yang Institute. Oh no. Now it is the vice principal. At that moment, someone approached, breaking his private space. Pardon my intrusion. Young master. The butler respectfully invited. The clan leader wishes to see you. He never expected this situation. He asked again just to be sure. Father. What is it? The butler replied. Yep. Please follow me this way. He walked behind the butler. Filled with curiosity, why did his father summon him? He hoped it was not anything serious. Outside, under the starry night sky, he respectfully greeted his father. You called for me. What is it? Father. He raised his head and was surprised to see someone else there besides his dad. Standing beside his father was his older brother. A sweat broke out on his forehead, filled with anxiety. No way. Before he could finish his thought, his brother spoke up. I think you already know why I wanted to see you. His father commanded him to recount what happened during the naming ceremony. According to my informant, you discovered an outsider and ordered his arrest. He instinctively bent his head low when he heard his father ask. This plan was yours. Right. He felt a jolt of panic and shut his eyes tight. Just as he feared, his father already knew. Gathering all his courage, he admitted. Yep. That is right. I was the one who proposed the deal with my brother. The condition was that I could access the library for 3 days, and that my brother would avoid the media storm this time. His father seemed at wit's end with his youngest son. Reluctantly saying, considering your contributions, I will overlook your false report this time. He warned his son for the last time. But there won't be a next time. He faced his father, ready to apologize. Yep. I understand. Now it was time for his informant to face consequences. Conversely, his informant would receive a fitting punishment later. Organizing this party is your responsibility. Now, get back to work. He placed a hand on his shoulder. Yep. I will do that. Before leaving, the informant still wore a gentle, reassuring smile. He anxiously glanced at his brother, wondering if he was okay. As the eldest brother walked away, his father continued speaking to the youngest son. Aside from the false report, your contributions this time will earn you the reward that my informant promised. He was taken aback by his father's words. Finally, since you uncovered the challenge of the battle, I will grant you a reward. His father expressed his wish. If that is the case, the scene shifted, and his father stood at the podium, opening the party with a speech, thanking all the guests for coming. I hope our 2 children, the stars of today's event, will be blessed on their journey ahead. He and Ho knelt on the plush carpet, listening as his father announced that the naming ceremony would now continue. His father's warm voice resonated as Ho stepped forward. She smiled, accepting her father's words. You are chosen by the Holy Sword, and may always shine like the sun around you. Hold on to this brilliant path. He bestowed upon her. I name you Eternal Radiance. Just then, the nameplate was lowered. The girl joyfully responded to her father. Thank you. When it was his turn, his expression sharpened. Next, the entire hall fell silent as his father invited the next person forward. And he stepped up. You stood up and walked forward, taking note of the expressions on the faces around you. Their reactions were no different from the last selection ceremony. But that did not matter. You stood tall, unfazed by your surroundings, listening to this praise of you, strong and sharp, yet flexible and unbreakable, like a blacksmith gathering iron from all directions to forge a single piece. You have shaped and refined yourself. He spoke seriously about you. No words could better describe you. In an instant, he snapped his fingers, and the sound resonated throughout the room. Your nameplate was dropped. And so, you shall be called Cheon. You stood in awe before your nameplate. Previously, you were given a name that meant to live fearlessly like steel. He smiled, a hint of pride on his face. But now, that meaning had changed. You placed your hand on your chest, declaring that until you reached the pinnacle of Sungmulan, you won't stop. He was proud of your new name. And you smiled brightly at your father. thanking him, transitioning to the isolation room of Sungmulin's judicial system. It was a space designed for one. But someone was on the verge of losing their mind. Moaning in frustration, what is wrong with Grandma Ho? She has been locked up in this room for days, and can't take it anymore. Her head pounding. She clings to the bars, shaking them wildly, screaming at the world, wanting to get out. Feeling suffocated and frustrated, she has not even been able to name the baby. The chaos of Grandma Ho spilled out of the room, claiming she would be released after all this time. While the guards felt the urge to send out a distress signal, help me. Suddenly, the phone rang, catching their attention. After he finished the call, he stepped in to find Grandma Ho about to lose it, biting the blanket and screaming to be let out. The guard unlocked the bars, informing her that she could leave now. She froze, holding her breath. But Grandma Ho was ecstatic to hear him say that regarding her discipline, they would notify her later. For now, she could leave isolation. She excitedly dashed out of this prison-like place, causing a commotion, while the guards anxiously reminded her not to kick around. Suddenly, someone called her back. Wait. Hold up. Grandma Ho's joy soared when she saw him waiting for her at the door. Little one, she exclaimed, her mouth agape, questioning her beloved grandchild. Did you really come to set me free? He replied. Yep. That is right. Grandma Ho paused, puzzled. How could before she could finish? He held up a piece of paper in front of her. She opened it to read the information inside. What is this? He reminded her. You owe me a favor. Grandma Ho remained focused on the paper, reading it. Grandma Ho, appointed as the original advisor. The more she read, the more stunned she became. Realizing she was appointed as the master of the former young master Lai Waiwang, he flashed a bright smile, raising his hand in front of her. From now on, I hope you will guide me, master. Transitioning scenes. He adjusted his outfit, and Kagwa curiously asked him, Are we starting today? Seeing the image of him dressed in traditional attire, she was moved to tears, and he smiled, replying, Yep. This is just the beginning. Kagwa sniffled. Has the young master really turned 13 already? He walked towards the door, bidding farewell to Mess. Well, I am off. I am officially the 13-year-old Lai Waiwang in the clear blue sky. With the sun shining bright, his voice rang out. Good. He stood gazing at the school gate. The life of a new student was about to begin. As he lined up on the schoolyard, whispers floated around him. Hey. Is not that the illegitimate kid? Yep. The 9th child of that old man. I heard there was quite a ruckus during the admission ceremony and naming. Their words dripped with disdain. Probably just riding on luck. After all, he is just the illegitimate child. Achieving such results at the naming ceremony based solely on luck. That is a stretch. Right. It certainly makes me curious. He stood straight in line, unable to ignore the snide comments. How many times have I heard illegitimate child? Illegitimate child. It is giving me a headache. Suddenly, someone beside him whispered. It is the 8th princess. So they were talking about Samhain. Her regal aura making others green with envy. Truly, the offspring of a prestigious family has a different vibe. At this moment, she is Lady Samhain, 13 years old, but in his eyes, she was acting quite strangely. He noticed the way everyone treated her was completely different from how they treated him. A stark contrast. Samhain approached to greet him. Hey there. Good. He politely responded. Yeah. Long time no see. She hesitated. You are not still mad about what happened at the naming ceremony? Right. He looked puzzled and asked back. Naming ceremony. Samhain quickly corrected. I meant about what I said. How disappointed I was. That is when he remembered that whole debacle. The future of the family. Growing up, she is like a cold-hearted person. But he still had to say something nice to her. It is, I am not bothered. Samhain beamed, wanting him to confirm. Really? Yeah. Really? She laughed joyfully. Thank goodness. You can be a bit petty sometimes. He frowned, wanting to clarify that petty remark. Samhain was curious about many things. Asking him, I heard you are studying with the little lady, and you even joined the elite class. He was about to explain when a booming voice interrupted. Attention. All students, line up neatly. The speaker continued. We will now proceed with class assignments. Those whose names are called, please gather in front of the instructor in an orderly fashion. He started to feel anxious. What should he do now? Tension was rising. If he got placed in the bad class, it would all be over. He sighed in frustration. That reaction was understandable. The training period was 3 years, so class assignments were crucial. Each level had 5 classes, and the more talented students would be placed in higher ones. The voice of the instructor rang out. Approaching Sawin. Lady Lysette. Class 1. Congratulations. She happily accepted her acceptance letter. Thank you. He got lost in his thoughts. Of course. Lysawin was placed in Class 1 as expected. The instructor's voice cut through his thoughts. Next, we have Master Light. He stepped forward to receive his notification letter. That is... Yeah. Thanks. He glanced at the paper, reading the details while also noting the expressions of those around him. Their discomfort was all too obvious. He had already predicted where he would end up. He knew it would be like this, but did not expect them to make it this glaringly obvious. He seemed quite satisfied with his assigned class. Class 5, also known as the dumping ground, where all the repeaters and rejects ended up. It was all orchestrated by Guajin, her level of danger only growing. The class assignments for the prestigious offspring were based on evaluations from the naming ceremony. Meanwhile, the evaluation board was in the hands of the Elder Council and Lady Beck. Everything seems to be going according to his plan. They think they have thrown me off. But actually, this is working out in my favor. No effort wasted here. Just then, a dorm supervisor comes up to lead me. Young Master Lai. Class 5 is this way. I quickly turn to follow him. Got it. I am on my way. I glance over at the car, where my brother stands nearby. And I can see that girl's face. She looks a bit angry. She is fuming, practically spitting fire. What is her deal? Not planning to complain right here. I can't help but admire her reaction. Just look at that face. It is clear if I do not step in, she will take matters into her own hands. I am not too bothered about this whole situation. I wave back to the car, feeling completely fine about it. But now, there is something more pressing to deal with. Will Class 5 even make it through? The other kids are already complaining. What am I going to tell my dad? There is no way I can go into Class 5. My family will laugh me out of the house. I feel helpless with the teachers here. It is just disappointing. Why do the students from Sungmu Land have such attitudes? Suddenly, a student comes up to chat. Hey. You are the youngest son of the main family. Right. I reply. Yep. That is. The kid looks happy. Cool. I was really hoping to meet you. He smiles and introduces himself. I am Kim, the son of the small blacksmith from Sungmu Land. It is an honor to be in the same class as you. I am surprised. Trying to recall my past connections. Kim Han. I do not have any memories of him from my last life. Why me? Kimon seems a bit starstruck. You are a big deal. So I have always looked up to you. Looking at that goofy face, I lower my guard. He is not lying. Right. Kim Han. Is that you? I ask Kim Han what he thinks about being placed in Class 5. He innocently replies. Well, I guess my skills are just at that level right now. But his eyes are determined. Who knows what the future holds? I am taken aback by Kim Han's reaction. His optimism is impressive. I can't help but smile along with him, feeling the bright, carefree spirit of that kid. I have got my eye on this one. He has got potential. His comment leaves Kim Han confused. As I step into the classroom, my old friends warmly welcome me. Great to see you. Newcomer. We are counting on you. The kid in the middle is a 15-year-old student named Choi and Ha. The classmates are still a bit confused, trying to figure out what is going on. Come on. Let us work together. Right. If you have any questions, just ask. A round of applause cuts through the excitement. All right. If you are done. Everyone. Pay attention. Lee Dong-ho gives a light punch to introduce himself. I am Lee Dong-ho, the teacher in charge of Class 5. Since we have new students today, there won't be any lessons. Just a brief introduction. This is your teacher for Class 5, Level 5 Warrior, Lee Dong-ho. I stand back, quietly observing. He is still as passionate and determined as ever. In my last life, he even tutored me when I could not keep up. He always maintained a friendly demeanor with his students. All right, that wraps up the introductions. Inha, please guide the new students for the rest. He instructs. Inha cheerfully responds. Yep, sir. He waves to everyone. Hi everyone. I am the new class president. Even though I am a bit embarrassed. But since it is my second year in a row, I am still holding the title. Everyone around is buzzing with chatter, but only Kim Han and I are focused. Listening intently. It has been a while. But everyone's tired. If you want to sit down, go ahead. Now, we are going to pick a class leader. Even as students, there are times we get thrown into real battles. Choi Ina calmly points out each issue, making the class leader similar to a team captain. Unlike the teachers who only handle training and lessons as planned. The class leader essentially calls the shots on everything else in class. A guy raises his hand. Curious. How do we choose the class leader? That is when I suddenly realize I forgot to explain. Not sure how the other classes do it. But here. We are going to have a light match, and then vote for the class leader. Choi-in clasps his hands and smiles brightly at everyone. Great. Let us get this fight started. Since it is a weight matching battle, no magic allowed. After each match, we will have a break. Suddenly, a deep voice cuts in. Sounding serious, my whole body is drenched in sweat from nerves. The guy has a problem with something. His voice sharpens with every word. Everything what you are doing and what you have said. I slowly lift the sword from the rack. Get it together. This is a sumo match. If you want to play around, go to a regular school in the safe zone. Choi-in quickly denies it, saying, that is a bit much. We just want to settle this peacefully. The sword plunges down, shattering the tiles beneath it. Talking like this? You guys really do not get it. Do you? He raises both hands, gripping the sword tightly, and challenges everyone. Come at me one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you. I grip the hilt of my sword, taking a deep breath to fill my lungs. Please. Fellow classmates lying on the ground. Spare me. Jinzi. Help me out here. Choi-in is stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Can't he believe he has taken down so many people already? Suddenly hearing his name makes him flinch. Choi-in. He glares at me, urging, hurry up and call the next person. Choi-in fearfully nods. Feeling the pressure, it is terrifying. This is the final match. He lifts the sword onto his shoulder, smiling lightly. You are excited. Get up here. Choi-in. Both of us charge at each other, swords clashing with powerful sounds. While Choi-in is lost in thought, he manages to knock my sword aside. Why is he pushing it so far? This is just a practice match. No rewards or stakes involved. It is just a basic academy battle. His desperate, breathless appearance only confuses Choi-in more. He can't even muster a serious strike. He grits his teeth, feeling helpless. I actually know. Choi-in takes the chance to strike at my side. I have been there before. No matter what, I want to win. He swiftly dodges. I once thought that compromise was just another way to live. That accepting reality and growing up was the right thing to do. Choi-in glanced back, confused. But I want to win. I crave victory to the point of madness. Spotting an opening, I swung my sword. I have won. I struck a swift blow to Choi-in's sword hilt, successfully knocking it out of his hand. The moment the sword hovered above his head, Choi-in knew he was done for. He dropped to his knees, clutching his wounded arm in pain. I was panting heavily, telling him to get to the infirmary. His next words left me stunned. This is not over yet. Choi-in had desperately grabbed the sword and swung it, refusing to back down. As I blocked the blow, I analyzed he is using his left hand because his right arm is injured. Choi-in's pupils dilated with a rare fighting spirit. His gaze was now completely different from before. With just one strike, I could disarm him. No. It is. I switched to gripping the sword with both hands, my eyes locked in on a single point. I slashed at Choi-in's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Choi-in's eyes went wide, blood spilling from his mouth. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. While I stood there unscathed, other students rushed in to support him, taking him away. I took slow steps forward, feeling like I lived a second as if it were an hour as if it were a year. I stepped onto the stone platform and shouted down. Who does not know that living a life of ease is easier? But if you do not fight tooth and nail every second, you will end up losing everything. So even while breathing, I fight battling against myself and everything around me. The students below gathered, their injured bodies huddled together. Have you ever lived like this? My hand slowly clenched into a powerful fist. That is what true struggle looks like. Dong-ho walks up to Choi, who has really gone overboard this time. 4 people with broken bones and 3 with internal injuries. He lowers his head and shuts his eyes tightly. If he wants to survive in this chaos, he at least needs to be able to laugh off those wounds. He explains that those kids all have their reasons. The authority in Yi's voice sends a chill down Dong-ho's spine. Dong-ho, the tough teacher. Even the students have figured it out. Does he really need to explain things to the teacher? He brushes past him. Someone like him is a rare find in this chaos. A genuinely good person. Dong-ho stands frozen as Yi's figure fades away. But they are students of this chaos. If they go astray, even if he has to play the villain, he should pull them back. He is a bit unhappy, quietly clenching his fist. Just do your duty. From under the archway, the sky today is unusually clear. Scene change. He arrives at class before dawn, feeling utterly exhausted. As he is busy complaining, he suddenly stops. He definitely overdid it yesterday. The students are lined up neatly in the courtyard, while some harbor animosity or discomfort. None of them are hiding or turning away. They look at him with determination. If they were still scared like yesterday, there would be no hope left. But it does not seem too bad. Wai walks past each of them. 100 thoughts racing through his mind. Here comes that troublemaker. A cheerful voice calls out from behind. Hey, you are here. It is Kim. And Wai greets him back warmly. You are early. As Kim scratches his head and grins like an idiot. Yeah. I was worried I performed poorly in front of you yesterday. We are still just students. Being weak is expected. The bruise on Kim Han's face still shows. But he smiles and talks cheerfully as if it were nothing. He suddenly switches to a formal tone. If it is not too much trouble. Can I ask you something? He readily accepts. Of course. Feel free to ask. Kim Han clenches his fist firmly. What do I need to do to become strong like you? Wai enthusiastically points to his temple, saying, First off, I am not skilled enough to teach anyone yet. But you have a great eye. Or maybe a sharp intuition. The more he explains, the more stunned Kim Han looks. You dodged my attack 3 times in a row yesterday. Capitalize on that. I think you are more suited for skills than brute strength. If you bet your life on hunting what you have, one day you will stand out. Kim Han stumbles through his words, finally managing to say, Thank you. A strange voice interrupts, making Wai turn around. Hello, sir. Choi In appears, his arm in a plaster cast. Looking utterly pitiful. You can train like that. Can you? He sighs in resignation. If I decide to take a break, will you let me be? Or are you going to come at me with those fight the fear lines again? Koi In breezes past. I just did not want to hear those words anymore. That is why I came out here. He smiles to himself, thinking, things have changed, have not they? The training ground is still shrouded in darkness, but it is buzzing with energy. Let us get it together. Dong Ho stood at the top, surveying the space. 4 people sick, 5 absent without a word, leaving just 11 left. Seeing the state of the kids worried him. They all looked exhausted. The students kept their heads down, not saying a word, completely different from their usual lively selves. The atmosphere was tense, all because of one predator, making the trainees feel this anxious. Dong Ho pretended not to notice the strange tension and continued announcing, We were supposed to do a basic fitness test today, but given the current situation, he seemed to make a resolution, tightening his grip. We will change the plan. Dong Ho stood among the students, shouting loudly, Right now, we are starting the fitness test. As the atmosphere shifted completely, the students were sprawled on the ground, panting. The fitness test had ended. From now on, free training will be overseen by the class president. Even though he could still stand, Wai Wang sighed in frustration. It took 10 hours for a fitness test. I am a bit worn out. He quickly adjusted his mood, but he could not shake it off. Wai Wang took 1 step at a time up the stairs, ignoring the whispers of the students behind him. Wait. Today's instructor seems a bit different. Right. A quick-witted classmate speculated it was because of yesterday's match a lot of people got hurt. If it were before, he would be definitely given us a break. A voice cut through their chatter, drawing their attention. Wai Wang, standing high above, declared, No need for introductions. I am Wai Wang, your class president. Koi In widened his eyes, staring at the figure above. Just as he had said yesterday, Kim Ha looked at Wai Wang with admiration, listening intently. The class president has full authority over everything except the instructor's orders. There was someone grinding their teeth in anger during his speech. Our training period will be extremely harsh. Those who can keep up, and those who can tee. I have no intention of dragging along. A student frowned, clearly displeased. That annoying guy is a 5th-year student, Kimbo Seowan. Wai Wang finished with a decisive move, slamming the tip of his sword into the ground. If you are not satisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. Just beat me once, and I will step down for the class president. He pointed decisively. All right. Enough talk. Let us start right away. Fight the person next to you. Transitioning scenes. The sun climbed higher, and only a few students were left on the field, still gasping for breath, ultimately leaving just 6 standing. The rest had dropped out. All the students were completely unable to move a finger. That is enough for today. Disperse. You did well. The students began to gather, bammothing Wai Wang. That damn prince. It is because of him we are suffering like this. I really can't stand that guy. He clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. To be honest, I feel really bitter, even though he is exhausted too. We can't even hit him once. A student noticed Choi In looking down and approached him. Hey, In, what do you think? Another student chimed in. Last year we had so much fun. Right. Or do you feel the same way? Yeah. Tired. Interrupted. Fun enough to get held back. The other student was shocked. What? Choyana tried to get up and quickly explained. If things do not change this time, I will really live like a loser. Even if I get my arms and legs broken. I want to try just once. I really want to. The students could only stay silent, listening to him being scolded. You all know. Right. That little prince. I mean, you guys understand what he wants to do. Right. The students quietly watched Choyana walk further away. Even though he could barely stand, his determination was unwavering. He thought to himself, I will give it a shot. This might really be the last time. So stay sharp. Do not resist pointlessly or pretend not to know anymore. Time passed until a beautiful day arrived in the laboratory, accompanied by the cold whir of machines. All right, kiddo. Let us see that transformation. Wong sat motionless on the chair, eyes closed, holding a flickering blue flame in his hand. The flame danced at the front but started to flicker out at the back. Stop. That is enough. His mind was buzzing with frustration. Another failure. Every time he tried to create an aura, its form just collapsed. She kept pointing angrily at the paper. Shocked that this issue had come up after 3 years, Wong raised his hand to her a few times, daring her to talk about the ancient records on how people used magic. He sat still on the chair, deep in thought. If it was the memory of eternity. But he still could not read the next memory. Still, the trip to collect knowledge was beyond expectations. Since ancient times, humans have had to face those dark forces, shrouded in black mist that terrified even the mightiest generals of the kingdom. That dark aura lurked in the deep mountain ranges, and countless heroes sealed it in the northern Van Gai Mountain. The king honored that achievement by granting land, and the heroes, grateful for the king's grace, forged a sword that they created together, illuminating humanity at that time. And they named it Infinity. He clenched his fist tightly. Finding information about Infinity was a major breakthrough. His mood suddenly blossomed. After all, he had touched the aura and stepped in the 3-star realm on his own. Truly impressive. She looked at him with fondness, reassuring him that the current deadlock would soon be resolved. In fact, the techniques of reduction and transformation were nearly perfected by him already. He fastened his button and replied, Yep. Thank you for always guiding me. He looked at her with a twinkle in his eye. Ho recalled. Oh right. Once I hit 3 stars. What will I learn next? She picked up her pen and explained slowly. You will learn to harness energy techniques and aura skills. But mastering them will take quite a bit of time. Ho was eagerly anticipating. He shared with her. By the way, how's the training for the students going? I feel exhausted all the time. He sighed. But that is pretty normal. Right. Ho's eyes sparkled with hope. Oh really? If it is tough, let me lend a hand. Okay. Hong was curious. Wait. How are you planning to help? Ho confidently placed his hand on his chest and declared. You will find out soon enough. Just trust her. Quickly. He made a face, feeling a bit regretful. Hearing trust me already had him worried. A gentle breeze played with his hair. Ho soared with excitement, announcing, Today, we have a special lecture on magic. Everyone, adjust your outfits and get into position to wait. She stood in front of the class, dressed in a crisp white lab coat. This is elderly White. Oh, a researcher from Dung Mu. Dung Ho pointed at her as a reminder, and everyone applauded. Ho chuckled, feeling a bit shy. I am so embarrassed. She picked up the chalk, giving a wink to the students. I do not like long-winded explanations. Let us dive straight into the lecture. Watching Mithier, Ho enthusiastically ramble at the podium, had a thought. Looks like she is really starting to enjoy teaching more and more. She clapped her hands together, producing a loud sound. And that wraps up the boring part of the lecture. Ho's enthusiasm was so bright it lit up the room. Now, let us get to the dry stuff. I will pass on the upgraded version of the techniques developed by the Research Institute, Dung Ho said, feeling extremely flustered. Wait, did not the lesson just end? Ho rolled up her sleeves, raising her voice. What are you talking about? The main part starts now. Everyone, sit up straight. I will only demonstrate once, so pay attention. Ho pushed him forward, leaving him bewildered. What is happening? Ho stood behind, chatting away. When direct descendants enter the academy, they usually receive support this way. But you do not have any, so I am trying a bit harder for you. He felt a warmth spread through him and smiled. Thank you so much. That is really great. What is up with me? Ho giving you a few reassuring pats on the back. If we follow the theory, your strength should double. Absolutely. He took a deep breath to collect himself. Yep. You are truly amazing. Dung Ho kept clapping, urging the students to pay attention. From now on, we will continue our training by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone, Find your opponent. He instinctively turned around when he heard the call.
Wait.
Let us be opponents. The Manhwa was already gripping his sword. Declaring, I won't hold back, he excitedly pointed his sword at you. Thrilled to fight you. I will let you strike first. Watching the two kids charge at each other recklessly made Ho sighed. My little one is so fierce. Truzumija watched without taking her eyes off. Looking just like me back in the day. Suddenly, whispers behind him caught Y's attention. Honestly, I can stand that kid. Ho was paying attention. The students were murmuring. Even if he is the second child and faces discrimination, he is still different from us. His physique is superior. Plus he has unlocked his abilities. Right from the starting line. Things were already different. Another student pointed out. Exactly. We have all tried our best. But what does he know? Ho suddenly appeared behind them, startling them.
Wait.
You all. The student who got knocked out is drinking. Master. You are still here. Ho leaned in close to that student. Just now. Were you talking about that kid? About my disciple? Fear gripped the students. Seeing his expression made them bow an apology. Sorry. We got a bit carried away. Ho was fuming. What do you think you know to speak like that to that child? The students trembled. Pleading. Please forgive us. Another student approached Ems. Asking. Doesn't he the young master know anything? Bco Kwang asked. With dissatisfaction. Oh. We have worked so hard. Yet we are treated like this every time. Growing up in different circumstances naturally leads to differences. Right. Ho coldly turned away. Does he really not know anything? He stopped singing. Did not he? She shot Bco a knowing look. Yeah. Maybe not knowing is better. If you realized how different that kid's day is from yours, you would see your lives are just child's play. Bco unclenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. What is so special about that second child? Anyway. He gritted his teeth. Determined. Fine. Let us see what you have got. The sun was now at its peak. Today's training session ends here. Bco Hong frowned. Glancing to the side, he looked at I. Sitting there resting with a jealous glare. What is the difference? Just shouting about fighting. Fighting. In the end, it is just because he is gifted differently than us. A group of students approached Bco. Whispering. You guys said you wanted to keep an eye on that second child. Right. That student looked worried. But is it okay to wander around the family grounds like this? Bco confidently stated. We are just students. So it is all good. Besides, we are not heading into danger. That kid does not even live in the main area. There was an indescribable determination in his eyes. It could not just keep overpowering like this. Today, I will witness it firsthand. As the sky darkened, the outside of the buildings fell silent. Bco and the other students hid behind a wall. Waiting. How long has he been in the research area? It is already 9 p.m. The mushroom-headed student sniffled. Boos, let us head back. The day's training has made me so sleepy. Another student chimed in. I am exhausted too. The guy in the middle nodded in agreement. All right. Anyway. We won't know what that kid is up to in there. Watching the other students wave goodbye one by one, Bco felt disdain. A bunch of weaklings. Just then, he stepped out. Feeling energized again. He is out. Bco patted himself, trying to encourage himself. Come on. You got this? He followed it closely with every step. He thought to himself. Finally heading home. He pushed open the door to another courtyard. Surprising him. To the training grounds. That area is reserved for the main group. He should not even be able to enter. Strange sounds echoed from the courtyard, startling everyone outside. The mushroom-headed student panicked. What is that noise? A fellow student was also skeptical. Is it training? The student behind nudged him. Boos. It seems that kid really is something special. Let us just stop here. The young master is not wrong about anything. The mushroom head kept rambling. We will try our best like why? Bco interrupted. I never skip personal training. It is no different. The two students walking with him exchanged glances. And no one dared to speak up. Bco just stood silently watching the two students leave. What is the difference between me and that kid? The two friends awkwardly excused themselves. Sorry. We are heading back now. Bco had observed why. I was on a break. I will prove that I am not wrong. He continued down the dark hallway, with Bco closely trailing behind, trying not to be noticed. When he saw and enter the courtyard, he felt a flicker of excitement. Finally, a light shone on Bco from behind. Wait. Someone. Stop right there. The night guard pulled his cap higher to get a better look at the person in front. What is this? It is that student. The guard aimed his flashlight at him to inspect. Young Master Liwa, although he walked through here at this hour every night, he did not expect that he would also bring Bo Xiaowang along, feeling secretly astonished. Every night, he raised his hands, trying to find an excuse. I have a little business. The guard, losing patience, urged him. According to the rules, you are not allowed here. Go back now. Bo Xiaowang slowly lowered his hands, his gaze still sneaking a look behind him.
Yep.
The light from the second floor of Vietwai was still bright. He wondered. The lights have not gone out yet, and it is already 2 am. Bo Xiaowang turned away, murmuring, well then, may you have a smooth journey. At that moment, he did not hesitate and just turned to leave. The dawn was breaking, but the sun had not appeared on the horizon yet. Just a faint light of early morning. The next day, 5 am. In the training ground reserved for Class 5, Bo Xiaowang closed his eyes, rubbing his tired head. Just as he expected, he got home too late yesterday. He slowly lowered his hands, his face filled with astonishment at the sight before him. Why had arrived at some point, stretching and rubbing his shoulders. He genuinely looked exhausted. Even with his gifted physique and abundant magical energy from his lineage, could a 13-year-old handle a life of only sleeping 3 to 4 hours a day? Remembering yesterday, Bo Xiaowang still had time to lounge on the couch, feeling embarrassed. And what about me? When I get home, I usually watch a V or play games to unwind. For the first time, he approached Y without any jealousy. I also train personally, but I still get enough sleep, resting and enjoying myself reasonably. I looked up at him, puzzled. What is going on? I raised an eyebrow when he heard Bo Xiaowang's question. Don't you feel tired? In response, he said something that left Bo Xiaowang frozen. It turned out that among those who had been watching him yesterday, there was someone from the royal family. Suddenly, he poured out his feelings, leaving Y speechless. Indeed, the young master was from the main line, so he got support. And his starting point was different, plus there was more. You really opened up there. I have been living like this since I was a kid. Before joining the team, I got a bit more sleep, but of course, not getting enough rest is exhausting. Xiaowang hung his head in embarrassment. So why? Why did you go that far? The elder stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly. You already know the answer. The kid reluctantly bowed his head, his lips trembling from holding back. After the elder's figure faded away, Xiaowang quietly cursed under his breath. Damn it. Tae-sin stood still, sword in hand, focusing his mind in the vast hall. Someone entered from outside, catching his attention within the family estate. Butler Choi brought over a stack of papers. Chief, the mission documents for today have been processed. Tae-sin reached out for them to take a look. He picked up each page carefully, but it still was not enough. These are for level 7 and 8 dungeons. And with the current strength of the team, it is going to be dangerous. Tae-sin turned to the butler, voicing his concerns. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now I need to create survivors. The butler bowed slightly, as if he understood. I understand. I will handle it according to your directives. Then he hesitated a moment before continuing. Also, there is one more matter to report. A heavy silence enveloped the hall before Tae-sin finally spoke. Did the youngest do that? Thinking of that child, who was anything but ordinary. He sighed. That kid has had a different look in his eyes since he was little. The gaze of someone who has been stripped of everything, knocked down to the depths. Tae-sin looked at him, gripping his hand anxiously. But leading people and changing them is a whole different story. He handed the stack of documents back to Butler Choi, reminding him, adjust the content of the test a bit. Coincidentally, the 8th kid is in the same class. Let us raise the level of the entire team. He quickly accepted.
Yep.
I understand. Tae-sin flashed a knowing smile, wondering if that kid actually has what it takes to lead others. This time, I will scrutinize closely. Early in the morning at the training ground for Class 5, Dong-ho stepped onto the field, curiosity bubbling inside him. The scene before him left him wide-eyed. They have lost. Give up. Damn it. It is not over yet. The trainees were lined up neatly running around the field. These kids, out here so early on a weekend. Some were pairing up to train, which gave Dong-ho a bit of relief. Well, at least they do not have to endure extra training today. A trainee turned around and spotted Dong-ho. Sir Coach, you are here. He quickly complimented.
Yeah.
Still working hard on the weekend. Dong-ho approached the trainee, gently instructing. If anyone is not here yet, go fetch them. There is an announcement to make. The kid nodded and hurried off. Once everyone had gathered, he announced seriously. Though it is a bit rushed, The first quarter assessment schedule has been moved up. Dong-ho was absolutely thrilled to share the good news with the trainees, so he decided to give them a week off. Consider this the final day of break, so rest up well. He still had something to say but caught himself short in the end. Despite their injuries, the trainees were full of spirit, which made Dong-ho very satisfied. No need to remind them to keep up at least minimal training during their break. Right, he proclaimed loudly in front of the class. I trust you all can handle things on your own. It is tough. Right. Now. Everyone. Let us say it together. Nice and loud. There he was, bowing his head in deep thought. Suddenly getting a break like this, was it too soon for evaluations? What a dilemma. Feeling someone behind him, he looked up, wondering why everyone still had not left. Kim Hen beamed brightly. Grinning. I am just checking out the young master here. While Alex eyed him curiously. What is the young master planning for this break? He casually threw out a line that left the other students bewildered. Break time is personal for everyone. So why ask? The next comment had them even more confused. Eyes wide like saucers. If you need a break, just take one. I am not here to force anyone during vacation. They started whispering among themselves. Shocked to hear such words from the young master. Honestly, we thought he would make us scrub the floors in hellish training. Like, could it be that someone actually plans to relax? Then they all braced for an intense training session. Seeing them openly gossip made him frown in annoyance. Why not just say it louder? What do you think I am? Then he dropped a suggestion about taking a break that made everyone jump in fright. During this vacation, should we try again like on the first day? He let out a resigned sigh. Take a break whenever you need to. Rest is important. You know, I know that even if I say to relax, you won't just sit around doing nothing. Take care of yourselves. Rest well. And we will catch up after. Just as he turned to leave, the entire class erupted in cheers of excitement. On a beautiful day in the research room with Lai, Ho was not pleased and challenged. I heard we are getting a break, but I have got loads of research to do. She was stuck reading while he criticized her for playing on her phone just moments ago. Ho snapped loudly. What do you mean playing? I am reading something legit approved by the master here. Even leukemia is on the mend. He was curious. Wait. What are you looking at? He shifted the topic. Was the early evaluation push really my dad's orders? Ho nodded in confirmation. Yep. Direct orders came down. He slumped into a dark panic. Then this exam is going to be tougher than I imagined. Right now, he was stuck at this magical barrier. Wanting to break through, guess he would have to seek out the next memory of the infinite. Remembering that time he failed made him rub his forehead in frustration. If he could not unlock the memory yet, it meant something was still missing. He would try to improve things to unlock the next memory, but no luck. While he was lost in thought, some documents nearby shook. He would have to keep searching for answers. Suddenly, the whole stack of papers toppled over. What the heck? Be careful. Papers scattered all over the floor. I told you to clean this place up. While picking them up, he suddenly spotted something. What is this? The research document discussed harmony, highlighting the crucial differences between ancient and modern martial arts based on their objectives. One could speculate that back then, humanity's techniques focused on battling monsters. He read intently, analyzing the research. The goals are the same. I bet the original techniques of bamboo were excessive. Suddenly, he jumped up, startling Sir Hyan mid-bite. Ah, what is going on? Kid. Running off without saying goodbye. Get it? I will explain later. But I need to hit the training ground right now. Sir Hyan still does not understand what is happening as documents on the desk scatter everywhere. She watches Why, who is like the wind, gradually disappearing, and shouts. That little troublemaker. A green aura envelopes the sword. As a hand gently reaches out to grip the hilt, firmly holds the sword, taking his stance. Now just picture your opponent. He slowly closes his eyes, trying to focus his mind. Emo's mind. A massive shadow appears. A being larger than himself. A monster that is not human. A colossal beast. A technique that does not yield results. A flurry of strikes. Conserving power. Evading or defending. The more he concentrates, the more the sword absorbs that green energy. Flashy tricks without destructive power or just to deceive the opponent are useless. Suddenly, Wyo's gravity shifts, causing the ground beneath him to crack. The clear target of Truckma. A massive explosion erupts. Rocks and debris flying everywhere. Leaps up, raising the glowing sword high, slicing through the monster. In the path of the blade is a giant, pitch-black creature with numerous tentacles below. He swings a long cut, precisely cleaving the monster in half. The sword emits a powerful light, enveloping Wyo. In that same glow, smoke billows continuously. A gentle breeze ruffles Eo's hair. He stands frozen in the smoke, the entire space engulfed in silence. At that moment, a tendril of black smoke wraps around the sword, Alright, darkness slowly consumes Wao. But he gazes ahead with anticipation. Now, what will appear as the night fades away? Looks around in confusion. Where is this? A hazy courtyard unfolds before him. The training ground. Just like when he first received the endless memories. Why is it that only when reading the memories of the endless does the perspective change? Hides behind a pillar. Startled by something. A warrior is fighting inside. It is the person from the previous memories of the endless. Incredible speed. Wao's pupils widen in shock. Ah. What is that? At first, he held a sword. And then it transformed into a spear. Noticing something unusual about him. Concludes that as the weapon changes, the aura shifts as well. Very quickly, the weapon in his hand turns into an axe. It is not the aura of that person changing, but the endless is transforming the aura. Can to keep up with the movements of that person. Are they changing techniques again? The warrior stops briefly to converse with someone. Do not sneak a peek at others' training. The other person asks curiously. Since you got it, have you named those techniques yet? The warrior shakes his head. Not yet. Honestly, it is not even at the level of a technique. The other suggests. Then let me name it. How about ever-changing? Quickly hides when he sees them move. Not bad. The warrior suddenly asks in a cold voice. Wait. Did you bring someone here? The more the other denies it, the more anxious Why becomes. No way. The space feels like it is being torn apart. Something just swept by, sending everything into chaos. They start clashing swords again. Wanting to test their skills, what reason could there be to lead anyone anywhere? Peeks out to observe further. Catching a glimpse of someone's flowing hair fluttering in the wind, closely examines the sharp features of the newcomer. Noting those eyes and that hair color, as he clearly sees the figure's identity. He recognizes the traits of the main line within the fog. The dark night sky envelops the vast forest. While at the same time, a vehicle speeds by recklessly, rests his chin on his hand, gazing out the window into the distance. With a thought racing through his mind. This scene feels like it could belong to the future or the past. A dilapidated gray wall stands in the middle of the forest, looking quite strange and mysterious. This wall separates the safe area from the dangerous zone. Long ago, a massive water source appeared near the Pacific Ocean, an unexplored space that humanity had not officially discovered, and from there, creatures never seen before surged forth. And humanity fought against these monsters for a long time to reclaim their territory. But there are still lands yet to be explored. These areas are called uncharted territories. Or simply, danger zones. He still has the old habit of propping his chin up, pondering everything, asking himself a ton of challenging questions, while a curious voice breaks through his thoughts. Recently, it has been said that the walls have defined the boundary between the safe and dangerous zones. Right, Kim-hin chimes in, shattering the silence with a bright smile, his eyes sparkling. The closer we get to the danger zone, the more desolate the scenery becomes. He quickly responds. But after all, we are still inside the wall, so the level of destruction is limited. The pioneering villages near the danger zone are quite underdeveloped. He recalls the hardships of his past life, with a helpless and somewhat troubled expression. He had also lived there for a time to hide. The vehicle whizzes past the wall at a breakneck speed. Everyone should stay alert. The brakes screech. A mysterious voice rings out. Because from now on, we are stepping into, as the vehicle comes to a stop. Everyone begins to step out one by one. Carefully surveys the area ahead. It is an uncharted dungeon. Immediately, the supervising instructor calls for the members. His expression a mix of seriousness and authority, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Gather around. We will set up base here, check essential supplies, and then begin the assessment. And the students quickly assemble, each wearing a serious expression on their faces. Everyone listens attentively to the instructions and guidance from the supervising instructor. The guards are only here to protect this base. From now on, you all must fend for yourselves. The instructor reassures the young ones, finally letting a little emotion slip, lightly punching his palm, his determined gaze ringing out. But we won't worry. He looks up at his students, his eyes filled with resolve. We will support you as much as we can with our methods. Trainers at this base. Everyone. Show us everything you have been preparing until now. The resounding response from the students was incredibly spirited and heroic, as if shaking the very heavens. After the mentor's instructions, he stepped forward in front of his classmates, his face serious as he discussed taking the lead. At that moment, his expression began to change, his eyes clouded with determination, making everyone hesitant to meet his gaze. But before that, he maintained a cold, emotionless face and continued. This test is definitely going to be tougher because of me. This is the last chance if anyone wants to leave. Now's the time. In the spider-infested forest, pure white threads covered the canopy, creating a dark and eerie atmosphere. Anyone looking in would know this trial was no ordinary test for regular students. It was a dungeon filled with deadly spiders. Any intruder would be immediately detected by the monsters lurking inside. Remembering his father's determined attitude, he thought to himself, "Our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest clearly. This is the test his father set." His train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a firm voice. "No matter how you try to test me now, it is pointless." In sight, speaking with unwavering determination. As if nothing could shake their resolve, all the 5th grade members stood firm, unwilling to back down. Kim-hin smiled back confidently, matching the intensity. "That is right. Young master. Your overwhelming aura makes it impossible for anyone to feel anything but respect. We believe in you." Lai's face showed a moment of surprise, almost unable to contain his shock, but he quickly relaxed and smiled. Ready to start their game. He scanned the group, taking in everyone's expressions before he began to playfully tease. "You guys really say these cheesy lines so naturally." Boxiawan could not help but feel shy, blushing as he spoke up. "That is because you created such an atmosphere." Young master. After a slightly awkward exchange filled with banter, each member's spirit seemed to soar, and Wang clapped his hands confidently, signaling everyone to begin. "All right, get it? No one's backing out. Final communication check. Gather supplies. And then we head into the forest," he declared with enthusiasm. The spider forest, those creepy, human-faced creatures that operated like ants or bees, was going to be tough to handle. As they stepped into the woods, he lowered his voice. "I hope everyone knows what to look for." The group began their march into the forest. With Wang briefly outlining the mission and the area for everyone. "Our task is to document the behavior of the spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using recording equipment." Suddenly, he turned his head and glanced at Choi In-ha. "From now on, the commander is Choi In-ha." He was taken aback, eyes wide as he asked, "What do you mean?" He turned back, pointing at himself to clarify. "I will act alone. I will become bait for the spiders." The others looked puzzled, their faces filled with questions. Then they all gasped in horror as they grasped the situation, their expressions shifting uncontrollably. "Wait, what?" Massive, purple spiders and their sticky webs were everywhere, wrapping around the treetops. At that moment, Wang had separated from the group, moving ahead alone. He firmly plunged a spear into a giant spider. Green liquid gushed everywhere, splattering across his clothes. His face was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, but he finally gathered himself. At this moment, he stood amidst a horde of massive spiders, with razor-sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. Senja took the time to kill a few to lure them in with dangerous pheromones, which was worth it. The human-faced spider would bring that high nutritional bait back to the nest to feed its larvae. His piercing gaze was fixed on an approaching spider as he thought to himself, "The simplest way to make them see me is." He began to showcase his power, one hand lightly brushing against the sword, brilliant emerald beams lighting up the sky. A nutritious bait was proof that this bait possessed overwhelming strength. He started to move the sword, as the spiders swarmed from all sides, eager to attack. His gaze froze. Every drop of blue liquid splattered everywhere. The spiders with their fiery red eyes charged toward him, each stare thick with menace. But he remained unfazed, gripping his weapon tightly. His eyes locked onto their every move. In that moment, he seemed eerily calm, his expression barely wavering. As the sharp fangs lunged at him, he simply smirked with disdain. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, scanning the area and wondering where he was. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he realized he was inside the cocoon of a human-faced spider just as planned. He began to use magic, green light enveloping his body, his stomach slightly upset from the poison. But overall, he felt not too bad. First, he had to use the invisibility spell to mask his presence. He swung his sword, slicing through the thick webs ahead to avoid any pointless hindrance. The strands began to snap, gently falling apart. Right after, he sat up and started searching for their larvae. If this was their nest, the larvae must be concentrated here. He drove his sword into their lair, creating a gap for a better view. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes wide in disbelief. Looking through the gap, his gaze turned astonished. In front of him, cocoons were scattered everywhere. How could there be so many food cocoons? It could not be just from today's catch. They should have eaten them all by now. Well, at this thought, he felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes filled with shock. An unusually black spider cocoon stirred ominously, unlike any other cocoon. What was that? The cocoon began to move, dark purple fumes radiating all around. He started to sense something strange from the cocoon, his face revealing clear unease. He lightly touched his back. A dark aura was settled on him, resonating with something. The cocoon gradually cracked open, a purple aura spreading around. Soon after, a rough spider leg emerged from the gooey mess. Sharp, Thorn-like claws resembling hands began to claw their way out of the chaos. A half-human, half-spider queen stood right in front of him, with 3 pairs of bottomless black eyes, her wicked smile forming a grotesque figure. She was the human-faced spider queen, a level 5 monster. Her sinister voice echoed from her mouth. My children, are you hungry? Gripped tightly onto the cocoon that held him captive, trying to peek through the shattered gap to get a better look at the spider queen. A level 6 spider queen in a dungeon can use human language. She has not said a word. The black-clawed beast lunges forward, targeting the nearest cocoons. Wow. Ning's thoughts race. Is the dark energy reading the spider queen's consciousness? The spider queen thrusts her arm through those cocoons, releasing a surge of purple energy with a powerful force. She pierces the cocoon that wraps around him, shattering it in an instant. Ing quickly crawls out, desperately dodging the claws and debris, telling himself there is no time left to maintain his invisibility spell. The spider queen stands before Wow, a strange light radiating from her lower eyes. There he is, a tiny figure sitting before the massive spider queen, among the lingering dust clouds from the rubble, seeing the green liquid clinging to Ing's body. She questions, what are you? What awakens me lies within you. Why do humans possess that? It is. The furious spider queen screams, her face distorting, 3 pairs of eyes glowing fiercely, her jagged mouth wide open. My Alora, give it to me. Ingu stands, raising his sword against her, his eyes fierce and ready to confront the terrifying pressure that only a top predator can exude. As he locks eyes with the spider queen, he formulates thoughts in his mind. But this pressure holds no sway over me. The spider queen seems caught off guard, her jagged face growing angrier. But the intimidation factor diminishes. You dare resist my magic? She glares at him, baring her sharp teeth and shouting, you worthless insect. Finally, she unleashes her 6 eyes, igniting the forest in an explosion, flames raging everywhere, stones flying, creating utter chaos. As she watches the inferno blaze, a moment of helplessness crosses her mind. This is my end. Behind her, Ing smirks at her accusations. What have you done? He flashes a confident smile, illuminating the dark forest, his eyes sparkling with a mix of arrogance and victory. That is a weapon known as a magic explosive bullet. Fortunately, this cursed forest is full of flammable materials. All I had to do was trigger them at my signal. At this moment, Team 1 is arriving, their momentum soaring. Is it begun? Team 1. In 30 minutes, we will reach the base. Over at the instructor's side, he is also busy, glued to the screen with a headset, explaining each location and mission. He is laser-focused, leaving no room for a second of slack. This is the base camp, and the noble has detected a level 5 magic source in the area. It seems like they have caught the signal of the hesitation from the queen. Hastily responding, make sure to support the students first. At this moment, the spider queen grits her teeth in fury, starting to retaliate against Wow. How dare that human, with her half-human, half-spider form. She stands confidently among a swarm of red-eyed spiders, raising her face to roar furiously. The other spiders begin to frenzy, as if wanting to tear apart anything that intrudes. Come on. Quickly. Protect our forest. The tiny one stand before the spider queen's jagged legs, like an ant lost in a new world. Myself will crush you. The spider queen continues to assert her dominance, ready to pounce forward. You little brat. Do you really think you can take me on alone, or do you believe in your teammates rushing to the nest? Are you sure they can make it here? You can do anything to me. With piercing eyes, she gazes down at Wow. Yet what astonishes her is that you show no sign of fear. It is you who underestimate me. The spider queen halts, shocked to exclaim. What? Lie Wow. Ing closes his eye. A calmness that is hard to conceal spreads across his face. Then, he smiles at the spider queen, one hand gripping a mirror while the other channels his magic, as if the game has just begun. At this moment, Team 1 is advancing. The little captain tries to guide everyone's actions. All teams continue to fire wildly to distract the human-faced spider, while Team 1 charges straight into the nest to support the young master and secure an escape route. Boxio. Taken aback. Questions. Wait. There is a countdown in the nest. Are we really acting like this? Maintaining his pace. Explains to him. This is the young master's order. We just follow the plan. Nevertheless, Choi and Haske shifts uncertainly, his heart filled with anxiety. Young master. Please hold on just a little longer. The bird forest is engulfed in flames, scorching a vast area. The ground shakes violently, debris raining down in the chaos. And amidst the madness, the spider queen's furious voice rings out. Well, the spider queen can't contain her rage, screaming in frustration. Why are you still alive? Why are you still standing? Lee's face is half hidden in the shadows, surrounded by the wreckage of chaos. He exhales heavily, raising his gaze toward the Spider Queen. Those eyes, what do they reveal about the world? The golden figures in his eyes shimmer with astonishment. Hidden truths. Invisible currents of power. Eyes that can see through what is called the demon's eye. He covers his mouth after spitting blood, trying to minimize the mess. Thanks to the demon's eye, I can read the flow of magic, dodging deadly strikes. Yet the sheer force is so overwhelming that escaping completely is not possible. He pulls out a vial of blue potion from his coat, pouring it onto his wounded arm. Fortunately, this Spider Queen has just hatched and can't fully control her body yet. Despite being covered in countless wounds, he does not back down, knowing there is only one chance. He grips the sword with both hands, aiming it forward. The blue light from the blade illuminating everything as he prepares to unleash a basic technique. His eyes blaze in the night, desperately swinging forward. Elash. The blue light engulfs the area, covering the massive Spider Queen. Rocks flying everywhere. Streaks of sticky blue substance splattering wildly. He struggles to keep his eyes on her, gasping for breath. Still too shallow. The Spider Queen begins to writhe after losing parts of her body. Her desperate wails of pain pierce through the air. And then his thoughts, just as expected, cut through that tough hide with a single blow. It is going to be tough. The Spider Queen struggles to rise, her 6 sharp horns visible from behind, bearing wounds from a brutal strike. In excruciating pain, she curses, "I will turn you into my minion, ripping apart what is inside you, restoring myself. And then, you will." She still refuses to bow down, her hands radiating purple light as if challenging her opponent, enduring endless agony. The man grits his teeth as she dodges the beams of light shooting from her. A beam of light strikes his head, sending a hallucinatory signal deep into his brain. His eyes glaze over, and a voice echoes in his mind. "Submit." As the words leave his lips, his head feels like it is about to explode. He clutches his head in sharp pain. Seeing this, the Spider Queen lets out a thunderous laugh, more satisfied than ever, her face dripping with arrogance. The laughter abruptly stops, and suddenly she vomits a viscous green liquid, leaving her momentarily stunned. She clutches her grotesque face with her razor-sharp hands, overwhelmed with horror. What the hell is this? The Spider Queen extends her dark, sinewy hands toward him as if to crush him. He stands frozen, neither advancing nor retreating, staring intently at her. Then he speaks, offering a warning she will never get the chance to heed. "You should be careful. Spiders are weak against fire." He watches as the spider writhes in flames, desperately seeking a way to escape. Meanwhile, the man coolly states, "It is too late." At that moment, the others arrive, rushing to assess the situation. "Sorry. We were delayed clearing a path." He lets out a sigh of relief as he passes his arm around Kim Han's shoulders, who looks utterly drained. "When we get back, I will arrange special training for you all." Kim Han sighs. "Even in this situation, you still say stuff like that." With that, everyone quickly makes their exit. Kim Han, injured and leaning on the man, urges, "Okay, let us get out of here fast." They all respond in unison. "Yep." Meanwhile, the supervising instructors are in a heated discussion, each expressing doubts about Team 5's abandonment. Team 5 from the first year is running behind schedule. "We have received reports they returned 30 minutes ago. They did not abandon their mission like Team 4. Right. It is understandable. Though it is a level 6 dungeon after all. Plus there were anomalies." Just then, Instructor Dungho bursts in, shattering the previous tension. His face shows clear urgency. "Sorry for the delay. We have many injured. We need to get them to the hospital first." Dungho strides to the podium, gripping the remote, ready to start his briefing. "I am reporting now." His expression turns serious as he recalls the events from start to finish. Team 5's mission was to monitor the movements of the adult spider in the forest. However, during the mission, we encountered anomalies and proceeded to gather information. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and deployed 132 explosive mana bullets. Suddenly, the instructor interrupts with a look of disbelief and concern. "Wait, did I hear you right? You use firepower?" Dungho confirms without hesitation. "Yep. Exactly. Moreover, we used 52 rounds while engaging the monsters, totaling 184 rounds." The instructor just exploded in anger, slamming his hands on the table with a furious glare. "Are you all planning to blow up the whole dungeon? The mission was just to film the anomalies. Do not tell me you actually blew it up and called that a success." The instructor's face darkened, his eyes avoiding direct contact as he slowly replied. The mission was indeed completed. He showed no signs of stopping, continuing to yell. "The footage has been recorded. Play it now." Just then, Leong walked in with a recording device in hand, quickly trying to lighten the mood. "Sorry for being late. The recording equipment malfunctioned, And it took time to fix. Here's the video. Liang extended the recording device toward the young instructor, who looked a bit surprised at what he was holding. So Haim, his face turning red, wide-eyed as he tried to whisper to Liang, "What the heck? Is blowing up the dungeon a normal thing? Plus, you did not have to get caught alive. You know." Liang did not glance at Sohyan, maintaining his calm demeanor as he replied, "If you want to film, this is the surest way." The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by a soft voice. "Unbelievable." The instructor rubbed his forehead with one hand, the other clenched into a fist, his face turning gray. Staring blankly, feeling utterly lost, the report's content was absolutely brutal. Using bombs in the dungeon was like bringing gasoline into a burning house. "Do you really think this is a reasonable plan?" Liang remained unfazed, coolly responding, "I just chose the option with the highest chance of success for the mission. With a standard plan, could the students actually succeed?" He hesitated immediately, his brows furrowed slightly, but his gaze remained resolute as he continued boldly, "I would rather use any means necessary to complete the mission than fail or back out." Liang showed no concern, stating frankly, "Sun Bulan only cares about results. That is all." The instructor clasped his hands in front of him. He glanced to the side, trying to think of an escape route. "Isn't it a variable?" "It looks like a variable, but in reality, it is part of the plan." That guy had absolute faith in his own strategy. Other instructors began to exchange glances, their expressions clouding over, clearly indicating that the odds were in Liang's favor. His plan was too groundbreaking to serve as a benchmark, and it would be tough to critique. At this moment, Liang finally allowed his face to relax, flashing a confident smile amid the compliments surrounding him. Since the mission was completed without any casualties, it could be considered a definitive success. In this evaluation, Team 5 was the only one to score full marks. The head of the Sungbu clan reported 32 dead, 78 severely injured. Many sustained minor injuries. But since the contract included a waiver of personal rights, there is nothing to worry about. Takeson held the report in hand, his expression darkening as he asked, "What about the measures for handling the casualties from this evaluation?" Steward Choi gently replied, "The treatment costs for the severely injured will be fully covered, while those who are critically injured to the point of no recovery." Knowing he was in a tough spot, Takeson flipped to another page and said, "Let us continue with the progress report." After a moment's pause, Butler Choi replied respectfully, "Yep. I understand." He then turned around, picked up the remote, and added, "And here are the documents about the dungeons we have received reports on this time." Takeson observed everything, hand over his mouth in awe. It really has an impact. Looking at the screen, he remarked, "The forest of Imyeonju is indeed in a dangerous area." And Butler Choi agreed. "Yep. It is all the way up in the northern part of Gangwon province." In the video, the image of the Spider Queen appeared, angrily commanding her spider army to attack. Then the footage glitched. Takeson commented, "That was short." Butler Choi also concurred, explaining that according to the report, the restored video only goes this far. But it seems it has been tampered with. Takeson took a sip of tea, gently remarking, "This kid is really something." Then he opened his eyes, smiled, and asked, "What do you think?" Butler Choi placed a hand over his heart and answered honestly. He accomplished a difficult task with his intellect. It is truly impressive. However, I am worried that the young master underestimates traditional tactics and strategy. Hearing this response, Takeson pondered. "Even you think that?" This made him curious. Yep. Images of his past battles flashed through his mind, and Takeson sincerely remarked, "Unconventional. Non-traditional, those are just expressions of its boldness. But only when mastering traditional combat techniques can one create truly miraculous moves. Only then can one create extraordinary tactics." Not just the trainees but even the trainers did not oppose this plan. That is enough to prove the leadership skills of the youngest. He spread out the reports and calmly stated, "The fact is, there was no information compromised, and the plan was a complete success." Next, Takeson clasped his hands together and said, "Not just in this evaluation, but also the number and level of overall assessments should be elevated." Butler Choi quickly bowed in agreement. "Yep. I will handle it accordingly." As Butler Choi left, a smile of excitement broke on Takeson's face. It seems the other kids are starting to pay attention to the youngest. A few months later, in the training area for the male students at the military academy, a hand shot up, followed by a stammering voice. "Young master." That was Kim Han. He was visibly agitated. "You know, we just finished the final assessment yesterday." "Right." His arms crossed. He replied matter-of-factly, "That is why I gave you all a break yesterday." Kim Han, looking downcast, said, "What I mean is, Never mind. Amid his disappointment, he continued to brief all the students in the class. Even though this year's final assessment has concluded, but do not forget, the promotion exam is still ahead. And I do not want anyone in this class getting held back. Got it. Following the teacher's warning, everyone responded in unison. Sure. We got. Then he turned away and sighed. Feeling defeated, Kim Han. I heard you got drained from using all your magic in this assessment. So you will be spending the whole day memorizing the 10 basic rules. Kim Han jumped in surprise. What next? The teacher had all the students run laps. And he stood with his hands on his hips, saying, let us start with some physical training. And all the students complied. Seeing their enthusiasm, the teacher chuckled inwardly. They have gotten stronger, not just physically, but mentally too. They no longer crumble under pressure, but know how to compensate for their weaknesses. Suddenly, he became nostalgic, recalling memories from the past. It is hard to believe it has almost been a year since they entered the military academy. Except for those who got eliminated early. No one in our class has dropped out or died. Suddenly, someone ran up from a distance. Dungho politely asked, Young master, is that you here? The teacher looked puzzled. Wondering what was going on, he reached out, explaining, I have some information to share about the promotion exam. Without further delay, the teacher started walking away. All right, I will head over now. As soon as he entered the room, someone called out to him. Wait. Over here, a girl appeared in the distance, waving her hand. Over here. That was Si-Hein. She patted the seat next to her, saying, sit down. I have something to discuss. As soon as the teacher sat down, Si-Hein praised him. You did great in this assessment. And he politely replied, yeah, I heard class 1 did really well too. The girl, flattered by the compliment, beamed. Yeah, that is right. Then Si-Hein shook her head, affirming the purpose of her conversation. But wait, that is not the important part. She regained her seriousness and whispered to him. Wait. You are going to face some challenges in this promotion exam. The 6th sister and the 7th brother were called into the room by their mother not long ago. And there are rumors they are meeting with the students. The teacher did not seem worried at all. He sighed and asked, what? Are you planning to eliminate me from the promotion exam? He saw her reaction was not what he expected. Even while whispering, Si-Hein was fuming, knowing it is impossible. But no one can predict what they will do. That is what is truly frightening. You are such an oddball that you do not feel anything. The 6th sister and the 7th brother are both really scary. The teacher emphasized the word oddball. He calmly crossed his arms, eyes shut, stating, if you were warning me, it is too late. Ever since the quarterly assessments, those annoying troubles have kept happening. Is that surprising to you? Si-Hein. The teacher did not reply to her. He just raised a hand to think. Every assessment, we get hit with poor quality submissions or intentionally mistraining content to create a divide. Recently, have you heard that someone approached Bo Xiao? Si-Hein is not upset about being ignored. Instead, she is fired up, declaring, I have already warned our classmates a bit. This time, I am going to compete fairly with you and win. I am determined to be number 1 and make you call me sister. Looking at the girl radiating confidence, Wai Wang, confused, asks, why are you so obsessed with that stupid nickname? Suddenly, a voice from above captures both their attention. Is everyone ready? The instructor walks in with an air of authority, placing a hand on the desk and saying, today, we will be assessing the final quarterly evaluation of the year. I will share the details and schedule regarding this term's promotion exam. He does not waste any time and starts explaining. As you all know, your final score for the year and your results in the promotion exam will determine your advancement. This time, the exam will take place at Gate Y7, about 3 kilometers north of Jisong. This makes Wai Wang jump in surprise. Gate. He raises his hand to his chin, thinking, I anticipated some changes for the exam, but I did not expect it to be at the gate. At this moment, up at the podium, the instructor holds up a card for everyone to see, saying, inside the gate, there will be tasks engraved with the character Sungmu. Each student will also have a nameplate. If it gets stolen, you are out of the competition. Besides that, there are no other rules, just grab as many nameplates as you can. The room is dead silent as he continues explaining monotonously. This promotion exam is not just a simple test of combat skills. It is more like a battle for survival. A smile creeps across Wai Wang's face as he thinks, so that is how it is. In his mind, he envisions a scenario in this game, quietly analyzing it. Grabbing nameplates. Stealing nameplates. and surviving. Losing a nameplate means losing your rank. And the number of nameplates you hold will decide your score. In the exam, a straightforward game. He imagines someone snatching the top nameplate, and internally realizes that the so-called deadly traps are actually a setup. Even if nameplates are stolen, outsiders want to have a clue. So it is all about grabbing or searching for hidden nameplates. What matters is having one, regardless of who you took it from or where you found it. He keeps tapping his arm, the calculations in his head becoming clearer. Moreover, this is an individual battle involving all second-year students. So there must be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Then, Wong smirked, realizing something: a promotion exam happening at the gate, isolated from the outside world. There is no evidence left behind. Whatever happens with an illegitimate child, this is definitely an opportunity they can miss. Si-Han looks at Wai-Wong with an evaluative gaze, muttering, "Why though?" He is still lost in his thoughts. But that also means he can exploit it in his own way. Scene shifts to another room, where a pair of feet are propped up on the table, swaying to a song. Another voice interrupts, stopping the tune. "What are you doing?" The person cheerfully replies, as if humming another tune while watching his adorable younger brother work up a sweat. Lee Jaek, the seventh son of Sunmuli. Jaek shows little emotion, muttering, "You idiot." She rolls her arms and laughs, saying, "This little brat dares to act cool like sister Lise, the sixth daughter of Sungmuli." Sina stretches her arms out, lazily declaring, "Seriously, compared to this one, the youngest is way cuter. His actions are just like a little bunny." She raised the knife to her face, licking her lips, making you want to snap her neck. Then, Suna smiled and asked Jake, "More than that, what do you think?" He focused on his computer and replied, "What do you mean?" Her voice got higher. "What else? It is Mom's orders." Obviously. Jake suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed, saying, "She said it is time to assess things." Suna tossed the knife into the air and said in a playful tone, "I do not like this at all. A royal brat flaunting the family name." The knife fell, and her hand caught it. A nobody getting all cocky like that. Then stabbed it straight down into the table, accompanied by a dissatisfied sound. "I am going to teach them a lesson myself." Sina leaned on the table, smiling but fiddling with the knife, saying, "Riding off your big brother's weakness and still acting tough, time to show them where they really stand." The promotion battle. This is the exam for students to advance to the next year. And this time it is a competition for badges in a secured secret realm. Kim Han glanced at the guards and curiously asked Young, "Isn't it strange that a secured secret realm needs this much guarding?" He replied nonchalantly, "Probably to reassure the civilians. Or maybe it is just a precaution, since this is a research and testing site." After saying that, he could not help but look around. But there were fewer people than he expected. Young quietly spotted 3 people in the distance, thinking to himself, "They think I am not paying attention, acting so boldly. Or maybe the students are just this weak." Those thoughts surrounded Young, but he quickly pushed them aside. It did not matter. He turned to the students and asked, "Is everyone ready?" Choi-Ina clasped her hands behind her back and excitedly replied, "Of course," Young said quietly. "Well then," before turning around to lead the way, and all the students chimed in. Yep. The scene shifted to the office, where Sina grabbed another piece of cake, exclaiming, "This office has a lot of delicious snacks." Jiek was handling his work while advising his sister, "That is for guests. Just have a little." She picked up the whole box and replied, "No way. But hey, have not we received any news yet? I am super busy and came here myself to check." The sound of clacking keyboards still echoed, and he replied, "The instructor just reported that even the second-year students have entered." Suna held the piece of cake up, grinning with excitement, thinking about how those kids had to crawl through the mess. They must be thrilled too. "Mom said if we handle this well, there'll be a reward. Right?" He joyfully hummed. But it made Jayak's fingers freeze on the keyboard. He had to think about what he really wanted. He stopped typing and stared at the screen, wondering, "But will everything go smoothly like this? I trust it will follow the plan." Images of Mai appeared in Jayak's mind, gently advising, "Listen, little bro, that kid is not your match. Be careful." Those words troubled him. It was something his big brother had said not long ago, and he had just brushed it off. Yet it lingered in his heart. Suddenly, the phone on the table buzzed, pulling him out of his thoughts. Suna immediately jumped up, curious. "What is that? Is it over already?" Jack did not answer, just furrowed his brows. She grew impatient, snatched the phone, and asked, "What is it?" As soon as she read the information, Suna quickly exclaimed, 21 people got eliminated, and 15 withdrew." Her face was turning pitch black, so furious that she almost crushed her phone. The whole class of first-year 5th graders was still alive and kicking. There was nothing she could do about that little brat. Jayak could only cover his face and breathe heavily in despair. He ran his fingers through his hair, thinking to himself, I have lost. And it is a complete defeat, especially against the youngest. Liang. Inside the hidden realm. Xian and Chiwen were desperately trying to escape. What a nightmare. Damn it. Chiwen was gasping for breath while running, unable to hold back her frustration. It is just a little brat. We are in 5th grade. Soon snapped back, grabbing a stick and running off. If we hide in the cave, he won't find us. Once they both managed to hide in the cave. Xian whispered. Have we shaken him off yet? Just then, a sword flew toward them like a bolt of lightning. It plunged straight into the ground, creating a deep dent. The kid saw the sword coming and panicked. But Siha could not dodge it either, getting hit directly by the sword's path. Grabbed the kid's hand and cheerfully said to Chiwen. Found you. Liang is here. He was buzzing with excitement, stepping closer and exclaiming. You really hid well. Chiwen stepped back nervously, pleading. It took so long to find you. Do not come closer. Did you just ditch me? Is this how it ends? Was unforgiving, grabbing his collar and asking. You make it sound like I was the one who attacked first. He raised his sword, his voice like, if you dare to point your sword at us, you will have to pay the price. Then there was a massive explosion from within the cave, followed by Chiwen's tragic scream. After a moment, Ina cheerfully called out. Leader, we have wrapped things up over here. Standing in front of the 2 unconscious guys. Praised. Good. Now let us move. There are still a few left who could target us. He immediately followed up. Yep. I will regroup with the team. Before letting Inha leave, seriously instructed. As planned. I will go solo. Each of you handle your list and keep collecting badges. Ina quickly replied and took off. Got it. After he left, stretched and thought. The most important thing in this promotion exam is still the number of badges collected. He closed his eyes, focusing. Stealing badges from other students is not very effective. Then opened his eyes to use his magic eye. Thinking curiously. And that is why I came up with this theory. Gripped the sword at his side, using his magic eye to search. Wondering if he could find badges with it. A beam of light from the magic eye led him to a mountain peak. And he thought. Got it. Quickly took off. Jumping up. As soon as he reached the top, he spotted the badge. Thinking. This will work. This is worth it. Gripping the badge tightly. Smiled. Awesome. He jumped down. Happily affirming. With this chance, I can also sharpen my control skills. After a while of searching, he looked into his bag. Look at this. Inside the bag were shiny badges. And exclaimed. I can't believe I collected this many. No wonder my bag feels so heavy. He set the bag aside and looked down. But at that moment, chaos erupted below as fights broke out. Sighed sadly. I can practice my magic eye now. He could only let out a long sigh. Thinking. The exam is almost over. And we have been fighting nonstop since morning. A figure suddenly swoops in. And knows exactly who it is. He thinks. If I keep dodging, I am just going to be bothered anyway. That person lands safely. Letting out a frustrated sigh. Finally found you. Coin calls out with excitement. Simply replies. Knowing you are stalking me is why I have not run away. Hoenn immediately counters. Well then. You should stop hiding a little bit. Right. Rolls his eyes and shrugs. Saying. Here. I am stopping for you. Or not. The girl quickly ties her hair back. Her spirit soaring as she declares. Nice. No need for many words. She raises her sword. Throwing down a challenge. Let us do. Hoenn gives a thumbs down. Taunting. Let us settle this clearly. Okay. If I... You have to call me big sister. Is not backing down either. Asking in return. What if I win? Hoenn replies with a tone that sends shivers down spine. And only if you win, I will call you big brother. Immediately hugs his shoulders, backing away while exclaiming. If you are planning to hit me with some psychological warfare, that is pretty effective. Hoenn instantly loses it, shouting. Shut up. Don't say that. Then the girl stops talking and dashes forward. Hoenn grips her sword tightly, happily advancing, while meets her with a serious face. Ready for the challenge. The training ground appears calm under the dim moonlight, casting a cold, tranquil glow as the snow gradually melts away after the promotion exam ended smoothly. The evaluation system has become a notch more severe, especially with 2 prominent students participating this time, making it a hot topic of discussion. The household staff can keep their mouths shut endlessly chattering about the competition. Of course, young Missa would take first place. Right. After all, even second-year students are in on this. Can those top Vietnamese students even hold their ground? Besides cheering, they are whispering among themselves. And what about those other kids? Right, against the clear blue sky with a few fluffy white clouds drifting by, the ancient roof tiles of a grand temple emerge majestically. As young Master Ut and his top male classmates stand proud, he walks up confidently, looking straight ahead, receiving his award. Congratulations, young Master Liwa. You are the top student of this promotion round. He has been promoted, the top of the whole class. Calmly, he closes his eyes for a moment, extending his hands to accept the diploma with a wide smile. Thank you. Honestly, I did not think I would end up as the top student, yet inside, he thinks differently. After all, they can be too blatant with their cheating. Right, he recalls just moments ago, having defeated Sawin with a disinterested flair. If Lei Sawin's performance in the exam was decent, who knows? But I did snatch all her badges right at the end, after handing out the awards. Donghu cheerfully looks towards Yi. He exclaims, "You are really composed." Standing on top of the academy is quite an impressive achievement. Holding the diploma he just received, turns to respond. Nurse will surely be thrilled. And thanks for the congratulations. As soon as he steps out, walking down the promotion staircase, he is showered with congratulatory shouts. Congratulations, young master. Well done, sir. Beaming with joy, stands in front of him, suddenly called out, "Student Choi In-ha, please come up." He heard his name and stepped forward. A Choi In-ha walked slowly toward Dongho. Suddenly, he held up the certificate in front of him and exclaimed, "Congratulations. You have leveled up. Ranked 13th overall." He blushed slightly and looked down at the certificate in front of him, unable to believe it. Choi In-ha took the certificate in his hands, and Jun kept jumping around, saying, "Thank you so much." Yang stood behind him, subtly reminding, "Don't get cocky. It is great that you are giving it your all. But if you become complacent, it won't matter at all." He let out a small sigh and replied, "Yep, sir." After awarding Choi In-ha, Dongho called out the next name. Next up, student Kim Bo-seolong. Congratulations on leveling up. Kim Bo-seolong looked at the certificate in disbelief and instinctively said, "Thank you." He had leveled up, ranking 24th overall. It was Kim Han's turn to receive his award. But he did not look too thrilled holding the certificate. "Student Kim Han, leveling up in your first year. You have really pushed yourself. Congratulations. Kim Han, ranked 34th overall." Kim Han stared at the paper, his fingers gently tracing the edge as he thought, "This ranking is pretty lame. Honestly, I am a bit disappointed." He could not accept his rank and looked up with determination, thinking, This is just the beginning. I will definitely become as strong as the noble." Bo-seolong stood up straight, focusing ahead as he reminded himself, "I need to work even harder." Kim Han clasped his hands behind his back, holding his head high, telling himself, "I have decided to change for the better, so I won't be a burden to him, and I won't live a mediocre life anymore." Yang strode confidently ahead of everyone, while the others followed, resolutely thinking, "From now on, I won't lose again." Yang seemed unfazed, chuckling softly to himself, thinking, "Well, for them, this is the end." He felt lighthearted, thinking, "But now, there is nothing to worry about." Yang turned around and said, "You all worked hard. Our whole class leveled up." Everyone's faces fell, and they nervously listened as he said, "If anyone gets held back, I will make them go through some forced training." How unfortunate. Yang quickly became serious again, turning to everyone and delivering words of encouragement that left them in silent admiration. "Year 2 is going to be even tougher, with plenty of eager folks ready to tear you apart." Yang cautiously reminded them, but he also believed in them, saying, "But I trust you will figure it out." They stood up straight and shouted in unison, "Yep, sir." Yang received the response he hoped for and smiled. Then, he held his head high, patted his left shoulder, and said with enthusiasm, "Let us fight. You all can do it." Zihain pouted, mumbling, "I want to acknowledge this." Yang stood beside her, feeling a bit exasperated, and sighed. "What are you not acknowledging now?" Zihain could not take it anymore and exploded, clenching her fists and shouting, "If it were not for that promotion exam, I would have been the top student. What a load of crap. Sure, knock me down. But why take my badge too? She rushed right in front of him, reenacting the struggle she went through to claw back her badge, saying, "Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to gather my badge again because of you?" The girl turned around, ignoring Wang, potting as she mumbled, "If only I had that ivory sword in my hands." Wang thought to himself, "That is not wrong. I thought I would win easily." But it actually took over an hour to finish the job. He watched as X-Hone walked away, recalling her strength and analyzing that X-Hone had become stronger than he could have imagined. She still had not unlocked the sword path, and her ability to use the energy technique probably was not mastered yet. The two of them walked side by side. Wang gently closed his eyes, breaking into a cold sweat as he pondered. But if Xi-Hone can do all that now, honestly, I do not want to face her. Suddenly, Si-Hone raised her hand to her mouth and coughed lightly, calling out. However, a promise is a promise. He anxiously turned to look at the girl, and Wang spoke in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Si-Hone pointed with one finger. "That way. I have sung my heart out." "Remember," Si-Hone thought for a long moment, then let out a long sigh. "Are you going to call right now?" Before she could finish her sentence, Wang rushed over and covered her mouth with his hand. He glared at her, holding her tightly, and warned, "If you say one more word, it is a life or death duel." Si-Hone was cut off and could only mumble a few sounds, feeling frustrated even at that point. Wang released her and turned away, shouting, "Enough with the nonsense. We are out of here." Si-Hone jumped slightly, then turned to reply, "Right." After a bit of conversation, the two of them walked away from there together. In no time, they arrived at their destination, standing before a massive wooden door. Wang reached out and forcefully opened the large door, while Si-Hone followed behind him. They stepped inside, respectfully clasping their hands together, and spoke, "I wish to see father." TXN glanced over at them, and he slowly replied, "Come in." After some pleasantries, the three of them sat down on the sofa to enjoy tea. TXN sat in the main chair, holding a hot cup of tea as he looked at the two. Once he finished drinking, he gently set down the cup and said, "I have heard you both have completed your first year at the academy." TXN sat up straight, glancing over at his two children and asked, "Each of you, what have you seen and felt?" Si-Hone did not say anything, silently holding her cup and looking over at him, while Wang raised his drink to his lips, thinking, "What is going on? Why is she looking at me?" Not getting a response from him, Si-Hone boldly spoke up, "I have seen the true face of our family." Wang, who was sitting next to her, choked on his tea and spluttered. TXN, confused, leaned toward the girl, asking, "True face? What do you mean?" Si-Hone, sincerely, explained for him to understand. "I know that competition always brings rivalry, but I have seen absurd things happen, and that is just natural." The girl looked straight at him, her hands clenched tightly. "I want everything to be clear and fair. No matter what I achieve, I want to do it with my own sword and strength." TXN nodded slightly at her words, responding calmly, "Fairness and integrity. Not bad." Although he appeared normal on the outside, inside, he had already acknowledged her. "There is a reason you were chosen by the sword. You used to complain a lot and be weak, but this changed." Thinking for a moment, TXN turned his gaze to Waiwan, who looked pained from his burns, and wondered, "This must be because of you, right?" Then, TXN asked, "And what about you? The youngest. What have you felt?" He quickly regained his composure, his eyes shining brightly as he answered, "What I feel is the misery. The Academy of the Living is the root of Sung Mu Lan, but the Academy has strayed off course." Hearing this, TXN clenched his fist tightly, bowing his head in deep thought. Straight off course. He was serious about everything. Turning to look at his dad, he continued, "They have not fought at all. They might be weak, they might fail, but those who give up fighting do not deserve to be part of Sung Mu Lan." In his mind, he could not help but imagine the scenes from the competition. He voiced his speculation, "And I have seen way too many living beings like that. It must be due to the incompetence of the trainers or flawed training methods." TXN did not react strongly. He gently closed his eyes and chuckled. "That is honestly a bit outrageous." Both of them were taken aback, staring wide-eyed at TXN, thinking, did he just laugh? He then praised them, saying, "Even if you are just living beings, it is commendable that you have developed your own thoughts." Regardless, TXN could not stop worrying about the two of them. He gently reminded them, "But always stay alert. The pitfall of short-sightedness is hard to escape once you fall into it." Si-Hone's face brightened, his eyes sparkling as he looked at him. Wang still stared at him with disbelief, Never expected his father would advise him like this. Si-Hon bent slightly at the waist. The girl shouted respectfully. Thank you, sir. He placed his hands on his thighs and said, Me too. I will remember this. Tifexin did not say anything. He looked at the two kids and said, Over the past year, I have heard about your learning process and your missions. Although the tests throughout the year are not the same as the official missions of the official disciples. In essence, they are not much different. You have realized this is the assessment I set for you, and completed the mission earnestly. Thanks to their efforts, Tifexin decided to do something. The reason I called you here today is to reward those efforts. Upon hearing this, Si-Hon was bursting with excitement, while Wang was less so. Feeling a bit skeptical about everything. His father was usually strict about rewards and punishments. So why the special treatment this time? The girl excitedly volunteered, raising her arm high. If that is the case, I request a rare armor. The hard armor. I really want it. Tifexin replied steadily. Happily accepting. Sure. I will note that down. You can collect it tomorrow. Si-Hon nodded eagerly. Yep. Thank you, sir. After hearing Si-Hon's request, Tifexin turned to him and asked, What about my son? What do you want? Wang's face darkened. He fumbled with his lips a few times before finally saying, I request permission to enter the Divine Favor Mountain. Tifexin was taken aback. His eyes widened in shock. While Si-Hon gasped in disbelief, the sounds in the room continued to echo. Wai Kwang was carefully counting a few things before taking them. Herbal books. A pot. Even a full set of potion-making tools. Good. Looks like I am all set. He itemized everything, then carefully packed it into his backpack. Since the Divine Favor Mountain is a sacred mountain, it is not only spirit herbs but also spirit medicines. At Than Island, only second-rate potions could be made. This time it could be top tier. He pressed his lips together, bowing his head in thought. Surprised that he was truly allowed to enter the Favor Mountain, which meant he could soon embark on his warrior journey. Analyzing the situation carefully, he suddenly turned around hesitantly, glancing at the neatly propped sword against the door, determined that he would one day set foot in the Favor Mountain. Suddenly, just as he was lost in thought, a knock at the door snapped his attention. Yep. Come in. The maid pushed the door open and placed her hand gently on her back, whispering, Yep. Young master, someone is trying to reach you. He asked, puzzled. Reach me. About what? The maid hesitated, struggling to find the words, but finally gathered her courage to say, It is an invitation from the seventh master. He jumped in surprise upon hearing this. Jack chuckled softly, carefully pouring tea, and exclaimed, It has been ages since we last met, has not it? Since the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. Right. He sat up straight, hands resting on his thighs, smiling cheerfully as he replied, Yep. You still remember. Jax placed the tray back on the table, then sat down across from him, saying, I am not so forgetful as to overlook something like that. He silently observed every gesture, behavior, and mannerism, judging that, just as rumors suggested, he was not easy to deal with. His conversation flowed naturally, even brewing tea himself, and his choice of seating showed no signs of oversight. Compared to the unpredictability of kindness, blatant malice felt more comforting. After pouring the tea, Jack extended his hand toward him, smiling so widely that his eyes closed, inviting him, Give it a try. Tea is my only pleasure. It should be good. He had to play along, lifting the cup to his lips with a smile, replying, Thank you, Hoyan. You still brew tea for your guests? Jax quickly responded to his question, holding the small tea cup, excitedly explaining, It depends on the guest. This tea is from a foreign tea hill I bought 2 years ago. He gradually calmed down, lifting the teacup to take a sip while his mind raced, wondering how many times they had poured tea without getting to the main topic, an out-of-place exchange. But he knew how to navigate the situation. Indeed, he was not just a useless guy with a bit of martial talent. After enjoying the tea, he placed the cup down on a nearby plate, thinking it was enough small talk for now. At this moment, a GX began to get to the point, stating that the reason he called him was due to the events of the recent promotion. He sat across from him, starting the inquiry about the recent incident, asking if he knew it was orchestrated by him and Luca. He respectfully replied, Yep. I know. Then this conversation will be quick. At this point, Jax began to express his main intention, starting to justify. This time, it was not my intention. Upon hearing this, he could not help but chuckle to himself, realizing he was trying to take this route with his refined student-like appearance. Pushed his glasses up with a hand, stating, Lige is famous not for his strength, but for his political, administrative, And commercial skills, a cunning individual who never turns anyone into an enemy. They call him the Golden Sword. He analyzed him thoroughly. Overall, there was no clear malice. Meaning he did not want to see him as an enemy. Jax looked at him, extending his hand in an apologetic gesture. But clearly, there is fault on our side. If you want, I'll apologize. He did not let Gex finish before quickly interjecting. No need, causing Gex to pause for a moment. You look up with a bright smile, hands resting on your chest, simply stating that this incident is just one of many clashes to come in the upcoming competition. But then your attitude shifts dramatically, and with narrowed eyes, you seem to know everything, saying, "Don't tell me you are just doing what that lady wants you to do." Jax does not overact. He locks eyes with you and speaks up. Competition. Ah. You think I am your enemy? You place your hands on your thighs and retort. If someone touches my people, and then acts all innocent, how can I not see them as a foe? Hearing this, Jax's gaze subtly shifts, a glint of cunning sparking in his eyes. He wears a begrudging expression, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him as he internally debates. What should I do? Should I take care of this now to avoid future hassles? He quickly shakes off that thought, sighing lightly while pondering. What should I do for you? You turn to him, extending your hand to hint at something more meaningful, urging him to show his sincerity. Because the one suffering is not just you. Seeing your gesture, Jax feels a mix of anger and forced smiles. Thinking, how ridiculous. Not accepting an apology but wanting compensation. I actually like this. Then, Jax extends his hand in a gesture of goodwill, saying, all right, I will send some mid-tier elixirs to all the 5th grade disciples, and you will receive your fair share of the rewards. You happily look at him and grasp his hand gently, saying, brother, you have already taken care of a lot. Let us not bring this up again. He smiles sweetly, still holding your hand, chuckling. Among all the brothers and sisters, I feel most compatible with you. You do not care much, brushing it off with a casual reply. Is that? I am not so sure about that. After your discussion, you stand up from your chair and say, I will take my leave now. Jax crosses his arms and watches your movements, adding, I have some advice. He looks serious. Warning you, be careful of Luca. Unlike me, he does not tolerate anything. You casually reply, it is. With that, you turn to leave, but not before shooting him a look that says you won TB around this family for the next year. In a traditional style room, decorated with classic elegance, everything radiates a sense of peace and grace until a loud, jarring noise shatters the calm. Joazian raises her hand and slaps Ziana, who tilts her head slightly, calling out. The woman's face darkens, her gaze menacing and filled with disdain. Do not call me mother. I never gave birth to a failure like you. Ziana rushes forward, grabbing the hem of her mother's dress, crying out, please. Ziana's eyes are filled with terror as she struggles to explain. I can clarify everything. I am not using this mission to run away. Joazian, angrier now, glares at her, shouting, shut up. Faced with such fear, Ziana instinctively recoils, her hands slipping away. She drops to her knees, banging her head on the ground in apology. Enduring the scolding. What you did was run away. Something a bloodline from the Sungmu family can never do. Ziana stays silent, her nails digging into the floor until they bleed. If you were my child, that would be unforgivable. Slowly rising, trembling all over, she speaks. But I can still make amends. Ziana raised her hand dramatically, one palm facing out, shouting with a mix of anger and excitement. As long as I can crush that bastard's child, that is all that matters. Guazian quickly retorted, clearly not understanding anything. If I could have done that, I would not have tortured you this much. Just as she finished speaking, Joazian's words left her stunned. Ah. She quickly continued, and upon hearing this, Ziana's expression darkened. That bastard will ascend Tianvai Mountain within a year. Joazian closed her eyes, maintaining a calm facade but wanting to manipulate the situation, stating that if you could regain your honor, it would be one thing, but you have even lost that chance, tarnishing the whole family's name. She turned away, leaving Ziana kneeling behind, threatening. If you show up in front of me, looking like a defeated dog again, just a slap one be the least of your worries. As Guazian stepped outside, Jeek was already waiting there, greeting her respectfully, while Ziana was inside the room muttering the same phrase over and over. Damn it. Damn it all. After Guazian left, he finally cast his gaze into Guacafa's room. Ziana was even angrier now, scratching her nails until they bled, grumbling about that damn royal brat. Grinding her teeth, she swore to herself, I will definitely kill you. Zeke had not left but leaned against the door, watching from outside and thinking, the lady is truly ruthless. Now, Lysiana will be haunted by this. Then, a smile crept onto his face. He was waiting for this. So keeping Lysiana and Leon around would help determine who truly holds more value. The future is looking exciting. He recalled how Un had left this morning with his backpack. And Zeke, with a mischievous grin, calculated that the day Un returned would be a year from now. Un was sitting in the car, tense, gripping his hands tightly, while he sat straight and safe, lips pursed in resignation, then slowly lifted his head, looking ahead and wondering. While Choi was cheerfully driving, smiling widely and exclaiming, "Lucky us! We are on the same route." Un looked at his gentle demeanor, feeling quite awkward and wondering, is the butler Koi also here? His eyes sparkled with a smile as he said, even though it is just a short 2 days, I hope to be of service. Young master, butler Choi gently reassured him. You do not need to feel too pressured. Yun sat quietly in the car, unintentionally exclaiming when he felt cared for. Thanks. Choi calmly explained. Since the lunar festival is approaching, it is time to clean the ancestors' graves. And I have to relay a message to the keeper of Chanvai Mountain. I am just accompanying you because it is the master's orders. At that, Un laughed out loud. Understanding, so that is it. Having someone along makes this less lonely. But deep down he thought, this can be just a coincidence. Un remained lost in thoughts about this butler Koi. His aura and presence felt so ordinary. Yet he was definitely not an ordinary person, a key figure in the family, holding a position even more significant than many elders. The gap between him and butler Choi was hard to gauge. Suddenly, the sound of Koi snapped him back to reality, reminding him, butler Choi, sitting across from him, curiously asked, I heard that before going to Shanvai Mountain, you will stop by Sungmu Mountain. May I ask why you are visiting the ancestor's grave? Un scratched his head, cheerfully replying, I want to pay my respects to the previous heads of the family. Since this is my first trip away from the clan, I think it is proper to greet my ancestors first. It is inevitable to think about it, sure. Saying it is for a good reason is true. But I also want people to see a second child going the extra mile to pay respects at the ancestral grave. He smiled knowingly. And indeed, the young master is quite perceptive. Many elders will be pleased to see such respect for the ancestors. You politely thanked him, saying you truly appreciate being acknowledged like this. It felt as if he understood my thoughts perfectly. At that moment, butler Choi hesitated for a moment, and said, Young master, may I boldly say something? Yun smiled obediently. Yep. I am all ears. He asked, do you like mountain climbing? Young master, you replied. Not really. I do not think I have ever climbed a mountain in the true sense. At this, butler Choi slowly opened his eyes, smiling. I actually enjoy climbing mountains. He then began recounting a story of his own. There was a time I climbed a very treacherous mountain. The trail did not even exist. I had to forge my own path. If it were you, what would you do in that situation? Un thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. I would quietly look ahead and keep climbing. That way, I would reach the summit faster and more accurately. He smiled and nodded. Indeed. You would climb quickly. He then offered you an example. But in reality, it is not always like that. Sometimes, you need to look back, glance around, and observe the terrain to ensure you are on the right path. If you focus solely on what is in front, it is easy to get lost and take a longer route. Now, butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and said seriously, especially when the mountain is taller. Yun suddenly realized, could it be that he is talking about martial arts? The images from the past slowly emerged in his mind as he reminded himself that after regressing, he had yet to fully digest his new powers before rushing to take on more. But I never thought that would be an issue. If it continues like this, even if I have time, I will still be too busy chasing after something new. Un lowered his head politely. Thank you for your valuable advice. Butler Choi waved his hand and smiled. It is nothing. Just consider it the ramblings of an old man. After a while, butler Choi looked outside. Well, it seems we have arrived. The luxurious black car quickly came to a stop. This is Mount Sungmu. Un stepped out of the car, gazing at the magnificent peak right in front of him. He suddenly called out to the person who had accompanied him all this way. Butler Choi. Un held a sword in one hand and tightly gripped the hilt in the other. I have heard that only those with the bloodline of the Sungmu clan, or those who are permitted, can pass through the gate. Can you enter? He crossed his arms. I am fortunate enough to have been granted that authority by the previous master. As they both walked, butler Choi spoke up. I will go tidy up his grave. And young master, where do you plan to go first? You look over. I am thinking about where to place the Ancestor-S tablet first. Suddenly, your body feels something unusual. A strange sensation. Have I crossed the barrier of the ancestral tome? Yun spread his hand, opening and closing it repeatedly, feeling as if he just stepped into another world. At that moment, Butler Choi bowed his head and said, "Then, I will take my leave. Wishing you all the best in achieving what you desire." You moved forward, turning your head to smile. "Thank you." Footsteps echoed in the quiet space, and a tomb appeared right before you. "I have arrived." The tomb of the first family head. Yun slowly opens the door wide, politely saying, "The descendant of the Sungmu family requests the glass plate." With that, he pulls out his sword, just in case he accidentally disrespects the ancestors by drawing it before their grave. Yun looks at the sword, a smirk creeping onto his lips, hoping his ancestors will forgive him, for this is a step preordained by 9 people. Moments later, he gently places the sword on the table, holding a jug, pouring himself a drink. He can't help but reflect. The sword is indeed a weapon, but it is far more than just a sword. He lifts the glass towards the blade before recalling the family secret revealed by his older brother. The sword under the wine slightly trembles, sealed by 9 seals. A wave of power surrounds it. I know there are a total of 4 seals. The first proving oneself as the sword's master. The image of his ancestor lying on the left appears. The second proving he carries the bloodline of the Sungmu family. The ground around him explodes. The third, passing the naming ceremony. The first challenge set by the progenitor on the sword. Several characters shine in blue light. By now, I have broken a total of 3 seals. His ancestor watches the aura radiate, hinting at what the next seal will be. Suddenly, the incense there glows strangely bright. A line of text appears. Favor. Indeed, it is still the Favor Mountain I once knew. Just the Favor Mountain. Favor Mountain is where the progenitor sensed the spiritual energy and chose as the training ground for descendants. Right now, in front of him stands Favor Mountain, a place filled with magic. Though I have read the documents, this is the first time I witness it with my own eyes. A voice gradually echoes from behind. What a magnificent mountain. His ancestor happily responds. Yep. It feels very different from Sungmu Mountain or Sichthan Island. But right now, Gwanjiakoi is watching him. I hope the young master achieves the desired results. Suddenly a shout rings out. Those guys are making noise again. Sanjiji is seething with rage. My head is pounding. They are swarming like a pack of dogs. His ancestor is startled, turning to look, thinking to himself, when did I become completely oblivious to their presence? The guard beside him reminds. Young master. Gwanjiakoi. Step back. He is a master. He angrily points, yelling, "You guys must be crazy to want to die. Can't you hear me? Get back in line." The guard, unfazed, orders. Everyone, form up. Sanjiji immediately presses the guard's head down to the ground. Out of word. You bunch of black-haired fools. A glint of coldness flashes in his eyes. If you are holding iron, you are asking for a fight. His ancestor stands there, bewildered, watching the scene unfold in an instant. After everything settles down, he lifts the bottle and takes a hearty swig. A group of guards lies flat on the ground, unable to move. Sanji lets out an annoyed sigh. Seriously? Do not they know their place and dare to charge in? He then turns back, saying, "Hey, you really are the type who does not know better. I told you at least to give a month's notice. Showing up empty-handed like this is just asking for trouble." Gwanjiakoi chuckles warmly. Well, but you might be overreacting. He grumbles. Overreacting? Recently, you guys have gotten pretty bold. Still daring to argue. His ancestor hesitates before speaking. Gwanjiakoi. He clears his throat, glancing it out. I forgot to introduce. This is the one who guards Favor Mountain. Sanjiji raises an eyebrow. It is the kid that you brought back from outside. Butler Choi said. Yep. This is the young master's first visit to the mountains. Sanjiji suddenly asked you. You have seen a part of my untamed self, have not you? The old man was taken aback, seriously pondering. Surprised he recognized that. Then hesitantly replied. Yep. You have seen it. He stroked his chin, looking at you with a scrutinizing gaze. You carry a hint of that unique aura. Like there is a strange scent about you. Suddenly, one of the old man's eyes turned red, and you instinctively covered your eye at Sanjiji's words. Wait. This kid has some really weird eyes. A burst of light radiated out, leaving the old man in shock. After a moment, he kept drinking and laughing. The Western wine really is something else. This woodsy scent is so peculiar. Yet it delivers a taste that is hard to describe on the tongue. Butler Choi chimed in joyfully. I am glad it suits your taste. You just smiled quietly, thinking to yourself, I do not drink much, But it is clear this is not some cheap stuff. Sanjiji slammed the wine bottle down on the table. All right then. Let us hear your story, he added. Sending a scrawny kid like you here for training. They must really dislike you. Ah. The old man spoke up. I came here entirely of my own will. And Sanjiji laughed heartily. Is that? He looked away. Just like a kid caught up in death and destiny. You sat there quietly. Hands clenched. Thinking deeply as he also pondered the illusion that your devilish eye had just revealed. And the identity of the mountain keeper he had heard before returning. The old man quickly guessed your identity. You are a Dakabi. A Dakabi who can predict the future through eyes filled with stars. Among them, the ability to read fate. Saju Panra means seeing the predetermined and unchangeable. Sanjiji asked. So what now? You have been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it? Then you thought to yourself. Just so you know, my dad can hear everything you are saying right now. The old man sat there silently for a long moment under the gaze of the two. The outside scene was now engulfed by night. Sanjiji's voice echoed outside. Damn. I have seen some odd characters. But this guy. The moment I mentioned the training grounds. He rushed right in. He waved the wine bottle around. Hold on. Once I finish treating those love-struck fools, I will join you guys. Butler Choi sat upright, thanking him for allowing the use of the spirit monkey. Looking at the butler's face, Sanjiji spoke up. He tossed the wine bottle behind him and asked seriously. Why are you here? You did not come just to deliver wine. Right. Butler Choi nodded. I do not like beating around the bush. So I will get straight to the point. Then, with that guy gripping the wine glass tightly. Could it be that the mountain keeper has read the celestial signs? The master sent me to ask. Sanjiji slowly set down his wine glass and said, the celestial signs. I have read them. But I can't say much more. He smiled teasingly. Surely a Dakabai just treated to some wine would not turn down a helping hand. Right. He was irritated. Good. That is an apology. Butler Choi gently said. I have brought over 10 bottles of wine. Sanjiji. While drinking. Cursed. Damn. I knew this would happen. And after finishing, slammed the wine bottle down on the table and sighed heavily. He is serious. There is still a long way to go. The gates of heaven opened a while ago. Humanity's power has reached its peak. And chaos is sure to follow. Tell him not to rush and just go with the flow of nature. He smiled, holding a glass of wine. Yep. I will pass this message to the family head. He is fuming mad. If I had won that damn wrestling match back then, I would not be stuck in this mess. He continued. Anyway. Seems like you are fond of that little brat outside the family. Aren't you worried? The butler, serious again, looked into his wine glass. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the Marshall clan. Sanjiji Josh Lee is different. You have heard he wants to go there. Right. He is still just a rookie. He was surprised to hear the other guy say. Just keep an eye on him once. Then he smiled. You will find it interesting too. Mountain Lord. The scene shifted to a training ground lit by some lights. A tiny hand slowly poking out. That guy stepped out, amazed by the scene before him. Every time he saw it, it left him in awe. A single eye led to the training ground. He looked around, noticing even the place where the Mountain Lord was yesterday had a cave entrance. This is Doc Kabisau's magic. Then he raised his hand to start. Honestly, I am lacking in many ways. From now on, I have a year. He summoned his sword. Magic. Secret techniques learned from Muji and Mujin. Evil eyes. Intuition. And song energy. I have to make all of them my own. He smiled with determination, saying, the goal is 1,000 times. If that is still not enough, I will keep going until I reach enough. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Sanjiji lay back, rubbing his belly. That guy is way too intense. I have never seen anyone like him. Looking at the image of that guy practicing hard, he thought, he trains until his body is exhausted, then recovers with spirit water. Repeating this over and over. It sounds easy, but it is just self-torture. Then he snapped his fingers, making the illusion disappear. No wonder his fate is so grim. He closed his eyes and pondered. He is destined to die young or face misfortune. Yet here he is, defying that unchangeable fate. He even suppresses his innate energy. A being without destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly, Sanjiji snapped his fingers, smiling. Indeed, bloodlines do not lie. Your family is just too peculiar. Even the heavens must be fed up with it. Time flew by quickly. 3 months later, he was furious. That brat thinks this will be fun. Sanjiji yelled out. I am bored to death. I am not even going to watch anymore. That kid just trains the basics all day. Where's the fun in that? He turned around, closed his eyes, and aside from asking to go gather herbs, He hardly said a word. Guess he is still alive. Suddenly, a sound startled Sanjiji awake. He sat up. It was the cry of a spirit beast. What is happening? Did something breach the mountain? He quickly snapped his fingers lightly. An illusory mirror gradually appeared. I set up a barrier. This can't be happening. The butler, terrified, was running away. Did the big shots from the main family mess something up while bringing food and supplies? Sanjiji stared furiously into the illusionary mirror. What the hell is that kid doing? Don't tell me he is trying to eat a spirit beast. The elder quickly chased after him, bursting through the door, shouting, "Stop right there." The wind swirled through the treetops as the elder chased after him relentlessly. Holding a small shovel, Sanjiji charged out angrily. "Hey, you little punk. Are you out of your mind? What the heck are you doing?" He paused, sweating, and greeted. "Hey there, Hunter. Long time no see," he said seriously. "But could you please step aside for a moment? I am only 14. Sanjiji pointed angrily at the elder, cursing him furiously. "How dare you target a spirit beast right in front of me? I have never seen anyone as reckless as you." The elder flinched, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you talking about, sir?" He still could not get over the fact that what he was chasing was the spirit beast named North. The elder did not flinch at Sanjiji's wrath. Instead, he calmly replied, leaving Sanjiji dumbfounded. "Why would I kill a spirit beast?" Sanjiji glanced at him, noticing the tools the elder was carrying, a basket and a cleaver. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out, and the elder raised his cleaver at North. "Hey, you little brat." Sanjiji quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Wait. Hold on." He blocked the elder, trying to keep him from chasing after North, and asked in frustration, "Why are you chasing North anyway?" The elder fumed. "That kid stole my secret medicine." Before Sanjiji could process what was happening, the elder dashed past him. "Sorry, but I will explain later." Sanjiji's eyes widened in shock as he reached out to stop him. "Hey, how are you going to find it now that the spirit beast has already escaped?" But before he could finish his sentence, Sanjiji had to pause. He watched as the elder ran, thinking to himself, "That kid is heading straight for where North is hiding. No matter how sensitive my instincts are, it is tough to pinpoint that exact spot." Not quite understanding, Sanjiji observed the elder closely, then glanced down at the glowing green energy surrounding his feet. Even though the energy radiated from the tips of his toes, the ground showed no signs of damage. Has that kid always been this fast? The elder leapt forward, reaching out for North, who bolted in fear. Sanjiji stood there, puzzled, wondering. It has only been 3 months since I last took my eyes off it. Could something have happened in that time? After a brief chase, everything settled down. Sanjiji raised a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat softly. "While I was out gathering the last ingredients for my secret medicine, that is when North snatched it and ran away." "Right. Sorry about that." The elder frowned, his voice dropping. At least it was a 40 or 50-year-old ginseng. Sanjiji did not catch that and mumbled softly. The elder stood before him, head bowed, lamenting nonstop. Goji berries, white ginseng, dragon grass, cordyceps. I worked so hard to gather them. And now. Hearing this, Sanjiji felt a pang of guilt and silently turned away, seeing him unresponsive, his face growing more sorrowful. The elder sighed heavily. "That is the medicine I painstakingly brewed for 100 sleepless days. And now, it is all gone to waste." Sanjiji quickly reacted, wanting to console the elder, but hesitated. "It is not that." His eyes held sadness. He sighed heavily, feeling the weight of despair. "And just like that, one of the reasons I came to this biased mountain has already failed. This potion was a key objective. Unable to bear it any longer, Sanjiji led him closer, saying, "Hey, anyway, I have already let you in. So what is the big deal if it gets snatched away?" He pretended to be innocent, and the boy clapped his hands together, realizing that is actually true. Even so, he still was not letting Sanjiji off the hook. "Your words hit him like an arrow. You may allow it, but in the end, I still got it from your domain. Sanjiji, it is my fault for not managing it." Furious, Sanjiji slammed his hand against his thigh, mouth wide open, shouting in annoyance. "Fine. Then I will reward you." Just waiting for the right moment. As soon as he said that, his expression turned cunningly joyful. "Anything goes. I will accept it all." Hearing what you wanted to hear, you replied casually. "Just now, you said anything goes. Right?" Hearing him say that, Sanjiji was eagerly gearing up. You raised your head, bearing a gentle smile that had a hint of menace, saying, "Well, Sanjiji, There are two things you need to help me with. In a dark, dank basement, an eerie growl echoed in the old, musty space. Something horrifying emerged. A gigantic black claw full of sharp spikes stirred. The terrifying Spider Queen, with a ghastly grin, stood before the towering figure. You were unafraid. But the figure behind you drew his sword, absorbing power, thinking to himself. Remember this. The sword was continuously enveloped in a red aura. The figure tightened his grip, pondering the power of the Ori skill when used repeatedly. You spread your legs wide, swung the sword fiercely, unleashing power that would not differ from the first use. The skill of enhancing energy. Fire of hell. Waves of energy shot towards the Spider Queen, wrapping around her like a red thread, making her scream. A colossal sound erupted, sending the figure flying, forcing you to brace yourself with your feet. You gripped the sword tightly with both hands, swinging it backward, sending green threads of energy swirling around it, enhancing the energy skill. He used all his strength, and you swung the sword with great force, slicing through the Spider Queen. Shatter wind. She let out a massive scream, green and yellow sparks flying everywhere. The figure gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. The Spider Queen was injured, one of her arms severed in agony. And you thought, is she not strong enough to finish her off? She quickly regained her composure, launching her spiky claw towards you. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared right in front of the figure, leaving you astonished. It hovered in the air for a moment, glowing brightly before gently descending. Sanjiji bent down to examine the talisman, then picked it up, muttering, damn it. Why do I have to follow a kid around? He held the talisman between two fingers, sighed deeply, waving it back and forth, lamenting how he did not understand why he promised to do this stuff again. However, when he saw the guy looking exhausted, he perked up and asked, hey kid, want to take a break? You look like you are about to pass out. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he exclaimed, now's the time. Sanjiji did not waste any words. He quickly guided the guy. It is up to you. Focus and visualize the target from Guy and D's memory. The kid immediately closed his eyes and followed along. Sanjiji raised his hand and tossed the talisman into the air, watching as it slowly faded away. An illusion of a warrior with a sword appeared. The two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to back down, creating a powerful explosion of energy. Sanjiji stood back, witnessing the spectacle, and could not help but marvel. Oh my god. The energy just keeps pouring out. Who knew we could practice like this with illusions? He gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling the fire rising within him, clenching his fists. He wondered how the kid even knew to request such a lengthy training session 4 hours straight. Sanjiji calmed himself down, hands tucked into his pockets as he pushed aside his earlier thoughts. What is done is done. It is nothing I can handle. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the kid, who was analyzing things not far from him. Over the past 3 months, the kid had become noticeably stronger. Overall, he seemed more refined, clearly more adept. Had he grown taller too? It was not just about strength. He was more stable now. Watching the green aura surrounding him, Sanjiji furrowed his brow but chose to ignore it. He fell into a contemplative silence, arms crossed as he intently observed the kid's actions. Maybe it is time I asked him about that weapon. As night fell, the kid relaxed in a hot bath, tilting his head back and exclaiming, feels like I am alive again. If it were not for this healing spring, I do not know how I would manage. If only there was a healing spring in the Heavenly Favor Mountain too. That would be fantastic. Just like being at home. A hairy foot slowly emerged, and he stepped into the bath. The kid was soaking when he suddenly jolted upright, eyes wide with concern. Someone's here. I can even sense their presence. And they are this close. Sanjiji entered the bath, looking at him and said, you look so worn out. You must be real. You are sitting up straight. What is it? Sanjiji. He frowned, soaking in the tub, and said, I have been working hard too. Can I take a break? You have been here for a while. Have you even rested properly? The kid rubbed the back of his head, awkwardly chuckling. I always rest well. Suddenly, Sanjiji cut him off. What I mean is, have you been taking breaks after every training session? Kid. He leaned one hand against a rock, the other hand stuffing food into his mouth, saying, I have been around for quite a while, but this is the first time I have seen someone train as foolishly as you. The kid watched him respond. You are holding another egg. Interesting. On the outside, he looked cheerful, but inside he felt the opposite. Even so, I am still a bit uncomfortable. The kid got out of the bath, wrapping a towel around his waist, and said, I feel like my body has fully recovered, so I will head out now. Before he could leave, Sanjiji smashed the egg against the rock, causing it to shatter, and loudly said, "Wait a minute." The kid was taken aback by his actions, eyes wide open in silence. "I still have something to say." "Sit down." After a moment of deep thought, Sanjiji finally spoke up, curious about the object you were carrying. "What was the name of that rebellion you mentioned earlier?" As he reached out upon hearing the question. He hesitated, saying, "Are you talking about this?" His expression turned serious, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. "Yep." "Where did you get it?" Sanjiji crossed his arms, his tone stern as he looked at you. "Warning. Promise me you won't tell anyone about this. I am not entirely sure, but it concerns its identity." Knowing it would be hard to deceive him, you felt a tinge of fear but managed to speak up. "Its name is Mujin, and I got it from my family's secret stash." Sanjiji lifted his head, his hand rising slowly as he drew in the swirling hot smoke, creating a small cyclone before he continued. "I do not know how much you understand about that, but I once saw something very similar a long time ago." The smoke gathered around his feet, his eyes steady and calm as he recounted. "Long ago, there was a sorcerer who could communicate with spirits and read the stars in the sky." Sanjiji raised his hand, the hot steam from the bath gradually swirling into a thick vortex. He placed his hand on the stone and stated, "That sorcerer always carried something with him." An image of a sorcerer, as imagined by Sanjiji, appeared, one hand holding a stone, the other conjuring a flame, a stone capable of changing shape at will. With that stone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic. He spoke with authority, his gaze unwavering, using forbidden techniques without paying a price. That person naturally became the most powerful sorcerer of the era. Just as he was getting into it, he suddenly waved his finger, pulling a small green energy from the tip as if hesitating. But then, that sorcerer transformed horrifyingly. He was no longer human but had become a monster. The stone he trusted ultimately devoured him. He lost all reason and began rampaging like a beast. Sanjiji gently closed his eyes, his hand waving as he said, "He changed like that in less than a year. He did not die easily. So in the end, they sealed him away." You looked at him curiously and asked, "What about the stone?" Seeing your curiosity, Sanjiji did not hold back and said, "They gathered the power of countless sorcerers at that time and destroyed it." You nodded, lowering your head and resting your hand on your chin in thought. This seemed similar to a story you would read in Changjiangak. You looked up at Sanjiji and, based on your guess, asked, "Could it be that the sorcerer was sealed in a place called Mengwazan?" He calmly denied it. He was sealed on an island at the eastern edge. You recalled the image of a small dagger and a large rough stone, thinking aloud and forming your hypothesis. "Then it is not what is recorded in Changjiangak. The stone and Mujin are two separate entities. But they are connected. Just as you were lost in your thoughts." Sanjiji spoke up, drawing your attention back to the story. He suddenly became serious, pointing straight ahead, saying, "Back then, I smelled a full odor coming from that stone." Sanjiji's finger did not wander but pointed directly at you as he analyzed, and that scent was eerily similar to the one emanating from his nephew, right now a strange aroma that was neither human, nor animal, nor spirit. He lowered his hands onto the rock, suppressing his emotions, and burst into laughter. "Mujin is an alien object with an unclear nature. There are better weapons out there. Why do not you just ditch this one?" But in his jovial tone, he sensed a different kind of emotion, and the pressure weighed heavily on him. His tone felt like a gentle suggestion, yet it was suffocating, as if his heart was being squeezed tight. He quickly regained his composure and looked up, staring intently at Sanjiji in response. "When I acquired the demon eye, my father advised me to hide it away, and I said this, word for word: if it is a power bestowed upon me, I will make it submit and use it." Hearing this, he leaned down a bit, a wide smile spreading across his face. "This proud little brat. You actually said that to Tessin." Just as the laughter was dying down, Sanjiji yelled at him, like a kid, "Do you really think that is similar to the demon eye?" He did not mince words, his eyes half closed, indifferent as he replied, "Not much different for me." On hearing that, Sanjiji suddenly stood up from the hot water in the tub, bracing himself as he exclaimed, "Then there is no other way." Sanjiji flexed his arms, slowly absorbing various sources of power. Without further hesitation, Sanjiji's eyes went wide, gritting his teeth as he brandished a spiky staff, realizing he had no choice but to seize it with force. Forgetting patience, Sanjiji swung the staff toward him. Still holding back a bit, he looked on calmly, a hint of fear in his gaze. But the staff only swung down and halted right before him. Sanjiji showed no respect, his eyes filled with threatening intensity. "Hand it over while we are still having a civil conversation." He kept silent, not responding, frowning as he observed Sanjiji's actions. It had been a while since he wielded his weapon. He was not sure if he could hold back. Then, Without a hint of fear, he chuckled softly, saying, "You won't be able to do that." Old man, just one word from him made Sanjiji pause, tightening his grip on the staff, realizing he could not do anything because that would break his oath. Remembering that, he lowered his hands, rubbing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Bored, Sanjiji began to sweat, forcing a smile as he asked, "You know everything?" He replied, calm and unhurried. "Of course." His expression was gentle, showing no anger at Sanjiji's threats as he said, "To protect the mountain and help those training here. That is the oath you made with the Grandmaster. You are just testing my will, right?" Sanjiji, annoyed at being teased, snapped back. "If you already know, why not just say it outright, you little demon?" Suddenly, he asked again, a question that left Sanjiji silent for a moment as he pondered. "You do not actually intend to take it, do you?" Sanjiji clicked his tongue, disdain dripping from his voice as he replied, "From what I see, you would be better off using your tongue and your brain to survive." When that old man hears this, he burst out laughing uncontrollably. "Thanks for the compliment. But seeing you smile so happily drives him absolutely nuts. That is a real humiliation." "Kiddo." Sanjiji gradually calms down, resting his big staff on his shoulder, pointing a finger at you with a puzzled look. "Why do not you just try using force to take it? You could be gotten it under the pretext of saving me. That thing does not have the strange aura like a wizard's item. Maybe it is not a monster that eats its user whole." That old man does not want to talk much. You lower your head, staring at the black ring on your finger, replying, "Get it? Thanks for letting me know." At this moment, Sanjiji is slowly retracting his staff. Suddenly, he speaks up, "Forget about that for now. My apprentice." He tilts his head, a question mark appearing over his head. Is something wrong? Around him, sparkling stars appear, and you wear a beaming smile, placing your hand on your chest, saying, "Just now, you threatened a student with a weapon, right? I am pretty meticulous about my calculations. You know that, right?" Sanjiji is losing his mind over you and can't help but shout, "Wait. You little brat who always mooches off the gods." A sword surrounded by strange black threads appears, and he lifts it up with both hands. You sit cross-legged, holding the two pieces of the sword, mumbling, "I can't believe it took me 3 whole months to read Judo's memories." Remembering back when he first left, he was given 2 swords by his family before heading out John Gazan. "I received 2 swords from my older brother, Lijiak, the Judo sword of absolute destruction, and the exquisite Effenbach sword." The ring on your finger starts to glow. He brings it closer to his face to analyze its purpose. Effenbach possesses innate negative energy, allowing it to emit freezing aura. Its memories are not much, so I absorb them back at the main house. You maintain that position, staring intently at the ring, thinking, "Let us test Judo's abilities." The second memory of Mujin that I saw before evaluating the preciousness of the student division and the new powers I gained from Mujin. He stretches out his hand, and a long green thread appears from underneath the ring, demonstrating the ability to replicate the strength of the weapon. That source of power quickly darts toward the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for his command, the long thread wraps around the sword's handle several times. With a swift motion, the thread pulls the sword towards you. He reaches out to grab the flying sword, exclaiming, "Judo's ability is to transfer properties from one item to another." You lean down, looking at the sword in your hand, running your fingers along its body, thinking, "Just replicating the shape 1 to show its power. Maybe I can only use the power from the weapons absorbed through dark energy." He grips the sword tighter, closing his eyes and whispering, "Since I have already broken the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I should check Hyukia's memories as well." In no time, he dives into the old memories, going back to the past. You see that sword being placed down gently and carefully. "Before breaking the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I could only see this much." He stands behind the young noble, glancing at him, thinking to himself, "The important stuff starts from now." As he stepped aside, the mysterious young lord spoke, "I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my children be swayed by its power." The figure shrouded in darkness contemplated quietly, saying, "Sealing it is not as difficult as you think. Then, no one will be chosen by it so easily anymore." The young lord did not want to overthink it. He interrupted the mysterious figure, responding, "If they are not worthy, it is better not to use it." He understood the meaning behind those words, and the figure extended his hand toward the sword, signaling he got it. Power emanated from him, gradually infusing the sword until it started to glow. Bright runes lit up along the blade, and the mysterious figure gently touched it, announcing that the sealing was complete. The two continued their discussion. But suddenly, their words became muddled and unclear. The content of the ceiling was lost on the onlooker behind them, who felt a wave of disappointment, still no word on the unbroken seals. The mysterious figure turned to the other and spoke carefully. When the third seal is broken, its power will be unleashed. Is that something you can accept? The young lord grasped the sword reassuringly, saying, it won't make a huge difference. So it is fine. The young lord turned away, gripping the sword tightly as a surge of power erupted from it, exclaiming, still, I have to test it. The sword continuously emitted strange power, leaving the onlooker to wonder, could it have a mana flow inside? In terms of complexity, it is no different than the human mana system. The power quickly manifested on the young lord, who raised his hand to channel it. Like a flash, he swung the sword with a swift motion. Focused, pouring all his strength into a straight strike. Mist swirled around them, and the onlooker observed, contemplating that not only was mana being blocked, but it was also being attacked. After the young lord executed his move, he raised the gleaming sword to his face, declaring, I will need to reinforce the seal a bit more. After merging with that memory, the onlooker quickly returned to reality, his head throbbing, prompting him to rub it. He lifted the sword in one hand, while the other rubbed his excited head. Marveling at a power that could erase mana, who would have thought such a weapon existed? He stomped his foot hard on the floor, dust flying everywhere, his expression furious as he charged forward with fierce resolve. Before him stood the Spider Queen, a level 5 monster, and he swung his sword at her, cleaving her in two. After slaying the Spider Queen, smoke billowed, and a voice rang out. Kid, you really did it. It was Sanjiji's voice, his face alight with excitement as he continued. You know this is your first victory after all the failures. Right, it took 7 months. He replied without hesitation, smiling. Now you know you can beat me anytime. Right. Haha. Special occasion. You little rascal. No more joke. Sanjiji asked seriously. What are you planning to do this time? I think you should take a break from training. He only half-heartedly responded, yet Sanjiji was incredibly excited, even patting him on the back. That is a great idea. And I could use a break too. But before he could celebrate too much, the young lord added. Wait, his eyes suddenly lit up with fervor. It is time for a challenge, he thought, placing his hand on his chest, confidently declaring that the challenge was created by the founder. The Bloodless Dream. The Bloodless Dream, a challenge crafted for the martial arts aristocracy, contains the strength and realm of Zhongui-san. It is an illusion empowered by the magic of Dakabi, selecting the worthy for the trial. Sanjiji solemnly asked him if he truly wanted to take on the challenge, to which he seriously replied, Yep. I have been preparing for this. His expression darkened when the elder confirmed that the current version of him was not strong enough to pass the challenge, until he added a but. His curiosity piqued. Then Sanjiji extended his palm forward. A smile spread across his face as he announced that it seemed he was ready to take on the challenge. As the 9th generation of the martial arts aristocracy, I grant you permission to challenge the Bloodless Dream. He shook Sanjiji's hand, feeling grateful and responding with a heartfelt, Thank you, sir. Not long after, he led him to a shop and introduced, This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream. He was a bit puzzled and quickly turned to ask, Isn't this the cave that leads to your place? He took a step forward, replying, Temporarily. Yep. Then Sanjiji extended his palm, and vibrant green energy began to radiate. He placed his hand on the wall, causing the energy to swirl into circles. Just moments after he touched it, the green energy enveloped the entire space. A little later, Sanjiji turned to say, You probably know this. Once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you can't leave until the challenge is over. Go ahead and enter. He quickly stepped past the elder, declaring as he left, Then I will come back out. The elder smiled, satisfied, and replied, Feel free to do so. Deep down, he was thinking, I can't bear to look at his face anymore. The door he pushed opened, releasing a burst of light, accompanied by Sanjiji's words. Good luck. The light was so blinding that he had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. At that moment, he reflected on the fact that for some, the elder was a war god, while for others, he was the slayer of dragons. He meticulously recalled the more prestigious titles and even the legendary symbols from fantasy. The founder of the world's foremost aristocracy. At that moment, the founder Li Hunhyan appeared before him. He quickly bowed respectfully. The descendant greets the founding ancestor of the martial arts aristocracy. He gripped his weapon tightly, feeling overwhelmed by the presence as if the elder were still alive. Then he focused his gaze ahead, reminding himself that throughout history, only a few had dared to challenge the Bloodless Dream across generations, with only one condition for victory: defeat the founder at age 15. At this moment, He held the sword sheath in one hand, while drawing the blade with the other. He was narrowing his eyes, meticulously calculating his strategy. With a stone slab before him. Before he could react, blood suddenly gushed from his throat. At that instant, the blade in Hyan's hand plunged deep into his chest, and as he woke up, he let out a loud scream. Now! He lay on the grass, his mind swirling with questions. What just happened? My heart has been pierced. He lay back with his hand on his forehead. Not a chance I was slacking off. You shot up. Branches flying everywhere. I have had my throat cut in simulations before. But at least I know how it went down. His face darkened. He pondered deeply. But this time, aside from getting stabbed in the heart, I had no... You shook your head slightly. Trying to calm yourself. Steady now. Let us think this through carefully. He placed his hand on his head, continuing to reflect. He was not using any secret techniques or tricks. Not even the aura enhancement technique. And suddenly your eyes widened. It seemed like he realized something. That last attack flashed in your mind. The other guy was quick as lightning. Even with my sixth sense, I could not see it coming. Could it possibly be a strike to my blind spot right now? Your mind was racing with questions. He did not know which guess was right. But how could that be? He had to read all my moves to do that. You gripped your sword, ready to stand up, which meant he was that strong. You stood tall, a serious expression on your face. Your feet stomping down hard, radiating fierce energy. He strode confidently forward, stepping boldly. It looked pretty cool from the outside. But inside, you were really tense. Honestly, I do not even know if I can win this. Meanwhile, in another lavish home, our host received news from John Guezel. He opened the wooden box, taking out the cloth inside. He carefully wiped the blade in his hand, whispering, "So it has finally entered the cave." "Yeah. It has been 10 months. He stared intently at the gleaming sword, secretly in awe, but it should not have that level of skill. He recalled his son's battles, every detail etched in his memory. That kid had never truly lost. Guezel, the dual guardian of the Blood Lake, the queen of the faceless curse, in terms of wins and losses. He had not won them all, but he had never actually faced a true defeat. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, looking quite proud. In other words, he had never experienced hitting a wall. He sheathed the sword and asked the butler, "Do you know why the survival rate in the Bloodless Dream is under 50%? Suddenly, an image of Ong appeared in his mind, standing before a towering mountain, with a statement to match. They broke down mentally when faced with the wall named Lihun Hyan. So what would someone who had never faced such a wall do when standing before it? Ong had just finished a battle, dropping his sword onto the grass. Just a kid with no experience breaking walls. Ong lay back on the grass, hands over his face, panting. What would he do when facing a real wall? Ningyin Jiang Yin Loi, confused about what just happened. Did I just die in one hit? Ong silently recalled how his opponent fought. The fight had been over in a flash. He unleashed his power, struck me hard, then attacked from the side. You shot up, hands on your knees. A complete attack hitting my blind spot. He had figured out all my moves. Ong looked at his trembling hands, quietly reflecting. It had been a long time since he felt like this. He clenched his fists tightly, filled with determination, desperation, knowing he could not win right now. Your chances of winning are pretty low, but Ong still grips the sword tightly. I can't shatter or give up here. With both hands wrapped around the blade, glimmers of light dance around it. No one in this world understands this feeling better than I do. Ong sprints forward, thoughts racing. When you fall into the abyss, the only way out is to climb up. He launches himself high into the air, his gaze fierce, knowing his efforts are not in vain. The founder shows no fear, raising his sword to block. With a swift flick, Ong's head separates from his body. I start to realize. The founder is not using any strange power at all. He pierces right through Ong, revealing that the founder's strength comes from his talent. He found the right answers for his own growth. After countless failures, Ong finally grasps some truths. The founder instinctively knows how to act perfectly in every moment. The essence of martial arts lies in solid fundamentals. Look at this. The founder's path in swordsmanship. While Ong is deep in thought, the founder attacks him. Ong panics, then follows the direction of his sword with his eyes. A thought flashes in his mind, and he immediately draws his own sword to block, making a sweeping slash from left to right. After blocking, Ong can't help but smile in triumph. Suddenly, blood sprays across the sky. Unknown whose it is, but next time, for sure, the sky is a vivid blue, with grass and trees swirling everywhere. The two advance towards each other, swords clashing. The first strike, he fights fiercely, showing no signs of weakness. The second strike, the clash continues, with no end in sight. The third, The fourth strike. And now I can fight the founder on equal terms. The founder's gaze grows more savage, his sword enveloped in a green glow. He strikes directly at Ong, who immediately dodges. Ong can't help but smile broadly, having evaded a fatal blow finally. He taps into his aura. He crouches down, palms hitting the ground, ready to unleash his unique close combat style. All about unpredictability and freedom. Ong switches to a different weapon, preparing to continue the fight. What he has been lacking is mastering all kinds of weapons. All those techniques are built on a solid foundation. Now, he reflects and understands Mu Hyanmong's true purpose. Now it all makes sense. Ong dashes forward, thrusting his spear straight at the founder. Breaking through the wall known as himself, he grips the new weapon tightly. Thinking of everything, even the founder does not possess this power. A strength he did not even know he had. Ong recalls Zhang's praise. Awakening something within him. Your talent for magic is truly remarkable. I guarantee it. Ong is filled with excitement, feeling like he has struck gold. Thank you, miss. He raises the spear to the sky, pouring all his energy into it. An aura of determination. The two charge at each other, neither willing to back down. Their weapons clashing with such force that sparks fly. Suddenly, rocks and debris were flying everywhere, clouding the ground. It turns out the wall had been knocked down. But the battle was far from over. The wall was collapsing. Meanwhile, in a place of majestic mountains and delicate branches, Sanjiji was sitting down, sipping his drink and talking to himself. It had been a month since that kid joined Mu Hyanmong. Right, before his talent. No one had faced a challenge like this in 1,000 years. Who would have thought it would happen after 50? He slammed his glass down on the table, making the drink slosh everywhere. Just as he was enjoying his drink, the house shook violently. And Sanjiji was furious. What the heck was happening to this mountain? But then, excitement surged through him. He jumped up. Do not tell me. Sanjiji was thrilled and rushed straight towards the gate. He stood before the iron gate, sturdy and unyielding. At that moment, Sanjiji could not hide his feelings anymore. He voiced his thoughts. This kid actually made it through that fight. The iron gate slowly creaked open, dust swirling all around. And the bright face of the boy gradually appeared, wearing a smug grin. The boy, stood in front of Sanjiji, declaring he was back at last. The guardian of the mountain. After returning, he immediately jumped into a hot spring. So, how was it? The two laughed and joked. No teasing each other. I never want to go through that again, he said. But looking at him, he did not seem too dissatisfied. Almost everyone who came out of there had a dead look in their eyes. Their personalities completely changed afterward. Suddenly, Wang lowered his head, lost in thought. Seemed like everyone had found their own answers, but recalling something, Wang turned to Sanjiji and asked, Do you know how my dad is doing? He wondered. You mean Tessin? He was excited, opening a beer can as he spoke, always curious about his dad. You know what he said right after he got out of there? Sanjiji recalled the image of young Tessin and mimicked his voice. Training is enough. I will be back here. Thanks for everything, he said. Wait, you just mimicked your dad? The scene where they were bathing was incredibly beautiful. A vibrant green that was easy on the eyes. Right. Aren't I great at that? Why couldn't we? No way. He continued. But today you have achieved something huge. You have completed the Mui Hyan challenge, at the youngest age ever seen. Wang closed his eyes, enjoying the moment with a faint smile. I was lucky to get through it, learning so much along the way. Sanjiji wondered what he would do next, and Ben asked, What are you going to do with the remaining wins here? Train some more. He was surprised by Waikuna's answer, his eyes widening. I plan to rest and sort out what I have realized. Then he burst into laughter. Teasing him. I thought you had not changed at all. Turns out you have changed a little. The kid just said he was going to rest. Are you sick or something? What did that crazy technique do to you? Sanjiji was still laughing hard, showing no sign of stopping. Wait. Guardian of the mountain, Wang was as bright as a flower, and the kid demanded his reward. It is time for me to get my prize. Wang did not forget to bring up the past, making Sanjiji's face darken like a burnt pot. You have not forgotten how you scared me last time. Right. He turned his face away. Wait a minute. Kid. That was just his cheerful face was becoming harder to look at. And seeing that, he said, I am not asking for anything too crazy. That would be even scarier. Then, out of nowhere, his expression turned unusually serious, and he declared, I want to borrow the spiked mace from you. Sanjiji panicked at his request. What? That is something that a person can't just handle. He pointed at him. You can't even use it. He reassured Sanjiji. It is. I just want to touch it once, he assured him. Just touching it once won't cause any harm. Right. Sanjiji stuttered. Well, not exactly like that. He rubbed his head, feeling frustrated. Damn it. Fine. Fine. Sanjiji reluctantly went along with him, thinking, I can't do anything with it anyway. His hand began to glow, as if preparing to conjure something. A sharp spike mace appeared, surrounded by a mesmerizing blue light. He held it proudly. Having recalled its details from his past life, Sanjiji handed the spike mace to him. I will give it to you for exactly 1 hour. He added with a few more instructions. If you try to force it, you will get into trouble, so be careful.
Good.
He happily accepted it from him. Thanks. As soon as Sanjiji let go, the weight of the spiked mace made it hard for him to grip, and it thudded to the ground. He struggled with all his strength to lift it, but to no avail. A Sanjiji chuckled nearby. I told you. You can even lift it. Sanjiji walked away, leaving him to manage on his own, thinking, just enjoy playing with it for an hour. Seeing this, he panicked. But he thought, once you throw the ball, you have to chase it. It took a while, but he finally managed to bring it back to that stone room, struggling to move it. I had to use all my magical energy just to lift it off the ground. He rolled his shoulders, his arms sore from handling the spiked mace. And this was not even its complete form. He took a quick look at the spiked mace, a weapon said to summon storms, tides, and flatten mountains with just a swing. If fully unleashed, it would be catastrophic. He channeled magical energy into it, knowing there was only one reason he borrowed this spiked mace. A dark aura swirled around the mace. If this black mist is a property of the weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it only work under special conditions? I need to find out. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Ever stubborn? What do you plan to do with that? Everything clashed within him, causing him pain. As he knelt down in agony, his hands clenched tightly, trying to endure. I have read about it. He did not expect to be defeated so easily, blown away by a single sound. However, he thought he could conquer what he desired. But if he could read its memories, he could absorb it. His excitement grew. And if he could absorb it, he could wield weapons that no human had ever handled before. Transitioning scenes. He donned his backpack, gathering everything he needed. Sanjiji's voice made him turn around. No wonder everything feels so lively down the mountain. He held a bottle, grinning widely. Is today the day you are leaving? You replied to him.
Yep.
Today is the perfect day for a year. Sanjiji was surprised. Really? He pulled out a bag. Sanjiji tossed it up and down like a ball. Curious. What is that? He chuckled. It is. I packed it because I want to see you off on your journey. Your face went blank when you heard him say that, quickly regaining your smile. You expressed your gratitude, thanking him for everything, saying you will come back to visit next year. It was all in good fun. But he was also sad to say goodbye. Yet he still teased you, saying you know you can leave empty-handed. Right. Sanjiji made a pact with him, saying he better bring a load of alcohol when you come back. You sighed helplessly. A guy just threw a bunch of salt at you and then said that. Suddenly he asked you. The one guarding the mountain. Are you happy living up here? His face held a hint of sadness. Whether I am satisfied or not, what does it matter? This is my land. I am here simply because it belongs to me. Sanjiji replied nonchalantly. It may look like I am stuck here, but I get out a lot. You think all this booze and food just comes from nowhere. He irritably shooed you away, saying do not bother me anymore and just leave. You still tried to hang around. Not right now. But your words stirred something in him. One day, you will bring his name back to him. Sanjiji was surprised. How do you know about that? After you left, he stood on the mountain, watching you go, remembering what you said. When the time comes, you will need his help. You left a deep impression. How the heck does that kid know all this? Seriously. What a strange kid. Long ago, there was a cappy who roamed the 8 districts. A man caught that cappy and let him go. Not willing to accept defeat, the cappy had the man wrestle with him. And after losing that match, the cappy made 2 vows. The first was to watch over the mountain and guide newcomers. The second was to create a challenge and select those worthy to face it. He gazed into the distance. That was a past everyone knew. And he recalled his own past when Sanjiji was pushed down by the bad guy. The arrogant one said to him, because I won. From now on, do not cause any trouble in the underworld anymore. To prove this, I will take your name. Sanjiji's gaze was indifferent toward the other. A name defines a person. And now your soul will be forever tied to me. The bad guy even kindly offered his hand to help him up. But that was not necessarily a bad thing. The guy was being hypercritical. One day, if a child of my blood returns this name to you, Then finally, our wishes will be fulfilled. Sanjiji sighed sadly. I guess it is not really that bad. Hun Hyen. Is this kid really the one to do that task? He turned his head, deciding to leave things be. After all, he said it would bring the name back to him. Suddenly he shouted angrily. And it ran off like that, leaving him with a sense of helpless hope. His steps were filled with frustration. He should have thrown more salt. By evening, Yan had arrived home. He had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal Hukia. So it took a bit longer. Steward Choi was already waiting at the door for you. It has been a while. Young master, it has been a while. How have you been? Ayn was just as surprised by the appearance of the butler Choi. He smiled politely, thinking if butler Choi is waiting for me, then dad must be calling for me. Butler Choi confirmed. Yep. That is right. I will be the one to carry your luggage to your room. Please head to the main building right away. Their footsteps echoed through the night. Ayn politely followed butler Choi. He instinctively took a different path. But the butler stopped him, saying, Today, we won't be taking that route. We will take this one instead. Excuse me. Young master. Ayn was taken aback by this change. He walked on, questioning where this path could possibly lead. Ayn suddenly remembered this was the way to the private training grounds of the head of the family. Tessin was drawing his sword, sternly, and upon hearing footsteps, he turned. You have arrived. Tessin slowly sheathed his sword, and he was not even surprised anymore. He glanced seriously. You have come. Ayn bowed his head slightly in greeting. Dad, are you still well? Tessin looked at him with a cold gaze. Seems like you have received something quite nice lately. The distance between them was close yet so far. Yep. But seeing Dad made me realize how much I still lack. He gently closed his eyes and smiled. You have learned to hold back your flattery around others. If that is the case, I am disappointed. For the first time, Ayn did not sense his father's strictness, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wait, was that a joke? Did Dad just smile? The butler approached and bowed respectfully. You have arrived. Master. Tessin softly replied. Thank you. He turned his head to call Ayn. This way. The emerald teapot was incredibly luxurious, with steam rising from the hot tea, making it even more enticing. Tessin sat down and asked calmly, How are you? He quietly pushed a cup of tea towards Ayn while he was deeply engrossed in recounting everything. Not as a report. Share your own feelings with me. If I wanted a report, I would not have called you here alone like this. Ayn's hands fidgeted nervously. If Dad truly wanted to hear my honest feelings, he then looked directly into Tessin's eyes. He pondered for a moment. This feels rather strange. Tessin gently lifted the teacup to take a sip. Talking to a kid not about their activity report, but about their feelings during training. This was a first. That was everything. After placing the teacup down, he began to speak. You have not wasted your time. Yan smiled modestly. I can't waste the time you have given me. The question he posed made Ayn pause slightly. So why did you come back late today? Tessin listened intently to what he would say. It is because I stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay my respects to my ancestors. Ayn straightened up, trying not to show any weakness under his father's gaze. Is that all? Gathering all his courage, he boldly declared. If this is something I have to mention someday, I want the elders to witness that moment too. Suddenly, an invisible pressure weighed down on the entire house. Have you really become so arrogant with just a tiny achievement? Tessin exuded an aura that seemed to push others away. And you are honestly telling me that you came to pay respects at our ancestors' graves, just to boost your own reputation? Ayn struggled to remain upright under this immense pressure. Deep down, he was determined. But because of Hukia, he knew he had to keep coming to Mount Sungmu. He could not keep going through this every single time. Ayn tried to speak up, wanting to show his traditions and respect through actions, not just words. Sitting up straight, he firmly declared to Tessin that while they might see him as just a kid, he also carried the blood of the spellcasting clan. He wanted to challenge himself and become a role model, which made Tessin quite pleased. Well said, he responded. Before taking a sip of tea, he meticulously relaxed. I will forgive you this time. But you need to make sure it does not lead to any pampering. Ayn obediently nodded. Yep. As he looked up, he heard Tessin raising a question. And one more thing. There is something you have not told me. Ayn froze. His eyes widened in shock as Tessin bluntly called him out. I allowed you to go to John Wei-san, but I do not recall giving permission at Muian. Tessin slowly stood up. The only thing I demand is training at John Wei-san. He coldly walked away, leaving Ayn bewildered. He had deceived his own father, and now a punishment was waiting. Come with me. With a sharp silver sword, Tessin decisively drew his weapon. He pointed the sword at Ayn coldly. Draw your weapon. I want to see what you have got. In the cold hall, The two faced off against each other. The butler handed the sword to Ein, and he wondered why his father had brought him to the training grounds. Now he understood why. He hesitated to accept the sword. Can I really show everything I have learned with that? An fell into deep thought. Dad must have known from the start. Right, he seemed to have made up his mind and decisively pulled his hand back. An reached into the air, and his sword glimmered with a bright blue light. Even with his weapon drawn, facing Tessin made him a bit anxious. Tessin stared intently at the sword for a moment, as if recalling something. Then, Tessin's gaze sharpened as he advanced. Golden lightning surrounded the sword when Ein activated his skill. Demon Eye. Only when he met Ain's gaze did he witness an unbelievable sight that made his eyes widen. Two streams of aura intertwined, revealing that even his demon eye could not see through it. Ain's eyes sparked with red energy. There was no need to use his eyes to distract himself. He focused all his strength into his legs. Ready to fight his father without any warm-up, the overwhelming pressure cracked the ground beneath them. He decided to put everything into the first strike. The light on Ain's sword turned green as he activated his skill. Combat style. His gaze shifted to a blue hue. His pupils vanished. A burst of light tore through the space towards Tessin as he activated his skill. Demon Piercer. The strike came dangerously close. Yet Tessin remained unmoved. Ein even combined it with a storm and frozen aura. Tessin's gaze was as calm as a still lake, untouched by any ripples. Even when it did not reach his father's feet. If only it could create some impact. Under the starry sky, Tessin finally began to move, his hand gripping the sword lightly. And in the stillness of the night, he made a sharp slash that sliced through the air. Ain's attack was massive. Yet it was effortlessly cut in half by a single strike. The dark blue light that had blocked the path shattered into countless pieces in midair, leaving the scene in ruins. With debris echoing everywhere, he covered his face with his hands and braced himself for the impact of the falling rubble. The grand hall was marked with deep gashes. That was more than enough. Tessin sternly lectured him. This was the answer he found after battling the founder. Ein stood frozen in place, hands shielding his face. He coughed a few times, trying to catch his breath.
Yep.
The logo with the sword crossing is the emblem of a powerful clan, a talent that no one else possesses, except for you. And to constantly shatter and rebuild that talent, to create an unshakable foundation. Ein did not back down, ready to continue the fight. That was the truest answer he had found. Tessin noticed Ein's determined gaze and felt a sense of relief. It seemed his son had chosen a difficult path. He looked deeply into his father's serious eyes, promising himself that he would not falter or bow down. Tessin waved his hand, shifting the topic. All right then. What about the challenge in the bloodless dream? Unsheathed his sword, unable to articulate it clearly. The grand hall was in shambles. Not being able to express it meant it still did not truly belong to him. He handed the sword back to the butler. Realistically, that last attack was not your strongest. Was it? Ein clenched his fists, murmuring.
Yep.
I know. Tessin suddenly turned serious, his gaze at Ein filled with complexity. Tessin decisively turned away. You have already stepped into the bloodless dream. If you show a mediocre performance again, I will surely punish you. Ein bowed his head in worry. Father. But then he was surprised when Tessin turned and asked, what are you planning to do from now on? Ein straightened up and said seriously. About that, I have something to discuss with you. Tessin lowered his voice. Go ahead. He steeled himself, gathering all his courage to speak. From now on, I will have to go through the 5-3 program at the academy. But as you know, I have long surpassed the level of a regular student. Ein halted abruptly as Tessin interrupted him. Get to the point. His feet stepped forward with determination. I want to experience the world. Ein punched himself in the chest seriously. Please allow me to embark on the journey of a warrior. Tessin glanced at him skeptically. So this is what you aimed for since you wanted to go to the heavenly mountain. You nodded firmly.
Yep.
That is right. He only looked at Tessin's back to explain. However, my greater reason is that I want to enhance my abilities. Tessin frowned slightly. Worried. Wanting to achieve too many goals at once. That habit could one day become a noose around your neck. He respectfully bowed his head as he saw him off. I will remember. Ein squinted, lost in thought. Was this advice? Or was it a warning? His voice carried a hint of sadness.
Yep.
The journey of a warrior. The night sky outside the hall is blanketed with stars tonight. And the warrior's journey is the final challenge that the direct descendants of the ancient martial arts of Lisa must overcome. No support from the family. Just train until maturity and then come back. While there is no fixed test, one must achieve accomplishments that everyone must acknowledge. Ein stood silently in the grand hall. But his back seemed to bear the weight of something monumental.
Yet,
at 15, he is still quite young. The typical age to start the warrior journey is around 17 or 18, in the darkness. Only Yan dared to step toward the light. But this kid is not the type to be confined by what is considered typical. He has proven that he possesses strength equivalent to a level 5 warrior. Behind him, many other kids watched his back. Seeing this child, the others must be feeling a bit more cautious. Tessin turning around signified support for him. All right. Very well. I grant you permission to begin your warrior journey. Ein was so happy that his hands were clasped tightly behind his back. He would done it. But halfway through, he hesitated, making him suddenly anxious. However, Tessin's imposing demeanor declared loudly, there are 2 conditions. On a fresh morning at the Administrative Center of Ancient Martial Arts Lisa, Tihong continuously waved his hand, calling out loudly, Nephew, you have been busy. He pinched both of the boy's cheeks. Hello. Uncle. How are you? He laughed heartily. When am I not doing well? Tihong finally let go of Ein. You have really grown tall. The entire room echoed with their voices. Oh no. We can each just stand here forever. Let us sit down. Shall we?
Yep.
Thank you. Tihong sat down in a huff. Do you want something to drink? Yun immediately shook his head. I am... Thanks. Remembering how much he had eaten earlier. Come on. You should eat a bit more. Oh man. What should I do? It seems there is not enough food. It is... Please stop. I just finished eating with my nurse. I am so full I could burst. Well, that is true. An looked at his uncle's face and asked.
Hey.
You seem a bit tired. He rubbed his head. Smiling shyly. Been a bit swamped with work lately.
Ah.
Is it that obvious? Yan stood up, surprising to Hong. Actually, I have a gift I want to give you. Ein placed a wooden box on the table. Nothing special. Just a potion I brewed myself. His uncle quickly snatched the box. Not special.
Ah.
But it should significantly boost your vitality and mana control in the coming weeks. You are the only one thinking about me. Let us. Opening the box revealed a single black potion inside. What is that smell? It is like the scent of pine trees after rain. He happily showcased it to Hong. Even the mountain guardian recognizes this as a good potion. His uncle looked intrigued. The guardian of Mount urged him? You should try it. Tihong quickly took the potion out. All right. He slowly raised the potion to his mouth. If even the spirit praised it, it must be effective. Tihong opened his mouth wide and slowly put the potion in. Ein watched every movement intently. And when he saw his uncle drink it, he could not help but smile. Tihong closed his eyes tightly, feeling something flow through every cell in his body. This is the real deal. It was as if a wave of light had cleared all the meridians in his body. If he harnessed his mana while taking this potion, the results would definitely be 100 times better than usual. He slowly opened his eyes, amazed. Tihong was thoroughly impressed with the pill's effects. Not only was it fast-acting, but it was practically a miracle elixir. Did I really create this? He was genuinely excited.
Yep.
That is right. Tihong stroked his chin. Pondering. You still remember how to brew potions? Right. His eyes sparkled wide open. Of course. Rare ingredients can always be substituted with something else. Tihong held the vial in his hand like a precious treasure. If that is the case, he leaned in and advised the boy. Don't tell anyone and keep this to yourself. When you grow up, you will be able to use it in many ways. The old man's demeanor brightened, as he always thought of the boy first. Just like always.
Yep.
I hope you will help me a lot then. Tihong tousled the boy's hair and laughed heartily. So you plan to take advantage of your uncle?
Ah.
Fine. When the time comes, I will be happy to let you do just that, you little rascal. The old man pulled his hand back as if recalling something. That is right. I heard you are planning to join the martial artist journey. The old man was quite surprised that the news spread so quickly. I already know, Tihong said, lowering his head anxiously. There will be a lot of controversies. The thought of so many judgmental eyes on the boy pained him. The kid would definitely face accusations of favoritism, because he could not touch the older brother. And all the unpleasant glances would fall on the old man. Tihong gently placed the box on the table. To join the martial artist journey, not only do you need the chief's permission, but also the approval of the elders. The old man's face turned serious, unlike his usual self. Besides, the elders do not exactly favor you. Maybe you should skip this time. The boy lowered his gaze and explained. I have anticipated some of your concerns, so my father has set a condition. Tihong could not believe his ears. A condition? The old man nodded.
Yep.
The boy placed his hands forward and said seriously. And because of that, I need your support. The old man swung the door open wide and exclaimed joyfully. It has been a long time since I have come back to this place. The boy stretched and loosened up a bit. Let us do a little warm-up. Suddenly, the old man's expression turned helpless as he glanced toward the door. Mumbling, Is someone already here? Grandma Ho burst through the door with excitement. She exclaimed, "Hey kiddo." Right after that fiery outburst. "You show up, what took you so long?" Grandma Hoa grabbed the boy's collar, shaking him as she yelled, "You should have come to find me first. You ungrateful little brat." The old man's face went pale as he tried to explain. "I was busy with work. I could not just barge in." She released his collar and pouted. "I know everything. You just visited little Kaka and then came here." The old man rubbed his neck, feeling like he was about to die, while the boy sighed and explained, "That was just business." Grandma Hoa crossed her arms, turned her head to the side, and grumbled back, "Your mouth never backs down, does it? And now you are off on a mission when you just got back." Suddenly, she switched to a gentle tone that caught the old man off guard. "Even so," Grandpa Gi gently patted his head, his voice soft like a child's. "My little one has grown up so much. Your magical power has nearly doubled, and your magic veins are stronger than ever." He honestly reported that all the aura skills learned previously were now mastered, and she frowned slightly in thought, with a voice filled with both confirmation and excitement. She exclaimed, "Is that true? You have really entered the 3rd level of magic." Grandpa Gi flexed his muscles and laughed, saying, "You still need a bit more training. But you are looking good. I have even prepared a gift for you." She said, "I have perfected the incantations for all the other aura skills. Let us try it out right now." But he hesitated, refusing her offer, which caused her enthusiasm to fade. She sighed. "But right now, it might be tough to make it happen." Grandpa Gi gently explained, "From today on, things are about to get busy." Just then, footsteps approached the door, and a familiar voice rang out, sounding just as warm and friendly as before. A man pushed the door open. His footsteps were not loud, but enough to catch attention. Grandpa Gi smiled upon seeing him and called out, "Big brother." Immediately, she scolded him, acting all busy and important. Grandpa Gi pointed an accusatory finger at him, fuming. "Then why did you come here saying you would train my little brother? You are just full of hot air." He awkwardly scratched his head, trying to come up with an excuse. "Honestly, I have just been swamped with work, but do not worry. I will help you refine those incantations." Watching the two bicker, Grandpa Gi sighed, thinking how even Big Brother was caught up in this madness. Grandpa Gi turned to him, suggesting, "But her materials are incredibly valuable, so they would really help with your training too." Grandpa Gi forced a smile and replied, "Well, that sounds great then." He shifted the topic. "By the way, how have you been lately?" Grandpa Gi suddenly became serious, his tone dropping, catching him off guard. "Yeah, I'm doing fine. But..." He grabbed Grandpa Gi by the neck and ruffled his hair, half-teasingly asking, "How dare you sneak off to Tianvai Mountain without telling me?" Grandpa Gi quickly explained, "You were busy with your mission at the time." Grandpa Gi shook his head, still patting him. "And when you came back, it made our father call you personally." In another room, there was a faint gloom as light streamed through the cracks in the door. Tihong was scribbling something and turned to Grandpa Gi, saying, "You need to teach him the basic techniques. Can you take over for me?" He was still stunned after hearing the request. Tihong kept his head down, focused on writing, muttering to himself, "Learning from the elders is definitely easier." He looked up to see Grandpa Gi deep in thought, feeling a bit stirred, even though he knew the guy usually did not care about stuff like this. After a moment of contemplation, Grandpa Gi finally nodded and replied, "All right, I will do it." After saying that, he turned to leave, but when he reached for the door handle, he suddenly froze. Tihong, without lifting his head, reminded him, "Just be prepared." "Okay." Grandpa Gi turned halfway and politely replied, "Thank you." As he stepped through the door, his mind began to drift into deep contemplation. A bloodless dream. One that I had never been allowed to experience myself. Yet here he was, advancing to this level. The corners of Mi's mouth curled up slightly, a quiet pride swelling within him. Now he understood why the task of passing on the fundamental techniques had been entrusted to him. Maintaining a mature mindset, Mi analyzed slowly, hoping to inspire me by reflecting on my junior. Then he recalled his words. Or maybe it was to encourage me to compete with that junior, no longer dwelling on intricate thoughts. Mi decided that the only way to truly understand the situation was to meet the junior directly. While he was absent-mindedly rubbing his head, a sudden thought struck him. 20 years. Perhaps only 10. Or maybe even sooner. I should catch up. After all, seeing him stare at me for so long, spoke up. Thanking him. Brother, even in such a busy time, you still care. To avoid raising any suspicion, Mi smiled and replied, "It is nothing. Among those certified to pass on the legacy, I am the only one available right now. The term passing on the legacy refers to all the fundamental techniques, principles, and secrets of the Lysung sect, passed down through generations. Only those who fully embrace all these skills are granted this certificate. It is also one of the conditions my father set during the warrior's journey, to fully absorb the foundational techniques of Lysung. Suddenly, I asked, but why would the elder brother personally pass these techniques on to me? Aren't there masters in the academy? Mai did not answer right away but countered with a question. Do you really think you can grasp the true teachings from them completely? He then listed the potential pitfalls. Getting caught up in trivial matters. Being ambushed during a holiday while earning a title. Being obstructed by schemes in upgrade battles. Or being placed in the lowest tier class in the entire academy. After hearing this, I continuously expressed my gratitude. Thank you, brother, for everything. Mai patted my shoulder, chuckling. Of course. Of course. Yet, beneath that smile, I could see a flicker of sadness in his eyes. Thinking, but has he really grown so much already? Looking at the mature face of my junior, he thought back to when he could focus and see the flow of magical energy within him. Reflecting on his body now, he felt a twinge of disappointment. It had become something he could not quite read anymore. But setting aside that envy, Mai encouraged himself, patting the junior's head in support. Even if I were to surpass him, it would not bother him. Good job, little brother. I still want to be someone you and the others look up to for life. The conversation between the two of them completely ignored the presence of Ho, prompting her to speak up softly. But you guys? Then Ho jumped up, exclaiming, are you seriously going to keep chatting while the adults are talking? Mai was flustered and stammered. Miss, please sit down. She stormed off in anger. Fine. I am leaving. If you want me to go, then I will go. It is not like you care enough to stop me. Ho looked back, unfazed, and replied, well, we will meet again tonight anyway. She pouted. Didn't you say we would practice? I guess we will be at it until late into the night. To get her attention, he had to speak up. Training is training. But researching with her is a whole different ball game. He continued to praise her talent, making her blush with embarrassment. A world-class master of magical arts like her, how could we pass up the chance to research with such a brilliant mind? Please forgive me. I hope you will wait just a little longer. Right after that, he regained his cheerful mood and said smugly, well, what can we do? This world-renowned lady will surely be generous enough to overlook it. After saying that, he waved goodbye and ran off, saying, well then, since I understand now, it is definitely not because my favorite drama is about to start. She waved back, saying, Yep. Take your time. Once she was gone, he finally let out a sigh of relief. She had left at last. Meanwhile, he raised his sword, declaring that now they could finally start the training session. He slowly drew his sword and said, so now, as he drew the sword across his face, his eyes sharp and captivating, he added, to fulfill the conditions set by his father. His expression turned serious, and his gaze was fixed on him. Holding the sword firmly, he stated, I will personally teach you with utmost seriousness. He was only learning under his guidance at the training camp, and after 7 days at Sungmu camp, they were practicing the basics of martial arts with his older brother, which was extremely simple. He maintained his serious expression, completely focused as the sword was poised to strike. Meanwhile, he was giving it his all to fight back, thrusting the sword toward his face. He expertly flicked away the sword that he was holding, and the moment of passing on techniques or knowledge happened in the blink of an eye. During practice, they focused on conserving energy, with breaks just enough to catch their breath. In one training session, he was pushed to his limits, almost as if they were in a real duel. As he advanced, he said, I believe that physically embedding the lessons into your body is far more meaningful than just verbal instruction. He looked into the fiery eyes of his opponent and asked, are you using your magical vision to observe? Then give it your all. His challenge sparked a fire in him. He slammed the sword into the ground and used it as leverage to stand up. Though his body felt exhausted, he quickly positioned his feet, kicking up dust and pebbles along with leaves. With a roar, he charged forward with all his might. As he swung down with the sword, his opponent swiftly blocked it while silently assessing him. Clearly, he had grasped the flow thanks to his demonic heritage, but his body struggled to keep up. He observed the fiery determination in his eyes and each strike he unleashed, looking for the mistakes he was making. One swing that never landed came from a direction that just was not possible. Not only were his muscles strained, even his joints were protesting. His opponent casually asked, but with a tone that packed a punch, was that move a bit too much for you? He suddenly froze in front of the sword, which was halted right between his eyes. Still shaking from the encounter, you then realized that you needed to step up your swordplay speed, and told yourself to move. Has he really adjusted to this rhythm already? He grabbed the hem of his shirt and muttered to himself. Solid foundation. Quick learner was not he just a kid who could not pull off moves like this before. He turned away, feeling a hint of jealousy, thinking about how even I had never been allowed in that bloodless dream test. Is this the wisdom he has gained from his journey? He rolled up his sleeves and said in a deep voice. All right. Looks like you are keeping up. So I will raise the stakes. With a bright smile and an enticing invitation. So far removed from his prepared stance and the sword in his hand. Let us see how far you can chase after me. He took his position, eyes sharp as he thought to himself. Damn it. He is really serious about this. After a struggle with the exercises. Finally, he called out. Today's training ends here. He rubbed his neck, chuckling awkwardly, saying, looking at the mess of holes in the ground with him sitting there panting. He added, I might have gone a bit overboard during practice, but you still managed to keep a cheerful face. Responding, this is what training is all about. He reached out to him and said, never mind. As he pulled him up, he gently asked, looks like you have got a good feel for it now. He naturally replied, did not you say that the body of the Longzhu family is incredibly resilient? At this moment, after receiving the knowledge, he thought that the bodies of the Longzhu family are indeed tougher than ordinary folks, almost as flexible as steel, with muscles that are as resilient as rubber. He lightly raised his hand and stared at it for a moment before mumbling, and a strong body like this becomes even more powerful with each training session. He clenched his hand tightly and looked up, saying, so even using techniques that put a lot of strain on the body is no big deal. With that, he realized that the foundation of the skill starts from that point. He chuckled lightly and replied, yep. You are grasping it quite well. In fact, you have even applied it to your footwork. Being praised made him shy, scratching his head and responding humbly. It is only after a week of hard training that I have grasped this much. I am still quite lacking. His teacher showed humility, but the jealousy within him flared up lacking. It thought, usually, mastering basic skills takes months. He is doing great. He turned to leave, leaving him with a few parting words. Truly commendable. Remember to check in at the clinic. And just be careful with your injuries. He bent down to pick up his robe, gently draping the garment over his other arm. Then he gently patted him on the shoulder while reminding him, I will see you here this time tomorrow. He politely nodded, responding, yep. I plan to review what I have learned today. He left him in the training room with the reminder. All right, but do not overdo it. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. The wariness from forcing himself was gone. He extended his hand, staring at it for a moment, then thought to himself, it really does feel quite similar. Then he picked up the sword again, trying to practice what he had learned, the fundamental principles of infinity, a systematic theory of continuous motion based on relentless application. Ever-changing. He recalled the moments when he attacked Mai, watching his dodges, the basic techniques of his clan, rooted in the physicality of the body to maximize its capabilities. As he compared what he had learned to Mai's swift attacks, he noticed an uncanny similarity. The patterns of both seemed strangely alike. He began to break down his own body to see the differences more clearly. Perhaps the essence of the technique was centered around the body itself. After analyzing the lines along his shoulders, he moved to the wrists and hands, while Infinity focused on the weapon. From that, he concluded seriously that understanding the fundamental techniques was easier than he thought. Who knows? Maybe they shared a common origin. His gaze was serious, immersed in these thoughts, when suddenly, in the memory of Infinity, he saw someone with the distinct traits of the bloodline of the Emph clan. Indeed, it seemed that Infinity had a very close connection to our clan. At this point, he unconsciously clenched his fist, a surge of frustration rising within him, feeling as if he had just uncovered a secret from the most unexpected place. With hopeful eyes and a faint smile, he whispered to himself, it seems time will fly by quickly. All the high-ranking members were gathering in the meeting room of the Emph clan's Elder Council. In the formal atmosphere, thick with silence, the sound of a door creaking open and footsteps approaching could be heard, and Shudong stepped in, his voice firm as he apologized for being late. He turned to Tia Hung and said with a hint of sarcasm, oh look, a busy chief manager. How delightful to see you here. He maintained his original posture, calmly responding, I usually use my busy schedule as an excuse for not attending regularly, so I thought I would drop by this time. Shudong picked up a cup of water and nodded. Is that? He then gently asked, surely you have heard about the young swordsman from the third bloodline, right? One person slammed the table and exclaimed, "Of course. Elder Director." As another beside him joined in with a shout, "A little punk gets to be a swordsman. What kind of joke is that? And he is an illegitimate child to boot." Ti-hung sat there with his arms crossed, silent, while those around him stood up demanding justice. Rumor had it that this arrogant fool had petitioned the clan leader himself, claiming he wanted to be allowed to face the challenge after returning from Mount Then. Chiudong glanced around, slamming the cup down on the table, his tone barely containing his anger. "It seems everyone here has misunderstood. The clan leader has never made a final judgment on this matter. He only instructed that the Elder Council should discuss and decide." One of the members asked. "The final decision rests with us." Another excitedly chimed in with his suggestion. "At this point, let us just reject it outright." He stroked his gray beard and exclaimed, "It can be that simple." Imagine the scene as he fights and declares. The family head says that the child possesses skills on par with a level 5 warrior, and has even surpassed the bloodless dream. There is no justifiable reason to refuse. He gazes far into the distance, his mind racing with schemes, suggesting that, in the face of this troublemaker disrupting traditional order, we must find a legitimate reason. He then loudly asks everyone present if anyone has come up with an appropriate solution, and a hand is immediately raised. Ti-hung stands up and speaks. I would like to present a few thoughts." Just looking at his demeanor is enough to guess Ti-hung's intentions. He never takes sides in political matters. He clearly remembers the unfriendly stares from those people directed at him. The elders looked at Ti-hung like this: a neutral party, someone who does not align with anyone, merely pretending to be righteous. He suspects that when the elders saw Ti-hung attending this meeting, they all thought the same thing. He is here to defend himself. Being a second son like the rest, he silently curses in his mind, and Ti-hung is not oblivious to this. It is so obvious that it is laughable. What a bunch of snakes in disguise. The image of the 3 trials flashed in his mind, the trials that the main branch of the family must undergo: the selection trial, the name trial, and the warrior's path. Those who pass all 3 will be given key positions within the family. He can picture the papers fluttering in the wind, and he can't help but feel concerned. They would be granted countless powers and rights, including the privilege to participate and speak at important meetings, essentially treated like an elder. Ti-hung reaches into his pocket as if to retrieve something, and he ponders. How could those old fogies, obsessed with pure bloodlines, ever happily accept this? He suddenly halts, questioning in his mind. Wait a minute. Is this kid carrying a secret medicine to leverage this situation? Ti-hung sighs, his mind in turmoil with conflicting thoughts. Honestly, I really do not know if this is true. He raises his hand and seriously suggests, "May I have a word?" With a skeptical expression, Jiang speaks up. "Is that what the steward said?" He closes his eyes, revealing deep wrinkles, as Jiang continues. "I heard you are quite close to that second child." Hearing those words, he can't help but admit, that was a sharp remark. Regardless of his feelings, Ti-hung smiles brightly and responds, "How could I dismiss someone who has tried so hard?" He hesitates for a moment before adding, "But I do think this time it has crossed a bit beyond the limit." Jiang can't hide his curiosity and asks, "Crossed beyond the limit?" Ti-hung candidly expresses his viewpoint. That child does have talent, but can't we ignore traditions and processes? The youngest must understand that there are things you simply can't do however you like. Jiang interjects sharply and with hidden implications. "I thought you were someone who did not care much for traditions and processes." Seeing the old man's smugness, he silently cursed him. Realizing this old guy was not easy to deal with, Ti-hung maintained his smile and responded calmly. Did he think I did not understand the importance of these things? It is just that, from a practical standpoint, I feel bound by the rigid way of handling things, which is why I am being cautious. Jiang spoke with deep understanding. I get what the steward is saying now. The old man tilted his head and asked, "So what proposal do you intend to suggest?" He replied and gradually analyzed the situation, saying if the director had no reason to object, then we just need to create a reason. Honestly, this issue is not worth overthinking. Ti-hung's words rang out clearly. Ultimately, the most convincing argument was that the youngest had never proven himself. Jiang looked at him, visibly puzzled. Isn't it true that the head of the family only recognizes those who have reached the 5th level of martial arts? Upon hearing this, Ti-hung quickly replied, "Would the family head be willing to certify that?" The old man gasped in surprise at his unwavering attitude. Ti-hung clenched his fists, hesitating to speak, and leaned in slightly, silently cursing that sly little brat to handle his own mess. Ti-hung expressed his thoughts with a serious face, saying we just need to set up the chessboard for him to prove himself. Jiang asked, surprised and a bit skeptical. A chessboard? Are you suggesting a duel? Under the concerned gazes of those around, he replied.
Yep.
Exactly. Considering the youngest actions so far, he definitely won't back down. The old man asked curiously. Then who should he fight? Perhaps the one who recently became a martial artist would be the best match. Right, but the young Master Zhang, with his temperament, would never accept such a challenge. The image of Sienna, with her chilling, terrifying smile and a knife in her hand, flashed vividly in Zhang's mind. He guessed. Then it must be the sixth young lady. Tihong did not hesitate to respond, saying that was only natural.
Yep.
If it is Sienna, would not that be quite fitting? If there is concern, we can just set limits for her. Zhang nodded, secretly agreeing with his answer. It was not a bad approach at all. The image of her glaring at Zhang in anger flashed in his mind, reminding him of earlier events. Moreover, according to Madame Bitch, the sixth young lady harbored animosity toward that second child. Zhang shared his perspective, saying this approach was not bad at all, and turned to seek the opinions of those around him. What did the other elders think? All eyes turned to Zhang, and everyone quickly replied, I think it sounds good too. It seems reasonable. Seeing that most agreed, the others followed suit. If the elder director thought so, then it should be fine. I also support it. So let us wrap up this meeting here. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind, causing Dahong to turn back. Today has been tough. Steward. Elder director. The old man's figure slowly approached, casting a shadow that made Zhang feel as though he was sinking into darkness. He smiled and spoke with fiend praise. It seems I have misunderstood the steward for quite some time. I wonder what wind blew and that led you to grant me such a clear insight. He humbly and softly replied, I am just doing what I said before. Of course. Zhang spoke seriously. I understand very well the steward's loyalty to the family. Suddenly, the old man slammed his staff down on the floor. But hey, manager. The light reflected every detail on Jiang's face as he wasted no time exposing the tricks of Ta Hung. When it comes to acting, it is the little details that matter most. Hearing this, he just smiled knowingly, while Ti Hung grinned brightly, scratching his head awkwardly and denying it, saying, I am really not sure what you are talking about. My lord. The next words from Jiang made him pause for a moment. His voice, each word carefully chosen. The old man walked past Hung, while Jiang remained calm, unraveling the truth. Manager. Well, everyone calls you the second son. You stubbornly insist on calling him the youngest. The old man's voice echoed from afar. And that is right. Time passed gradually. 3 weeks later, in the training hall, the sword was slowly drawn by Wai Wang. He murmured thoughtfully, seems like today will be the last time. Am I wrong? Half-jokingly, asked. Did you really say that after getting beaten up yesterday? He replied confidently. Big brother, you felt it too, did not you? He took a fighting stance and challenged. Then let us see what you have got. Immediately after, Mai Wangrong lunged toward Wang, raising his sword high. The moment Mai Wangrong attacked, he swiftly raised his sword to block the blow. Wai Wang used his strength to deflect the crashing sword. He laughed excitedly, then praised. Great job. That is the stance. Mai Wangrong swung down again, and he calmly kept his sword ready for the hit. Wai Hong's eyes lit up in amazement, thinking to himself about the sixth sense and the demon eye. These extraordinary perceptions, opened up through training, that could feel the entire pattern of sword techniques. He thought confidently, I can block everything. Both men were full of energy, charging straight at each other. The last hit left the ground beneath them soaked, debris flying everywhere. He was knocked backward by the impact. Wai Wang was also pushed back, and Mai Wangrong suddenly burst out laughing. He ran his fingers through his hair, laughing, then asked him, Did you grasp the basics already? It took me 3 months to fully master them. You are truly a genius. Mai Wangrong silently observed Wai Kwang sitting on the ground, thinking to himself, a week to feel it, 2 weeks to master it with my body. Then apply the magic and refine it. Only 33 days in total. He spread his arms wide in front of the amazed gaze, not forgetting to compliment. You always manage to surprise me. Mai Wangrong eagerly chimed in. I will be the one to prove that I have completely mastered the basics. He predicted that not only had he grasped the basics, but it seemed he had also unlocked something more. The boy smiled softly, his gaze on Mai Wangrong, thinking, nothing can be hidden from Big Brother. Mai Wang announced to him.
Yep.
I am thinking of a unique way to move. Mai Wangrong cheerfully suggested. Want me to help? With a grateful look, he replied. If Big Brother is willing to help, I would be incredibly thankful. The night cloaked a barren forest, where the trees stood bare without a single leaf. A hand gripped a large knife tightly. The mocking remarks echoed continuously. You pathetic, useless bunch. trying to pose as warriors. Anna stood there calmly. Surrounded by creatures she had easily defeated. What a bore. Siana reflects on everything that has happened. Her heart filled with frustration and resentment. It is all because of that jerk, leaving her tangled up in these messy tasks. She strolls through the puddles, muttering to herself, her mother still boiling with anger. And it is all his fault. Suddenly, the monster behind her moves. Siana seems to sense it closing in. When the creature lunges at her with its jaws wide open from behind, she is completely unfazed. Siana simply states one thing, and in an instant, a flash of red light bursts forth as her dagger flies straight into the monster's head. With a cold gaze and a fierce expression, her fingers still sparking with a small flame, she says, "I told you, I am not backing down." With a flick of her wrist, the dagger embedded in the monster's head begins to tremble. It automatically pulls itself free from the creature. She grips the dagger tightly, her mind deep in thought. This is my 21st mission. Saxana clenches her jaw, anger rising with each thought. And they all revolve around the tedious task of exterminating a horde of monsters. Turning her back calmly, Sana quietly analyzes. Usually, I only handle about 4 or 5 tasks a year at most. 5 years of that agreement have finally passed. And when I return to the clan, that arrogant fool will also come back. A shadow appears behind her, the voice ringing clearly. Greetings, Miss Liu. Xiana glares with authority. Commanding. Who are you? State your name. The person quickly introduces themselves. I am Gak Guk from Team 12 of the Black Sword Brigade. She raises an eyebrow, asking suspiciously. The Black Sword Brigade. What does the clan leader want? Gak immediately responds clearly. I bring a message from the clan leader. After hearing this, she quickly retorts. That arrogant one. Siana bursts into wild laughter, full of madness. She swings her dagger fiercely, stabbing it hard into a nearby tree trunk. Sezana lowers her head, forcing her words out. Just in time. That jerk is digging his own grave. She laughs mockingly, her words dripping with sarcasm. The clan leader is not someone to take lightly. Right. She opens her eyes wide with determination. Commanding. Tell him I have received the message. Gagakaba. Yep. Miss. Exana drives the dagger deep into the tree. Sparks flying, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaims. I can't wait for this. Her eyes gleam with anticipation. She vows to herself. I will crush him down to the bottom of the abyss. Why Wang? The next day, in a quiet room, Wang steps, his gaze filled with regret as he explains. Sorry for being late. My training session ran a bit long. Tihong laughs joyfully, her voice bright. You are here. I heard you have mastered all the basic skills already. What else is there to practice? He quickly replies. Yep. But I still want to try out a few things. He swiftly gets to the point. The specific schedule has been announced, so I wanted to discuss it with you a bit. Why Wang? Gently telling Tihong. If there is an official announcement, you will come see me. He sighs, his expression filled with helplessness. Tihong asks seriously. Aren't you worried? He looks a bit confused and replies. What is there to worry about? He said, with regret and confidence. Everything is going just as I planned. The moment when TA asked to speak with me flashed in my mind. And I thought to myself, my father has agreed to my warrior journey. But he set 2 conditions. Memories of training sessions with my older brother surfaced in my mind, and I quietly sighed. The first condition is to master all the basic martial arts techniques. Fortunately, thanks to his guidance and what I have learned about controlling magical power, I completed it in no time. But the second condition is the real challenge. At that moment, he solemnly told me to convince the Elder Council. I responded, feeling confused, and apologized, asking TA to explain the method to me. You can use any means necessary. If you can't convince them, your warrior journey won't be approved. He spoke sincerely. However, given your current position, it is tough to sway the council's decision. After a moment of waiting, I finally came up with a plan. So I decided to create the most advantageous situation for myself. The image of me when I found the solution suddenly became clear in my mind. I laughed heartily, my face filled with satisfaction, using proving my strength as an excuse. I arranged a duel with the 6th sister. My gaze turned to Tihang, my heart racing with anticipation. I came here hoping you could influence everything according to my plan. The Elder Council will have no reason to refuse. I hope everything goes smoothly. In my mind, the image of me placing the next chess piece appeared. Through this, I wanted to create an opportunity to gain permission to go on a journey. The ability to change the situation is essential for anyone wanting to step into politics. This is also part of the challenge. Tia Hung's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. I just do not understand why you are so calm. I answered sincerely, not hiding anything. Because I believe you have arranged everything carefully. He immediately replied. That is not what I meant. Tia Hung showed clear concern on her face, slowly expressing her thoughts. That girl. I heard you two do not get along. He voiced his doubts. With Sienna's personality, even just a sparring match, things won't go smoothly. Why choose her in this situation? In a burst of frustration, I slammed the table and shouted. I have a debt to settle with the sixth sister. Tia Hung would not back down, responding immediately. That is exactly what I wanted to discuss. He stood up to question. Can't you deal with that later? Why put yourself in such a disadvantageous position? Tia Hung clenched her fists, her voice firm and clear. It is not that I think you can't do it. He slowly sat back down. Tia Hung rubbed her head, pondering as she shared her worries. I am afraid you will get hurt in some way when facing your sister. I stared intently at the person in front of me, my thoughts swirling quietly in my mind. She really cares about me. What should I do now? X on. Or just let things unfold? I hesitated to speak. Thanking you for your concern. The images of Exane and the Elder Council clearly appeared in my mind. The sixth sister would definitely try to take me down at all costs, and the Elder would seize the opportunity to keep me in check. I clenched my fist tightly and continued. Therefore, this duel is not just about the warrior journey. You stand up, gently reminding Miss Hong. Of course, if you lose, it will be a total disaster. But do not worry. The old man assures without a hint of doubt. In this match, no matter what, you will definitely win. Not long after, the competition venue is set. The Central Martial Arts Arena. In another room, all the doors are tightly shut. This is the largest, most spacious arena in Sungmu, and also the place where the Grand Declaration ceremony was held. The old man is dressed formally. You look outside and think. You figured they would not handle this quietly. You show a sense of helplessness, sighing and muttering to yourself. No need to guess. It is definitely the headmaster's crazy scheme. The arena outside is ready. The old man quickly analyzes. The central arena has a seating structure surrounding the center, clearly intending to publicly humiliate us, to diminish our spirit. You keep your eyes shut tight, exhaling slowly, telling yourself, but that does not matter at all. A person gradually enters the room. The old man is still lost in thought. Moreover, Miss Ho shyly glances in, hesitantly speaking up. Hey, kid. She seems confused. The old man observes and wonders why she has been wearing that expression all day. You step forward and casually ask, why do you look so uneasy? Miss Ho nervously rubs her hands, hesitating to respond. It is nothing. She keeps looking down, and the old man remarks, with both of us feeling this way. You really think it is nothing? Miss Ho struggles to speak, then suddenly exclaims, I hate all the antics happening in this family. The old man listens calmly as Miss Ho continues to express her discomfort. All those whispers behind my back. I can't stand them either. She tightly grips her dress, and Miss Ho clarifies further. Miss Luck is a level 4 fighter, and you have just reached level 5. The difference between level 5 and level 4 is like night and day. The old man seems to understand, adding, that is why Miss Luck is restricted from using magic. She can't use her techniques or ultimate moves. Miss Ho keeps her head down, admitting, I know. Her hands begin to tremble, and she anxiously says, but what if you lose? She painfully clutches her head, fear creeping in as she continues. If I only teach you a bit more about magic. Miss Ho keeps glancing around nervously, her voice growing louder. I just need to help you a little more. She seems to reach her breaking point, letting out a piercing scream. Dare to report this endless situation back to the family. Miss Ho snaps to attention, freezing as a voice rings out. Stop it. Miss Ho. Miss Ka Ho walks in from somewhere, trying to reassure her. You will do just fine. Like always. She gently takes Miss Ho's hand, smiling as she says, as your master, why do not you say a few encouraging words? Jing Ho's eyes darkened, as if filled with a multitude of worries. She remained silent, while he observed her and thought to himself, she looks like a scared little animal. After all, she, too, had lost something in Sungbuma. The image of Ji Ho flickered through his mind. He silently reminded himself, I know nothing about her past. If I want to learn, it would not be hard. He stayed quiet, drifting into his own thoughts. Yet he intentionally chose not to know. He began to move forward, still lost in thought, believing that one day, she would tell him herself. As he approached Jing Ho, he tried to sound reassuring. Wait. Now's not the time for that. You need to cheer up. Looking at her cheerful face, Jing Ho seemed confused as she exclaimed, cheer up. She appeared startled, her mouth agape upon hearing him say, isn't today the day our magic research will truly shine together? Plus, it will be a spectacular twist. A voice rang out, causing everyone to glance outside. Young master. It is time to head out. His eyes brimmed with determination as he confidently declared. Keep your eyes on me. Okay. I won't lose. He tightened his grip on the sword, reminding Ji Guangho. Feel free to cheer for me from the stands. Eagerly, he stepped outside, assuring her, if your cheers are too quiet, I might get a bit sad. You know, as he walked down the path to the stands, light poured in. He strolled along, reflecting. It has been ages since I walked this hallway. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, feeling a sense of affirmation as he stood at the threshold. Since the day I was born, I have always strived to prove myself. With confidence, he stepped outside. Now was the time to put an end to that quest for validation. With the sword in hand, he confidently strode out, saying. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on him, and there was already a figure in the arena. His face was filled with determination as he boldly moved forward. Suddenly, he hesitated, glancing to one side. Tut-sun and Wazian sat seriously in a corner, and he noticed them, saying, both my father and stepmother are here. Even Tiang, Jiang, and Jiang guests were present. He surveyed the scene and commented, all the uncles and elders are here too. Quickly, he scanned the area, seeming unfazed by the words spoken. Look, it is that illegitimate brat over there. Sana boldly extended her hand, a hint of mockery in her tone. Your neck seems pretty stiff. Sana displayed her contempt, continuously taunting him. I never liked that neck of yours from the start. She tossed 2 daggers into the air, relentlessly hurling insults. Just a bastard. Yet you dare to hold your head high. It is already an eyesore. She pointed the blade forward, excitement evident in her voice. Today, I am going to snap that neck of yours. Just watch. He smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unafraid, and replied, I am counting on you. The referee raised his hand, and with a swift declaration, he announced that the duel between Lady Six and young master would now begin. Sana quickly got into position, while the referee's voice echoed. Get ready. Wang focused intently on his opponent, his grip tightening around the sword in his hands. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, as if preparing to enter a trance. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide, the power of his demonic gaze radiating as the referee shouted. Start. Sana swiftly dashed behind him, her knife blazing in her hand. She hurled him towards Wang, who quickly slipped back. Somehow having circled around, Wang remained perfectly still, as if he could see everything, anticipating 3 daggers flying toward him from behind. 2 other daggers soared right in front of Wang, his grip tightening around the sword as he analyzed the situation. Out of nowhere, 2 more daggers came flying at him from the front. Countless fiery daggers hovered around Xian, who flaunted her throwing skills with pride. The powerful daggers glided through the air, surrounded by blazing red flames, a deadly technique crafted by Lady Six, infused with magic and energy before being launched. Sana stared ahead, her hands filled with daggers, resembling flames that could ignite, hence named Leska. Daggers flew towards Wang from all directions, and he quickly assessed the situation, realizing there was no escaping this. The sword was raised high, Wang's eyes wide with determination, and with a swift, sharp slash, the blade tore through the air. Thunderous and transformative, the daggers were thrown off course by the attack, immediately changing direction. Sana struggled to leap back, annoyance escaping her lips as she cursed under her breath. As she landed, Wang's shadow emerged from the smoke. He smirked derisively and teased. I have heard a lot about your legendary knife-throwing skills. Lady Six. Wang's face was calm, and he replied nonchalantly. Turns out it is not as impressive as I imagined. Sana's temper flared, and she instantly reached into her clothes. She pulled out more daggers, and Sana shouted angrily. You are really asking for it now. She charged at Wang, who stood his ground. Unflinching, she unleashed a flurry of strikes against him, and in frustration, Sana thought, this brat has not even dried his blood yet and dares to talk back. Her eyes narrowed in fury. Clearly provoked, Sana tightened her grip on the knife, determined to teach him a lesson. Daggers continued to rain down on Wang, who braced himself to intercept each attack. Wang watched Sana closely, analyzing her movements. Lady Six moved like a circus performer, wielding multiple blades with ease. The piercing angles of her strikes were bizarre techniques that could only be executed with extraordinary reflexes and insight. Suddenly, Wang smiled mysteriously, thinking to himself, but... He began to leap forward, realizing that it was all a trap for this moment. Wang rushed toward his opponent, facing Sana head-on, forcing her to attack directly. Countless fiery daggers were ready, locked onto him in an instant. He swung his sword, the slash almost grazing Sana. He tightened his grip on the hilt. The moment was ripe, ready to unleash his ultimate move. He was terrified, glancing down at Shana, nearly ready to strike her down. She stared up, frozen in shock, and Siana mentally reminded herself this is dangerous. She quickly raised 2 knives to block in front of her, bracing for the incoming attack. This was risky. The collision sent shockwaves erupting, a shower of sparks exploding all around. 2 massive forces collided, creating an earth-shattering quake. Dust swirled everywhere, and the audience in the stands buzzed in confusion. What on earth is happening? Who would have thought the second son had this level of power? Could it all just be an illusion? He slowly emerged from the dust cloud, standing frozen. Staring ahead, his eyes widened, a puzzled expression on his face as he silently questioned. Did I underestimate him? The dust still clung to the ground around Siana, and the atmosphere felt eerily still. She gripped the knife tightly, grinding her teeth in frustration. Thinking, the moment the sword connected, he rolled back to dissipate the impact. The knife in Siana's hand was ruined, and she looked at it, puzzled. How could a mere brat wield a technique like the secret arts of the clan? Siana tossed it aside, her face set with determination. Thinking, if that is the case, we are in trouble. She quickly got back on her feet, weapon firmly in hand. Wait, does he have another deadly move up his sleeve? She faced him head-on, and as Siana dared to speak, her words fell flat. Channeling her energy into the knife, she charged at him like a fierce beast, realizing she should have saved this for a more crucial moment. Not now. He kept a close watch, mentally noting, she was faster than before, but now she was charging straight at him again. She relentlessly hurled the knife at him, and he dodged, barely escaping. Siana spun in midair, while he raised his hands to shield his face. She circled behind him, that terrifying face twisted in a mocking grin. Taunting, what is the matter? Go ahead and brag some more. Siana thrust the knife toward him, and he immediately raised his sword to block. She jumped continuously at lightning speed, and he quickly assessed her moves fast, agile, and unpredictable. He defended against each blow in succession, his eyes narrowed in focus, analyzing. Even though he could block, her speed was terrifying, making counterattacks a challenge. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he stared intently ahead. This time, he was tracking every move of Siana, carefully contemplating it all laid bare before him. He easily dodged her attacks, taking a moment to observe and reassuring himself. With my instincts, I can feel every swing of her blade, and my keen senses can fully grasp her attacking direction. He smiled softly, almost to himself, realizing this battle was exactly why he was determined to face off against her. Countless bolts of lightning crackled around him, and he thought confidently, my ability is the perfect counter to her techniques. Siana seemed to catch his gaze, and in her fury, she silently screamed those eyes. Siana regained her composure, carefully analyzing her strengths. The advantage of her blades lay in their agility and fineness. But once everything was sensed, her style had to be restricted. She quickly recalled the previous attack. Siana seemed to recognize it and analyze it. Even though she wanted to close the gap and overpower him, she was hindered by the constraints from earlier. She began to gather her energy, electric sparks crackling around Siana, amplifying her frustration. If I could just break free by 1/10, I could unleash my advanced skills. Siana reminisced about her training. Bitter thoughts filled her mind. For the past year, all I have wanted is revenge on that jerk. To shred him and crush his pride. She had taken down many opponents, panting heavily after each battle, torturing them until they begged for mercy. Siana looked up, laughing maniacally, struggling to grasp her current predicament, never expecting to find herself in such a situation. Suddenly, Siana snapped back to reality. The last words echoed in her mind. You. The guy's voice pulled her back to the present. Did she still have room in her mind to think about such nonsense? He closed the distance to Siana, reminding her with arrogance. You should focus more. Right after that, he launched an attack, and Siana quickly defended herself. She struggled to block his sword, gritting her teeth and mustering all her strength, then suddenly unleashed a torrent of energy. Mystically, she spoke. I was not planning to use this until later. He stared in awe at the sight before him. As Siana's power quickly enveloped the environment, it surged directly into his body, causing his heart to stir with a chaotic energy that pulsed with each beat. He slowly began to sense this force, questioning whether his magical circle was being restricted. While Siana leaped off the ground, she stood confidently before him, taunting. Turns out you have got a bit of smarts after all. She shouted with a crazed victorious grin. Even a timid worm like you realizes you can't win without mana. He fell silent, pondering whether he should use his special skill. He understood it was a mana sealing spell, from Sister Number 6, the one and only Siana, who held extraordinary powers. With just a subtle gesture, she could disrupt her opponent's magical flow, throwing them into chaos. causing them to lose control over their mana, provided her own mana capacity was superior. I could resist, but if not, even if I realized I was trapped, I would still be shackled with no way out. He stood frozen, while Siana's voice boomed across the arena. Now you are out of options. A strange force coursed through his body. But what she did not know was that Siana's eyes widened in shock at the scene unfolding in the arena. No way. Seeing him radiate an even stronger magical power than before, she stammered. How can you still use magic? My magic is completely different from all of theirs. Under the blazing sun, a sea of people waited, the sunlight mingling with the chaotic atmosphere. It will be all right. The girl tightly clasped her hands together and trembled slightly, reassuring herself. It will be all right. Her entire body shook with each wave, making her breaths quicken and grow heavy. That kid is truly extraordinary. The girl's eyes turned blank. Her lips moved slightly as she muttered words only she could hear. That is right. It won't be like last time. But the negative thoughts kept spiraling in my head. What if? Jaqua was beside me, noticing my body trembling slightly. It made me worry. Old Master Guang Ho. I could not hear her words. My eyes squeezed shut, as if trying to hide my fear. What if I ended up in that situation again? I was drowning in my own thoughts, thinking, what should I do? Suddenly, a voice broke the chaos in my mind. You okay? In front of me, two young guys were whispering to each other. It was not just okay. The foundation was still shaky enough to raise eyebrows. Just as they finished speaking, a voice came from behind me. What kind of Kai skill is that? The person beside me shook his head. It is not the secret magic of the Xungmu clan. Their next words sent a jolt through me apparently. That kid just turned 15 this year. Turning towards the arena, my eyes lit up, my body leaning forward. I immediately executed my technique, channeling my Kai with a thunderous crash. As my sword struck down, the shockwave rippled through the ground like it was about to explode, forcing Sei to quickly retreat to avoid the blow. He swung his sword back, eyes coldly tracking her as she stepped back, maintaining a safe distance between them. Before Sei could steady herself, he launched into the next move without hesitation. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, racing forward with such speed and force that it left no chance for the opponent to counter powerful Ki. Edge of the storm. She saw red energy streams, sharp as arrows, hurtling towards her at a terrifying speed, making her breath hitch in her chest. Before Sei could even strike back, the red energy streams had wrapped tightly around her body, like invisible chains constricting every fiber, rendering her movements powerless. Meanwhile, he surged forward like a gust of wind, closing the distance between them. He executed a swift and fluid motion, leaving a trail of energy that sliced through the air, using powerful, sharp wind to cut the chains that bound Siana. This made her eyes widen in disbelief, staring at him in shock, gazing into his arrogant eyes. She clenched her jaw tighter, wondering if she could break free from the grip of the sharp wind. In the stands, the figure gradually relaxed. Thunder and lightning, sharp wind, these were all Kai techniques that he and the kid had created together. Her hand clenched into a fist, reflecting the determination rising silently within her. Those chaotic emotions now felt cleansed. The figure's eyes began to shine brighter, like a fire just ignited. Yes, she had to win. For the first time, she broke into a radiant smile, as bright as the dawn. After all, she was a genius. Looking at the chaotic rain around her, she still could not believe it. Questioning herself, why was it like this? Xuna's eyes were wide open, filled with a mix of astonishment and panic. Clearly, the special ability had sealed off the chaotic magic source. How could she still wield power? Now, he had maintained his distance from her. While Siana stared intently at the figure before her, he narrowed his eyes, watching every change on her face, unaware of one crucial detail. A surge of green energy enveloped him and his sword, and he flashed a smirk. His magic technique was different from ordinary folks. Just by using the unique magic energy, he could still wield it. He slowly stepped forward, his gaze calm yet sharp, then spoke in a steady voice. Now, let me take the lead. With that, his body closed in on Ixan, making the air around them suddenly feel heavy. Watching his movement, she could only think of one word: fast. His sword swung decisively, the blade glinting in the air as it sent Siana flying backward. She could only brace herself with her hands as she was flung away, struggling to endure. Xana's arms trembled from the impact, muscles tensing as she fought to maintain her balance and not crash to the ground. What a nightmare. Before she knew it, he had lunged down with his sword, the speed so intense that all she heard was the wind whistling past the blade. Sana quickly recoiled, the sword slamming into the ground with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves rippling through the earth beneath her feet. She clenched her jaw, thinking, how could this be happening? How could she be overwhelmed like this? Sana was desperately searching for a way to defeat him. Thoughts swirling in her mind like a raging storm. But then her gaze suddenly froze. Locked in place for a moment. Then, Sana subtly lifted her gaze to the second level of the stands. As soon as she spotted someone up there, the air around her shifted, like a dark cloud suddenly casting a shadow over her mind. Upstairs, a piercing gaze was fixated on her, cold and sharp like a blade cutting through the air. She sat like a queen above, exuding an aura of authority yet shrouded in an ominous energy. Her icy stare locked directly onto Sana standing below. At that gaze, she instinctively gasped, her heart twisting in fear, a chilling sensation creeping deep into her soul. Sana's body began to tremble, her lips quivering. Sana poured all her power into the hand gripping the dagger. A vibrant orange gold aura radiated around her, and Sana gritted her teeth, her eyes sparkling with fiery determination. Then let out a fierce shout. Just for a little brat like that. The explosive force surrounding Sana left even her opponents in awe. The sheer amount of magical energy was monstrous. Watching the dagger in her hand begin to rise, her opponent's eyes widened in surprise, forcing himself to muster magic. But it was not enough. Sana's daggers began to transform, splitting into smaller pieces. Hovering ominously around her, her magical power surged more intensely, spreading through her body like an uncontrollable wildfire. The magic enveloped the countless daggers suspended in the air, and Sana raised her hand, commanding them, showing no mercy. Her eyes sparkled, cold and fierce as if she wanted to devour him whole. And Sana thrust her hand forward with conviction. I will kill you without fail. Hung in the stands instantly jumped to her feet, shouting loudly, that is against the rules. Just as his words finished, her daggers shot toward him like lightning, cutting through the air. He stood unfazed, gripping his sword tightly and channeling magic into the blade, his eyes glowing with a golden light. His sword lit up with each surge of magic, waves of blue light radiating from the hilt to the blade. Then unexpectedly, he exhaled deeply, the sound reverberating softly yet powerfully. He immediately charged forward as her daggers closed in. Ein swung his sword with force, the steel glinting in the air. But shockingly, it missed its target. Seeing this, Sana could not help but burst into a self-satisfied laugh, the sound echoing like a taunt. Where did you swing that sword? But right after, her eyes widened in disbelief, as she noticed one of her daggers had lodged itself firmly into the ground. Your body twists gracefully, the sword slicing through the air like a beam of sharp light. In this world, some things are regarded as unchanging truths, and magic is eternal. An watches as daggers fall slowly, embedding themselves into the ground with sharp clinks, the magic dissipating into the void, returning to nature. Magic is infinite. It can never truly be lost. You grip the sword tightly, your cold gaze sweeping over the remaining daggers suspended in the air. However, Ein stands firm among the daggers embedded in the ground, the guardian of the water. He smirks, knowing this sword can sever and annihilate all magic. Ein looks at the sword gently resting in his hand, surprised he could even utilize all this magic. But hey, he has made it work. His icy and sharp gaze turns toward her, recalling the techniques his opponent has used. With his current strength, he can completely stop the flow of magic. So he has severed the magical cord connecting to the sword and narrows his eyes, focusing all his spirit, using his magical sight to see the magical thread linking to the sword. But both tasks require extraordinary concentration. He steps forward, each step deliberate and steady. Each step lands like a nail driven into the ground, creating a serious rhythm that seems to tighten the space around him. Watching Ein, Sana grits his teeth, furrowing her brow as a flicker of tension flashes in her eyes. Is he really going to use that move again? His body moves like a gust of wind, maintaining a certain distance from her, gliding with agility. Seeing Ein's actions, Sana is taken aback, her gaze darting around as if trying to predict her opponent's intentions. But she realizes that increasing the distance won't help her at all. Suddenly, she sees him preparing to attack, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Is he really planning to strike from this distance? Ein cracks a grin, knowing this magic was created specifically to deal with monsters. His power radiates around him, flooding the space like a powerful invisible wave, slowly channeling into the sword in his hand. From the very beginning, distance has never been an issue. Ein's eyes widen, pouring all his strength and magic into the upcoming attack, an infinite surge of energy. With a fierce and decisive swing of his sword, he aims to tear the sky apart. The blade glimmers with a dazzling golden hue, whipping up a fierce whirlwind throughout the space. Resonating with magic, Sana stands frozen, her gaze fixated on Ein's sword as it swings toward her. Her eyes widen in shock, and she barely manages a furious cry. This is unbelievable. A massive explosion erupts in the arena, the thunderous sound shaking the air around them. A thick cloud of green smoke billowing up, engulfing the area and obscuring everything within. As the green smoke begins to dissipate, the scene inside slowly comes into view. Ein remains in his striking position. A massive gash carved deep into the ground below. Dust still swirling chaotically. Suddenly, Han coughs violently, his throat dry. He bows his head, a hand pressed against half his face. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The strain from pushing his magical sight to the limit has left his eyes aching. Han glances toward the opposite side, where the thick dust still clouds visibility. But it is not over yet. He has not fully unleashed his magic. He needs to deliver the finishing blow. Unexpectedly, from within the swirling smoke, a sharp dagger shoots straight toward him with terrifying speed. Han barely had time to react as the spear sliced cleanly through his thigh, leaving a long, painful gash. He lost his balance, his leg buckling slightly, and his body swayed for a moment as the sharp pain radiated from the wound. From the swirling smoke, a pair of legs shot out like lightning, cutting through the air at a terrifying speed. Bruised and battered, had fire in her eyes as she swung her fist fiercely towards him. She was too fast. In her hand, she wielded the spear, raising it high before thrusting it straight at Aun with relentless force. This blow was deadly. He slammed his foot down into the ground, generating immense power that made the earth beneath him tremble. Aun's body recoiled a step back, maintaining a safe distance from the overwhelming pressure exerted by Xiana. But her spear was relentless, darting after him like a flash of lightning, plunging directly into his chest. Time seemed to freeze, every movement suspended in that moment. Xiana's action remained unchanged. The spear embedded deep in Aun's chest. A dark, viscous liquid oozed from Aun's chest, soaking a patch of his pristine white shirt. In contrast, his blade had yet to pierce her body, the gleaming steel halting just inches from her heart. Xiana slowly withdrew the spear from Aun's chest, each movement deliberate and measured. But suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground, her body losing balance and crumpling without warning. He clutched his injured chest, his face briefly contorted in pain. If he had waited just 1 second too long to block, his heart would have been pierced. Ein's gaze fell on her crumpled body, realizing in that moment she was surely unconscious, yet instinctively reacting to his presence. He turned his head, let out a sigh, and smiled faintly. What a terrifying bloodline. Then, Ein glanced at the two young men standing nearby. He sheathed his sword, his voice like, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to take her to get treated? If you leave her like this, she will die from internal injuries." The two young men snapped back to reality, stammering their apologies. Ein shook his head in disbelief, pointing behind him. "Come on. You have seen what just happened." Ein's gaze shifted toward the stands, where an elderly figure sat high up, surrounded by the warriors of the clan. When Jiang caught his eye, he glared back, stubborn as ever. Then, Yin looked at Sina, who lay unconscious on the ground, along with his half-siblings, his hand clenched tightly, rising high as he thought of those who believed he would fail, just because he was the youngest son. Ein closed his eyes, that gesture a silent declaration this time. He had proven himself. Suddenly, something flew through the air and struck him on the head. Ein slightly tilted his body, his gaze darting to the person who had just thrown himself at him. The one who challenged him was Tetsun, his expression serious, but his hand raised in a gesture of encouragement and congratulations. Following that, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, spreading like a wave of powerful support throughout the space. This left Ein in the crowd stunned, his eyes wide with surprise as he felt the enthusiastic backing from everyone. From the stands, Gi Wangho's voice echoed, full of excitement. "My child is truly amazing." Up there, she was waving her arms with fervor, her face beaming with pride. "I knew it all along." Si-Ho anxiously tugged Gong Ho's sleeve. "Elder, please stay calm." Her shout still rang in Ein's ears. "My child is the best." He blushed, quickly covering his flushed face. Oh man. Even her words were infused with magic. Tetsun's group appeared in the stands, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ein turned to look at them. He was the first to speak up, his tone warm. "Really impressive." Jan smiled lightly, his eyes sparkling. His father probably would not be too pleased though. He was not one to praise his children in front of others. Tetsun looked at Ein with a piercing gaze. This kid had chosen the right path and set the stage, opting for a risky move to make the battle unfold just as he planned. His eyes reflected seriousness and deep experience. He had an advantage over anyone, a contender that outsiders would think was guaranteed to win. Ein placed his hand over his heart, bowing respectfully, grateful to his father. After speaking, he smiled gently, remaining silent with his head still bowed. Tetsun observed Ein's expression, sensing there was more he wanted to say. Ein smiled as if he had just achieved his goal. He had arrived. Ein raised his head, his gaze calm as he looked at Tetsun. It was clear he could not hide anything from his father. Externally, The reward for this talent assessment was the chance to participate in the warrior trials. And his father could not grant him anything more than that. You slowly nod, your voice steady and firm. Then allow me to speak. An notices that across from him, someone gently affirms this. Of course. It is with his father. Even though his body still bears the scars from the duel, he stands tall and declares boldly, I have honed my abilities enough to complete my studies at the academy soon. And this has been personally verified by my father. An looks at the crowd in front of him, his voice steady with determination. I have been to the heavenly favor mountain and passed the trials of the bloodless dream. He observes Tessen's expressions, thinking, since father has entrusted the decision to the elder council, the reward should also be addressed to them. Still, An does not lose heart. Clenching his fists tightly, I have proven everything, and my conditions are sufficient. He thinks about the elder council, wondering why they do not trust him and continue to challenge him without reason. Ein stands resolutely, raising his hand to clearly explain. Through this duel, my sixth sister was injured, and I can only stand here to report. The elder's gaze tightens as he looks directly into An's eyes, listening to every word he utters. For my part, I can't help but feel that the elders are cornering me. He remains steadfast, holding his chest tightly, thinking, at 15, even if my words are a bit too passionate or disrespectful, it should be forgiven. Opportunities like this do not come often, so I must seize them. Meanwhile, Txin stands beside him, speaking up in defense of Ein. Elder Council Leader, please respond to this kid's inquiry. But the elder only grips his staff tightly, remaining silent. Finally, after a tense silence, he breaks into a slight smile. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Everything regarding martial artists has always been decided by the Elder Council. An just smirks knowingly, listening quietly. The family rules clearly state that there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Could it be that the Elder Council is willing to break those rules? An immediately rebuts internally with a sly grin, intentionally bringing up the term illegitimate. Well, I have never once mentioned my background. He reveals a youthful, aggrieved expression as he continues to question. Could it be that the Elder Council is the one to bring this up, under pressure from both logic and emotion? He finally voices his concern. Yep. At such a young age, rushing into a martial artist role could lead to unforeseen troubles. Ein seizes the moment, immediately questioning with a tone full of doubt. If that is the case, why must it be my sixth sister? Everyone knows she is far stronger than me and even argues about age. The elder sweats profusely answering, that is true. But Ein presses on. I read the documents, and it clearly states that the challenge will be given to someone just returned from being a martial artist. Ein passionately proclaims loudly, if that is the case, should not the seventh brother step up then? If not, there are plenty of other martial artists available. Ti Hong, trying to rein in Ein's forcefulness, secretly laughs to himself. This little rascal has set the board, using it to put the Elder Council leader in a difficult position. Very good. Truly a clever child. Txin looks back with some suspicion. Could it be that you chose my sixth sister for this challenge? Meanwhile, Jiang could only awkwardly explain that he believed Lavan T was the most suitable person for the test. But he could not easily overlook it. If that were the case, they should have conducted the trial in a more discreet place. Not out in the open like this. He clenched his fists, his voice clear. So I want to hear you loud and clear. He sternly confronted them, questioning why the Elder Council would hold a test like this. Inside, Tia felt a mix of admiration. He noticed the elder's pale face was somewhat cheerful. Truly, it was a dangerous game. And if they were not careful, the Elder Council would seem like they were cornering a child. Tia quickly put out the flames and returned to his imposing demeanor. Declaring firmly that this was enough, he shot a dissatisfied glance to the side, reminding them that the Elder Council leader was a respected elder in the clan. Tia pointed out the mistake on their part. It was understandable to be heated after just finishing the duel, but the words were truly disrespectful. He bowed his head, apologizing. Yep. I take responsibility. But he deeply noted that if they just let it slide, it would not end well. Elder Council leader, what is your take? The elder only glanced over without making a move. He sighed internally, feeling helpless, thinking it was just a minor issue. Yet he was being treated like this. What a disappointment. Finally, the elder admitted, I acknowledge that there are points in this test that are hard to explain, and the Elder Council should receive a proper reward. He achieved his aim. Bowing seriously, I also apologize for being rude. Not stopping there, he had more to say. I am just doing what needs to be done. Those present had different attitudes and views, so they did not dare hope for anything extravagant in terms of rewards. La Ct's concluding statement startled him. I just want to receive what rightfully belongs to me. A few days after the duel ended, the scene became peaceful under the morning sun. shining through each exquisite wooden window inside the room. He lay stretched out on the bed, sighing softly, his eyes filled with contemplation. Then suddenly, he mumbled sadly, "I never thought I would miss the mountain of favoritism." Even though he felt restless inside, he could not help but sigh, wondering if he should keep it all in until he fully recovered. Familiar warning voices echoed in his head. "Hey, where do you think you are going with those injuries? Little bro, you can go anywhere until you are better." He was self-deprecating, secretly blaming himself, wishing he had some healing elixir. He would have recovered long ago. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled him, and he turned his head. Sitting up, he assumed a more welcoming posture and called out, "Come in." The door opened, and a familiar voice made him momentarily freeze. It had been a long time since he last saw his lord. Shortly after, 3 close friends entered the room with bright smiles. "How have you been lately?" Choi-in spoke first, expressing concern. "I wanted to visit you as soon as you returned to the clan, but I heard you were busy, so I had to delay." Kim Han followed up with a question. "Are you feeling okay?" He smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry. No way I would miss spending time with you guys." The elder pointed to the chair over there. "Bring that chair here. Sit comfortably." Once everyone was settled around the bed, he smiled and asked, "And you guys? Are you doing okay?" Choi-in nodded happily. Of course. He flashed a bright smile, reminiscing about the past, recalling a bit of trouble he faced. But thinking back, it was just because people underestimated him, so it was not too bad. Kim Han, breaking the calm demeanor, eagerly asked, "How did you train to become so strong?" This left the elder wide-eyed in surprise. Before the elder could react, he continued seriously, "Speaking of that duel, I witnessed it firsthand." The elder's anger flared, his eyes narrowing at Kim Han. Interrupting, "You are about to level up to tier 3 soon. Looks like you guys are pretty lucky." Feeling the pressure, he stumbled back, stuttering, "Oh no, with such big news. How could we possibly miss it?" Kim Han kept defending himself. "Not just me. Everyone was there." Right, but when he turned back, he was surprised to see his 2 friends just silently looking at each other. Boxiao bowed his head in apology. My lord. I meant to come right after training, but I was late. So Ina brought some drinks. Since Boxiao participated in the duel too, I feel the same way." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "No need to feel bad. I am not upset." However, right after that, he turned to question Kim Han. "Were you slacking off while I was gone?" This made Kim Han panic and wave his hands. "Absolutely not." Looking at his friends, the elder smiled, thinking, they have really grown up. In Han and Boxiao had both been assigned as trainees in the Blood Tiger team and the Celestial team. Those 2 places are the elite ranks among warriors. Combining 2 teams to make a total of 4 teams known as the Death Squad, Kim Han decided to join the 6th Sex, where training takes place within the academy. There are 2 departments focusing on swordsmanship and 1 specializing in ranged weapons. And studying both at the same time is not an easy feat. The elder's gaze softened, filled with rare tenderness as he thought. Additionally, half of the 5th-year students have also been assigned, which is quite rare. He looked sincerely at his friends and said, "You all need to work hard. I am going to rely on you a lot in the future." In front of the elder, Boxiao confidently replied, "Leave it to us." Ina chimed in with determination. "We will definitely grow strong and won't let you down." After chatting, they all started cleaning up to leave. The elder smiled. "All right, see you all later. It was great to see you." Suddenly, Kim Han exclaimed, "I almost forgot. You are going to receive your award today. Right?" The elder turned around, chuckling. "I am the one getting the award. Why are you so happy about it?" he replied, his eyes sparkling. "It is because something good is coming your way." Unable to contain his curiosity, Kim Han immediately asked, "Have you decided what you are going to choose?" A brief smile flickered on his lips. The elder answered without hesitation, short but firm. Of course, at the secret treasury. 2 guards were strictly watching the gate under the glaring sun. Suddenly, a carriage rolled up right in front of the iron gate. The car door swung open, revealing a pair of legs stepping down in polished dress shoes. He slowly descended, taking in the surroundings, thinking to himself, "It has been 6 years since I last visited the vault." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Catching him off guard, it was the young master. Turns out, it was the gatekeeper speaking up, casually asking if he could share the purpose of this visit. He approached and handed the man a piece of paper, calmly replying, "I have received permission to access the equipment from the vault." The gatekeeper took the paper, glanced over it, and confirmed.
Yep.
I acknowledged the document. They opened the gate and invited him in, saying, "You may pass now."
Sir.
Just as he was about to step inside, another voice called out, "Young master." It was still the two gatekeepers. They awkwardly raised their hands, sincerely saying, "During this competition, I am truly moved. I will also strive to improve, just like you, young master." Then, right at the gate, they bowed to him solemnly. At first, he was a bit taken aback, but then a wave of joy washed over him. This was the first time in my life I have received such a greeting. He turned back with a bright smile while feeling excited inside. Before this, most people looked down on me because of my lowly status. He also did not forget to respond to the gatekeeper's words, feeling grateful for their thoughts. To honor that, I will work even harder. After that, he walked in slowly, taking his time. The vault was managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elder Institute. Before proceeding with this visit's purpose, he had to undergo a full body scan first. While the Administrative Institute was in charge of storage and maintenance, research and equipment handling fell under the Elder Institute's authority. His gaze dimmed a bit upon hearing this, which is why I requested compensation from the Elder Institute. He recalled the scene at that time. He was just doing what he had to, so he did not dare hope for any unreasonable rewards. His face was serious as he expressed his wish, hoping only to receive the items he had selected during that recruitment ceremony. Jiang was surprised and asked, "Did not you choose a weapon and wear it on your hip back then?" The old man looked confused and questioned him. "At that time, you received only one weapon. Now you want to claim ownership of everything." His gaze was calm and unbothered as he replied, "According to the regulations, weapons selected during the ceremony can be claimed later." Ti Hung, who was listening, suddenly flinched when his name was mentioned, unsure if he understood correctly. He muttered, "This kid is quite sharp," then hesitantly replied, "All right, that is correct." He presented suggestions that left Jiang in a bind, according to ancient customs. Later on, people also received the remaining weapons, and the family head said they would follow that precedent. The old man gently stroked his beard, glancing elsewhere, then recalled that it was indeed the case. The old man's face twisted with annoyance, clearly not satisfied. He scoffed, thinking he could just choose a couple of items that suited his status to hand over. Even if he gave away a few items, the Elder Council would not lose anything. That is what they would probably think. He scanned the audience and whispered, "If the Elder Council chairman agrees to my proposal in front of everyone, then the weapons in the vault will rightfully belong to me." He turned and asked, "Can I do that?" Tyson squinted at the old man. Calmly, he replied, "Those things will eventually come to you anyway." He respectfully bowed his head, thanking his father. While he was bowing, the old man continued, "Of course, as long as you prove yourself worthy as a master, the elders will hand over the weapons to you any time." The old man was a bit surprised. Indeed, he was his father. Even the schemes I concocted did not escape the elder chairman's notice. Yet my father saw right through it. He looked at the old man, who cleverly sided with the elder council to wrap things up. Then, the testing elder instructed his subordinates to decide which weapons would be released and given to young Master Woody. Back in reality, he was still delving deeper inside, and with that, he was allowed to receive 4 exquisite weapons. As he stepped into the elevator heading to the 2nd floor, his mind was racing. There was no way he would get such a generous reward. But with his father backing him, they did not dare to refuse anything. The elevator doors opened, and with determined eyes, he felt a glimmer of hope. Access was limited from the 1st to the 3rd floor. The old man glanced around the room. It was filled with all kinds of weapons. The 1st floor, where the common grade weapons were kept, was not worth paying attention to. He needed to choose things that would actually be useful for this journey. He raised his hand to release a small puff of black energy, and the old man said, "Go ahead. Take your time choosing." The scene shifted to the office of my wife. He and the old man sat across from each other, sipping tea. I asked, "Are you ready to set off?" He cheerfully replied,
"Yep.
Everything is ready." Outside the window, cherry blossom leaves started to fall, creating a beautiful spring scenery. The weather was really nice. With a calm expression, spoke slowly, "There is no better season than this to embark on a long journey." He slowly raised his head and asked, "Have you said goodbye to everyone?" The old man replied nonchalantly,
"Yep.
But I could not meet my uncle since he is away on business." At this point, his expression fell, feeling a bit helpless. It was tough enough to persuade his aunt. The old man chuckled. "I can imagine that." My wife then looked at him and asked,
"Hey,
"Have you said goodbye to your father yet?" He saw him like this and burst out laughing with delight.
"Yep."
He is still as assertive as ever. Assertive. He continued to speak, leaving him feeling a bit helpless. He said, having caused such a big mess, if he did not produce results that satisfied him, there would be consequences. Hearing that, he could not help but feel a little scared. His face fell slightly as he let out a sigh. Manhwa turned to his side and asked gently, "Have you heard about my little sister yet?" At this moment, Sound's expression also softened and darkened. "Yep. I heard she has gone into seclusion to train." He recalled the scene back then when even the guards could not stop her. Caesar, even while recovering after waking up, had already caused quite a stir. After recovering, she was taken into seclusion by Lady Betch to train. Seeing the clear worry on his face, Manhwa elaborated. "Normally, no one can interfere with your martial arts training. But at least for now, my sister won't be able to come out for revenge right away." He said nothing more, slowly nodding as if he understood. He fiddled with his fingers, hesitantly asking, "Brother can I ask you for a favor?" To his surprise, I offered a request, asking him to take care of his wet nurse while he was away on his journey. In his mind, he remembered Kawa from his past life, struggling to knock on the door for help in the pouring rain. They might not dare to target him directly, but going after those close to him was a piece of cake. In his past life, he lost his wet nurse that way. Manhwa understood the implication and nodded in agreement right away. "Got it. I understand. Your wet nurse will stay here, where you live." His eyes widened in surprise when he heard the next part. "No one will dare touch her." Then Wei stood up, bowing solemnly, saying, "This debt, I will definitely repay." He smiled warmly, responding to his younger brother. "As your elder brother, how could I not do this for you?" Wei smiled lightly, and Manhwa added, "I will wait for the day to return after this journey ends." He looked up, filled with determination, and replied, "Yep. 15 years from the day I returned. The places he needed to visit, the things he must have, the people he had to meet, all filled his heart. For the first time stepping out of the family, free to act, possessing time that belonged solely to him." I covered his eyes from the glaring sunlight, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Everything will begin from here." The morning sun filtered through the leaves, and the woman sat under the tree, leisurely sipping her tea. Wei slowly raised the cup to her lips, gently closing her eyes to savor the tea's flavor spreading in her mouth. Wei set the cup back down on the table, the tea still shimmering with warmth. She kept her eyes closed, as if speaking into the air. Report. A foot lightly stepped on the lush green grass, moving so quietly it was almost inaudible. A figure, face shrouded, knelt down in great respect. "I apologize for losing sight." Wei face darkened, clearly displeased as she looked at him. "Speak clearly," he reported mechanically, not daring to meet her gaze. It seemed like he had anticipated being followed as soon as he entered the bustling area. Wei slender fingers lightly traced the rim of the cup. "How ridiculous." She circled the rim a few times while saying, "Appearance can be concealed, but the essence of one's unique magical aura remains." The brim of the cloak completely obscured the face of the guard, making it impossible to read his expression. Among the weapons received as rewards after the recent duel, seems there is something capable of altering both appearance and magical aura. So tracing him now is out of the question. Wei pondered. A mere 15-year-old illegitimate child, yet bold enough to shake off the grip of the cursed sword I forged myself. When she tilted her cup, her face was reflected back at her, and truth be told, if she could not even handle this, she would have been eliminated long ago. Wei stared blankly into the void. "I intended to refine our plans, but who would have guessed I could not keep up for even a day?" Suddenly, she turned around, eyes wide in terror, barking orders to keep an eye on the news. Wei lowered her gaze to the bottom of her teacup and coldly instructed, "If you spot anything, follow immediately." And the guards shouted loudly. On it, inside the tavern, it was a total ruckus. Where the hell was that scumbag hiding? People inside were drinking and playing games together. The real culprit was hiding the cards up his sleeve. The noise from inside spilled out as the door swung open. "What is going on?" "A fight. I am betting 100,000 on the bald guy." A hooded figure stepped in carrying a wicked-looking bag. "And I am putting 150,000 on the guy with the crooked eye." That person headed straight to the bar and started ordering drinks. "One fresh barrel of beer, please." The bartender, skeptical, asked, "You look unfamiliar." The person slowly pulled down the hood and introduced themselves. "I came from the north." They had donned another layer of skin with a pretty badass scar. These days, the wild chaos inside was all over the place. The bartender set a beer in front of him. Puzzled. "You sound just like a native from here. So why do you come from the north?" The guy nonchalantly took the beer and replied, Irena. Back then I did not understand a thing. And the bartender continued to probe. What is your name? The guy suddenly snapped, surprising the bartender. Do I really have to give my name here? The bartender awkwardly scratched his head and changed the subject. Seems this guy is definitely a wanderer. He gazed at his reflection in the beer glass, marveling. It really did look like him. To change his appearance, he had used a master-level mask. When he infused magic into it, it created an illusion over the mask. Though it drained magic, it was a highly useful item. He felt quite satisfied, smirking to himself, using a versatile device to alter his looks. As long as he infused magic into his voice for transformation, hiding his identity was a piece of cake. He anxiously glanced at the people behind him. It has been a while. Am I even in the right place? This area is known for its towering, treacherous mountains, a dangerous northern region, and within it lies self-governing territory. Monsters have been wiped out, but it remains unexplored. With endless dense forests where darkness perpetually looms, surrounded by perilous mountains, there exists a village that has survived, wandering through all the dangerous areas of the world. A village formed by those who commit crimes using martial arts, magic, and sorcery. Known as the Den of Vagabonds. For years, this place was engulfed in flames. There were attempts to destroy the den. They ruthlessly killed and burned villages. But there were incidents where the Wanderer's hidden refuge caused devastating damage. The handshakes of the powerful in the shadows feel like a step into a new beginning. The place he is headed to is part of that world, a gathering spot for drifters, the largest in Korea, where criminals converge and secrets come together. He reminisces about the past, a hint of sadness creeping onto his face. To avoid the gaze of his family, he once hid here, only to be discovered in the end. In his heart, he has his own plans. And the reason he chose this place as the first stop on his journey as a warrior is interrupted when he suddenly speaks up, startling the owner. Can I ask you something? His eyes reflect an indescribable determination. Before I ask, who is running this place now? The owner continues to wipe the glass, knowing exactly why he is doing it, while he struggles to come up with a valid reason. I do not want to die an ignorant death. At least I need to understand the situation to navigate this world. His next implication raises the owner's eyebrows. It is not something easily said, but a beer might just loosen his lips. He slams a stack of cash on the table, declaring loudly, Here, 100 grand. One eyebrow raises as he adds, Also, give me some snacks with that beer. The owner chuckles, clearly pleased with the request. This place has been run by Baek Chosu, the owner here, for 10 years. Even if you have been to China, you have definitely heard of him. He responds quickly. Of course. I know it. His heart fluttering at the realization, just as he suspected. A towering man known for claiming the heads of others. Baek Chosu is also a money-hungry shark. In the past, when he was an official fighter, he killed his master and became a drifter. In his previous life, Baek Chosu was a notorious kingpin of the underground world in Korea. In his early 30s, he manipulated the black market after taking down Baek's faction. He absent-mindedly scratches the table, realizing it is time for the best goods to surface. But the person he is looking for is not Baek Chosu. Moments later, he smirks with satisfaction, recalling that in his past life, that item fell into the hands of the Sungmu clan. This time, he has to get it first. The dark clouds are slowly obscuring the stars, a gentle breeze rustling the branches, leading to a grand villa quietly nestled in the pine forest. Baek Chosu's residence. A hand grips a stack of documents tightly, the sound of paper rustling echoing with each flick of his wrist. Chosu slaps the papers down with a chuckle, proving that the black market is even more lucrative than those street drug dealers. The leader of Baek's faction, Baek Chosu, he beams at Jinsu, the executive director, saying, You have worked hard. Jinsu lowers his head, a hint of reluctance showing. He was right to bring him here. The executive director of Jinsu. Chosu maintains his sly grin, but there is a hint of menace behind it. Then, he booms, catching Jinsu off guard. It is all in Jinsu. Chosu places the stack of documents on the table, ensuring his expression remains perfectly composed. He saunters closer to Jinsu. I told you. Did not. I am not forcing you into anything. Chosu places a hand on Jinsu's shoulder, lowering his voice. If you think you can handle it, you can leave any time. Jinsu trembles, forcing a strained smile. Jinsu mentioned something, but he hesitated a few times. I will be more careful. Chosu turned away, reminding him. Yeah. Smiling like that makes everything feel better. I truly value Jinsu's. He shot a glance at Jinsu, reminding him. Was not it because of me that you got into that prestigious university and made all that money? All he could do was bow his head in resignation. Yep, sir. Chosu started looking at the piles of paperwork on the desk, getting back to the main topic. He leaned on the table, sighing. This time the ticket sales were a bit low, which worries me. But it turns out the nobles actually like it this way. Chozu's pupils suddenly narrowed with mischief. But what if we tried increasing the number of tickets a bit? Jinsu blinked and suggested. Keeping the invitation count super low and only releasing it quarterly like this will help maintain our current clientele. He shrugged his shoulders, pretending to understand. Right. Jinsu's line will definitely do well. No matter how bright the moonlight outside is, it can illuminate the heart of the one reigning in this secluded villa. But remember, our goal is not this miserable hideout. It is something way higher up there. Jinsu wrapped his arms tightly, not daring to move while Chosu rambled on. Didn't you say you wanted to stop this shady business? Right. Jinsu. The moonlight from outside began to cast shadows on him. What we need from the black market are money and connections. In the darkness, Chosu emerged like a demon, slowly revealing himself under the moonlight by the window. With that, we will step into the light.